record-breaking participation. Record-breaking. The highest voter turnout that state has seen since 1951, with 66.91% of Bihar's voters exercising their franchise. I'm Kartikesh Sharma.
I'm Nabila Jamal, and I think what's really a standout moment here for Bihar is women voters once again led from the front. They've registered 71.6% turnout compared to men. That stood at 62.8. Now, polling was held at 38 districts that covered nearly 7.4 crore voters, including 3.9 crore men and 3.5 crore women, and nearly 1,700 transgender voters. Election Commission of India has also called this a remarkable chapter in Bihar's democratic journey. Indeed, Bihar making history here.
Absolutely. But you know, elections without controversy, it doesn't happen in this country.
Yes.
So the controversy was created yesterday when one gentleman said that, you know, if something goes haywire, then we might expect a Gen Z sort of uprising in Bihar. First, let me introduce my guests. I'm joined by K.V. Prasad, senior journalist, Sumit Pandey, political editor, Deccan Herald, Smita Mishra, author, senior journalist, Ashwini Kumar, professor TESS, Faizan Ahmed also joins me from Patna, senior journalist, Samya Kapoor and Brijesh Pandey, input editor NewsX. They join me from the Panditji's corner upstairs. You know, we have created a separate newsroom for data and Gyan together.
Yeah.
Data, Gyan and opinion. So three things will work there. So Brijesh will have the choice and Samya will have the choice to merge all three of them. But let me take opening comments. Smita, first to you. Now you can hedge your bet.
Good morning.
Openly.
Yes, so I will not go with, I'll start with the exit polls. I will not go with those who are giving a very high number. I'm a conservative journalist in terms of numbers, not in my thinking. But when it comes to numbers, I always keep it on the lower side. So I think, and I've held this from the first day I landed in Bihar, many weeks before the elections. I have held this that the NDA will come back with a comfortable majority, but the numbers may not be what some exit polls have predicted, going to 170, etc. But I could be wrong. I think RJD will do fairly well. They didn't do badly even last time, but the RJD will be dragged down by its allies. The Congress was nowhere in the picture, not even 2 days after Rahul Gandhi returned from his yatra. Mukesh Sahni, who grabbed the biggest headlines in these polls and was sort of, you know, the man in news for many, many days, doesn't seem to have polled even the votes of his own community, forget about the other subcastes. So yes, Tejashwi Yadav, yesterday's reactions both from Tejashwi himself and some of his leaders and his entire social media Sena made it very clear that they have been taunting the younger generation always that what Jungle Raj are you talking about? You have not even seen it. So they gave us an online trailer of that thing yesterday with a kind of language that was visible, which always comes from a certain place where the person is not confident but also trying to put up a bravado. So that could be an indication of things, but yes, I mean that is as far as I will hedge my bets.
You know, but you said that the Congress was nowhere to be seen. Whatever happens to Rahul Gandhi's voter adhikar yatra, that was literally a padayatra that he pulled off.
That's a very good point, Nabila, you're making. Sumit, this is something very, very important.
So can I add to this?
Sure.
See, I think the voter adhikar yatra, rather than bringing any benefits for the alliance, the India alliance, actually wasted many valuable days for Tejashwi Yadav, because the entire machinery was harnessed in creating the crowd for Rahul Gandhi, which actually could have been used more gainfully by the alliance. It was rather a drag.
I think the point which Nabila is making is interesting for the fact that a lot of people would critique Rahul Gandhi 5 years ago, Sumit, that it doesn't go out, doesn't connect with people, doesn't meet, and these were part of regular journalistic drawing room conversations. So when the first time he started from Thiruvananthapuram, and concluded in Kashmir, he reinvented himself, and we could see its impact in 2024. But if you recall, Sumit, when he went from east to west, from Arunachal to Rajasthan, it petered out.
Yeah.
There are many politicians who have reinvented themselves through padayatras, like YSR Reddy when he made a comeback in 2004.
NTR.
So what is happening with these yatras? They are not giving those dividends to Rahul Gandhi, which the first one did. Is the topic which he has picked up an issue, or the way he is doing those padyatras an issue? Because India is filled with padyatras, from Gandhi to Chandrasekhar to plethora of leaders. So many.
But you saw Rahul Gandhi swimming in the pond, in the lake, really getting down and dirty, unlike any other leader. You think that would have an impact with the Gen Z or the young voters there?
They thought that probably this would mobilize people. But while traveling in Bihar, I could get a sense that the sort of coordination, the sort of enthusiasm which probably I would have expected from the Mahagathbandhan, that wasn't very much there. It could be because of many things. One of the reasons which Smita mentioned, I think, is pretty pertinent, that when you contesting elections, you have to be very clear, agile and nimble footed, that this is my agenda, this is how I'm going to pursue it. Remember in 2020 when they came closest to beating the NDA in Bihar, Nitish Kumar, BJP combined in Bihar, it was the unemployment which the alliance made a major political issue. And in fact, when this yatra was going on, there were talks within the alliance also whether they are digressing from the main issue, whether some of the reporters also who went there at the time of the SIR, who were traveling there, our reporters, also felt that SIR per se did not have as an issue among the electorate that sort of resonance.
I believe a lot of them may have been in favor of it.
Yeah, some people were obviously in favor of it. The one point which I would want to make opening, I wouldn't go into numbers currently.
Yeah.
I mean, people have already spoken. For me, politically, as a journalist, I think there are a couple of things which are of keen interest to me. One is, see, BJP has never emerged as the single largest party in Bihar Assembly. Never. BJP is a party which has grown from being the junior partner to many players, from Maharashtra, in Goa,
Odisha, Maharashtra,
every way, it's sort
Haryana.
Yeah. Bihar, they could never, with JDU or without JDU.
But the last time they did better than JDU.
They did, but they never emerged as single largest party in the assembly. It was RJD which was again the single largest party.
And even this time, Access My India predicts RJD to be a single largest party this time.
Yeah, so my one thing of interest to me is whether BJP can break that jinx. Can it emerge as a single largest party? Because when it does, then its claim over Bihar, its leadership over Bihar would be emboldened.
Who may I ask is the BJP's face, really a standout person? BJP is known to have not one face but many, but it doesn't work every time, It
has never, that's one of the problems, because
that's
Sushil Modi was the biggest face of Bihar, and then because of there are so many caste leaders which emanated out of the JP movement, BJP could never really project. In fact, when it led a coalition government and had two deputy chief minister, they could really not make that sort of a mark.
Okay.
And so I think one is whether BJP emerges as the single largest party, and in that scenario, what BJP does, because its outcome post elections, the way the negotiations go on, will have a bearing on national politics, and more specifically in Uttar Pradesh.
I think it will inject a lot of dose of pessimism. Ashwini Kumar also joins us. Faizan has also joined us. I think a lot of pessimism. If opposition can't take fight, the ruling government on states, then you really have a problem. If you recall, even when Congress was out of power from 1996, by 2003, they had government in 14 states, and I think one of the magazines did a cover story, 14 and back or 16 and back, which means that the Congress is giving fight. KV, your opening comments, and then quickly we'll go to Samya and Brijesh.
I think I was reminded when you were talking about the magazine and the cover, it also did a cover a few months before, which said, "Honey, I've shrunk the Congress." Okay, so the same magazine had to change its cover and put that cover which you're referring to. And I remember in 2003, I was talking to later on he went on to become a union minister. He said, can you imagine we are walking into parliament and Mrs. Gandhi is walking with 14 chief ministers. What kind of message you're sending? And then they lost all the 2003 elections in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. Politics is a very dynamic situation. Situations change very fast. There is no uniformity on one election to another. Within the state, issues change. And while there was an interesting conversation was going on, the Rahul Gandhi and his inefficacy, if one were to describe it as unable to You see, you have a party which is moribund in Bihar. You've got to energize it. How else would you do it? There has to be some program for the party to come out and feel enthused. Their workers are gone. Half of them are probably in RJD or scattered away. So you need to re-energize your party. You need some program all the time.
But when you speak of re-energizing, the visuals that we saw, sweeping crowds,
Well, nowadays you
RJD rallies had such massive crowds.
RJD is different. If we are talking
It
about
appeared,
Congress. We are talking
alright,
Congress and Rahul Gandhi.
even then, as a Mahagathbandhan, they pulled crowds.
See, one interesting thing, if you make a comparison with Jharkhand, Congress is also a minor partner to a regional party in Jharkhand,
Correct.
but they have won 2 consecutive elections. On both occasions, if you see, it is the Congress which has been able to come up with a good performance or relatively better performance in the urban areas in Jharkhand and damage BJP, that the JMM and Congress combined have been able to form government, 2 consecutive governments there. So Congress's performance in Bihar similarly is very important for the alliance. In Jharkhand, urban seats, they damaged BJP, considerably damaged BJP, and which is why the alliance has won there on 2 consecutive
Who's
terms.
the Congress's core vote base? Now, if you have RJD that looks at the Muslims as their vote bank and the Yadavs as their vote bank, what is Congress left with?
brings to the table just about everybody.
Vijesh, is Congress bringing everybody on board? Vijesh, Samya.
Hi Karthikeyan, good morning to you, to the esteemed panel of guests and Nabila. Well, Karthikeyan, it appears that Congress, Rajesh, is someone who leaves Bihar and UP unattended unless it's a case of an election. For 5 years, you won't see Congress on ground. Suddenly, they're going to hit the ground running with Rahul Gandhi para-dropping and holding these padyatras. Are they at all going to yield dividends with this padhai, kamai, dawai that they want to go ahead with?
You know, I personally feel that, you know, a lot of discussion was like, you know, that how Congress will take on BJP and all. I think the fight is Congress versus Congress. You know, the Congress is first to come and position itself as a serious political party who wants to take on BJP and then, you know, work accordingly. You know, you can say vote chori, the Congress, the BJP and the Election Commission of India stole Haryana verdict from you, but anybody who has been on the ground know that it was Congress who stole the Haryana verdict from the Congress party itself. You know, the reason why the kind of big fight between Kumari Shailja and Bhupinder Singh Hooda, you know, the Gandhis refusing to take one side. You know, politics is also ruthless business. You know, you cannot be like, you know, hunting with the hare and running with the hound. You have to be pragmatic about, you know, who you hedge your bets on. And the Congress leadership seems completely undecided as to who to hedge their bet on, who to back as one single entity in the political.
They introduced Krishna Alavaru. He wasn't taken well by the state unit at all. They felt that he is being plonked on the state unit of Bihar, and they didn't want to hold meetings with him, etc. In the earlier few days. So when the Congress party is undecided as to what their game plan is going to be, then the execution is also going to be, flawed.
It has to be, you know, until unless you are a political behemoth, which the BJP is, where, you know, the word of the leader is the command for the party. The Congress or the Gandhis don't command that kind of respect within the party. I mean, and this is the reason why when you get an Alavaru being, you know, dumped on Bihar, and so most of the regional leaders who are there, they're not going to make you know, Congress win the election, but they're definitely going to make Congress lose the election. And that is the reason why Congress has not been taken that seriously by their regional partners. They know that they are the one who is going to win the election, and the Congress is like, you know, the Ganga, but it's the tributaries which bring water to the Ganga. And the tributaries are the regional parties.
The top-down system that Congress is going to call the shots from here in the national capital, it may work for the BJP, but it doesn't work for the Congress party because they don't have really their ear to the ground wanting to understand what are the issues not only of the people but your own party. The state unit itself in Bihar needed a shake-up, needed a new lifeblood. Has the Congress been able to provide that, or are they riding pillion on RJD's fortunes?
I think, you know, I mean, if you look at the fact that the way politics is positioned, you know, when you have a strong central leadership, you know, the state units fall in line. Yeah. They don't. Like, if you remember the last time when the BJP was there, you know, it was not like the central leadership command was diktat to the state leadership. We saw Vasundhara Raje protesting outside Rajnath Singh's house and, you know, for her demands and all. But the point is right now that, you know, that the Gandhis don't, I think, you know, what they lack is the ruthlessness which is required to win elections and all.
Absolutely. Karthikeyan, there you've heard it. that Brijesh feels that Congress party needed a lot more understanding of what lies on ground to be able to carve out a strategy way by which they can steer the election campaigns. Rahul Gandhi, of course, was holding the Padyatra, but is it going to be effective?
Okay, that's the question. But let me just take opening comments from Ashwini Kumar, Professor Tess and Faizan Ahmed. They have been waiting very patiently for quite some time. Professor.
Good morning.
Morning.
So
tell
me,
you want me to ask a question? I can do that. Generally, you have done things
How's the Josh?
He's done things sumoto. Whatever I ask, his answer is his own.
As a social historian, I am very patient. So
okay. So my question is on a broader, on a broad basis. Do you think, quoting Paliskar, do you think that we are witnessing a fragmented opposition of 1960s with one pole entity around Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's the fact of the matter, and the sort of politics which we witnessed from 96 to 2004 was an exception. A word in Hindi which he used was apvad.
Yeah. I think Paliskar thesis is based on, analysis of the party system, backed up by the rising social forces in Bihar, entire North India. It continues to make sense, it continues to resonate. Even today, in election results, it will resonate, the Paliskar thesis. But let's see, how 2025 election, this seemed to be historic election, would restructure politics of Bihar. If you just look at, as I have been repeatedly pointing out, that since 1990s, the structure of politics remains the same in Bihar. So if you see, what Brijesh said, Congress against Congress, is within that, mandal within mandal, mandal against mandal, socialist forces against themselves, This has happened since 1990. And this is also, continuing with the older trend of fragmented polity in Bihar, So that's the challenge, Prashant Kishore must have realized that entry into Bihar is not as easy as entry into, urban spaces or city-state like Delhi. Given the social history and the political fragmentation in Bihar, that's what Congress has also been facing, from the dominant party in the 60s, 70s until early 80s. It has been reduced to a small player, almost minor player, like CPI, ML, etc., those who continue to hold ground. But Congress has been, trying hard to make sense on the ground. So back to your question of, how this fragmented polity will reflect itself. Let's see
I'd like to ask you, Sir Faizan, as we're playing this breaking news right on our channel right now on RJD leader who says we're going to hold a stick there. She is. You want to explain who exactly she is? She's an RJD leader. Sarika Paswan is her name, and she holds a stick, and she says and warns that if anybody tries to mess up with the counting, they're going to have it. So RJD is RJD looking nervous? Sir Faizan, if you can see this image, that's the breaking we are flashing on our screens on RJD leader first saying that we are going to have a Gen Z uprising if there's any manipulation in the vote counting today. And now here you have another leader, Sarika Paswan, who holds a stick, almost threatening, saying that people are going to be booted if at all there's any, trouble at the counting booth. So what's the project?
Hello, good morning to everybody. Yeah, I can see this lady, although she is not a very important leader to be projected like this, just for the sake of this photo opportunity, she is holding this stick and threatening that what taiyari ho gaya na bhai log, kind of threatening language. You see, even yesterday, one RJD leader who is quite prominent, and he's also an MLC, and he's Muh Bhola Bhai of Rabdi Devi, Mr. Sunil. Yeah, and he had threatened, that his party workers, RJD workers, will make Patna a Nepal, a kind of Nepal that uprising.
I'll play that bite out. Faizan, I'll play that bite out. Yes.
We'll just play that out.
He was threatening to make Bihar a Nepal kind of thing, and after that an FIR has also been lodged against him.
Yeah,
So
precisely
this
why
kind
my
of-
question is the RJD nervous making such statements. They're basically, this is an extension of trying to say that SIR itself was wrong, and they've already tried to manipulate with the electoral roll, and now with the counting they won't allow it. So trying to stand guard, but that's more showing their nervousness. If we could play that bite out, the RJD leader warning of a Gen Z protest. Let's hear it first.
महागठबंधन नहीं, पूरी आम पब्लिक रोड पे उतर जाएगी। जो कुकृत आपने वर्ष 2020 में किया कि 4-4 घंटा आपने काउंटिंग रोकवा दिया, 4-4 घंटा किसी को बारे में किसी को कुछ पता नहीं था, वो काम अगर इस बार होगा तो या तो मेरा उम्मीदवार बाहर आएगा या वो जो रिटर्निंग अफसर होगा वो बाहर आएगा। मैं आपको चेतावनी देना चाहता हूं, पूरी जनता सड़क पर आएगी और वो दृश्य देखने को मिलेगा जो आपको नेपाल में देखने को मिला है। और पूरी जनता इस चीज से आशंकित है कि ये बेईमान लोग, जिस चुनाव आयोग के बारे में साख पर उसका बट्टा लग चुका है, जितने रिटर्निंग अफसर हैं, किस तरह से उनकी पोस्टिंग की गई है, तो यह पूरी जनता आशंकित है कि कहीं न कहीं आप बेईमानी कीजिएगा तो आपको भी नेपाल का दृश्य यहाँ पर देखने को मिलेगा।
Smita, why is this fascination with Gen Z? You know, I mean, Gen Z is not a key. You know, Gen Z is not a key you can just dial. You know, they are product of certain circumstances, from Tunisia to Morocco to Peru to Nepal. I mean, it's just not a key. And you know, does it tell us, as I was saying, that there was, I think there's some sort of a pessimism in opposition's politics. I wouldn't say nervousness, a pessimism.
I think it's despondency. They have been trying to vote out the NDA government, the Narendra Modi government in the center through the ballot. They have not succeeded. The first election, that was 2014, they took it something like a black swan kind of event. You know, he'll come and go. Because you remember those comments, Delhi is not Gandhinagar, India is not Gujarat, things like that. So, but then that didn't happen as, you know, as we would have it. So, and then the second election, and finally the third, the last one. And in the meantime, a very interesting thing has happened globally. Starting from Bangladesh last year in August, you have Bangladesh, you have Madagascar, you have Nepal, also, you know, also Sri Lanka in a manner. Of course, they came back from the ballot, unlike Nepal and Bangladesh, where it is an interim government. We don't know when polls will be held. So I think it's sort of, you know, you are clutching at straws. Tinke ko sahara. You have not been able to change the government through the ballot, which has always happened in our country. And in the meantime, when these things happen, you have found a template. And because there were violent regime changes through street protest, it has become a kind of a threatening message that, look, we can do it. Had India's Gen Z, if you go by that term, or the youth, if I look at it in a broader way, had India's youth wanted to do it, they would have done it many times. Certainly, they are more organized. They have faith in the democratic setup.
No, but I certainly have a point to add to that. A counterpoint. I think you're overlooking the fact, ma'am. You're completely overlooking the fact that the youth of Bihar are unhappy. They've been out on the streets protesting on paper leaks, on unemployment, on lack of education,
and therefore
on the various amounts of scam, no infrastructure, bridges falling. So, are you saying the youth are happy?
No, I am saying that the youth in India as of now seem to have complete faith in our democratic credentials. Our foundations are strong. Wherever they have a cause for complaint, they have come out on the street for a protest in an organized manner. But there is no attempt at regime change, probably because they do not want to do it that way. They would rather exercise their franchise.
But I would
doesn't mean there are no attempts at instigation, okay? Because remember the Agniveer protests in Bihar, in Nawada, in Masauri, in Patna, in Muzaffarpur. There was attempt at violence. However, it did not go that far. So
let me turn this.
It's the most fertile. When you talk about Gen Z, the most number of youth is in Bihar right now. 17% of Bihar is 18-year-olds.
Let me turn this question around, Professor Kumar. Let me turn this question around. When Zoran Mamdani can take on the MAGA crowds in New York, you know, you can have a different opinion on the guy that, you know, he has taken a very Islamist position on Palestine and all that. When he can mobilize the entire the so-called left, liberal or the democratic community out from their Twitter space onto the streets and take on a political dynast. I'm sure that the politicians in India can do it. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Zoran Mamdani is a case in study. And then I'll come to you, Sumit, if you want to take that question. Ashwini.
If you look at, I was in Bihar, and since I also lived in the villages of Bihar, so I can also speak from my lived experiences, also the rapid ethnography that I did for the elections 2025. I mean, like, if you look at Prashant Kishore as a phenomenon, less in terms of the electoral outcomes, many youth identified him with the rising this New York hero Mamdani. So people were expecting that probably Prashant Kishore, if you just look at his rallies, his campaign management, the way he set the narrative in Bihar, it emerged for a while that perhaps he would simulate and not exactly replicate the Mamdani model. It hasn't happened on the ground for various reasons. The largest sociological reason, I think, is the biggest comparable difference between New York and Bihar, I mean, like, if you look at, that's where I was coming back to this, Lathi symbol, This Lathi symbol reminds me of our own work on Janev movement, Lakhochak right in Lakhisarai, and also Triveni Shang. This Lathi always comes up in Bihar, and especially in the rallies of lower caste led by Yadavs, as a symbol of social assertion, not always as violence. So let us not read too much into this Lathi semiotics. This semiotic once again refers to the big fault line and the social assertion in Bihar compared to the politics in New York. Mamdani has emerged, and we were expecting that perhaps Gen Z, if you
but
just look at
as a counterpoint, sir, and then I'll go to Sumit. If you recall the debate that took place in Indian Parliament when the entire Mandal agitation erupted, there was a word which late Janata Dal leader Mr. Yadav used, and the word which he used was the length of the hair. That these are the women from urban areas, and at that point of time, no one could have imagined that two politicians in India, Nitish and Narendra Modi, later on, Narendra Modi to do it 14 years later, and also Nitish, would make gender a point of mobilization. And people thought कि इंडिया में वोट तो जात पे पड़ेगा, औरत जात पे वोट देगी, अपर कास्ट की औरत अपर कास्ट, लोअर कास्ट की औरत लोअर कास्ट, मिडिल कास्ट की औरत मिडिल कास्ट, पर gender नहीं हो सकता. That's too much of America, too much of the. But now the Indian politics has seen gender as a caveat, So that change has come.
Well, that's been happening over the last 2.5, 3 decades. If you see the statistics from the Election Commission, the participation.
So it has happened, sir.
Yes,
it has happened.
It is obviously,
when people were making fun of it in the parliament.
Yeah, it was happening. It had to happen. Once you look at the way Nitish Kumar brought that in, it is not only the vertical, horizontal reservations for women in the lower, in the local bodies. I mean, Shivraj Singh Chauhan did it in Madhya Pradesh. There are many people who have, in fact, very few people would go into it. This is that the direct benefit transfer scheme. I think the person who actually understood it for the first time was Mamata Banerjee. And when she started that Lakshmi Yojana in West Bengal, and that has been replicated. So the origin of that scheme, for instance, the midday meal scheme, the origin lies with MG Ramachandran in Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. Oh yes,
even before.
Yes.
Kamraj. So these are the schemes which have helped people and empowered people, and you couldn't see when the voting happens post elections. The statistics and data unto themselves would tell you that women coming out and voting. I mean, from 1951 we have data available as far as women participation in Indian democracy is concerned. Every election data, you can see that. It was almost half initially.
Yeah.
Now they are exceeding that.
What does it mean? What does it mean when women are coming out more in number and voting, especially in reference to Bihar? What alignment does it show?
See, a lot of things have changed. In fact, within a village, in which locality the polling booth is located would also determine how many people from that community would walk down to that polling booth in that particular area where a particular class resided, whether women from that community would even enter that particular area or not. There is it's not just women, it is the entire social dynamics which has changed. The empowerment is not limited to gender. It is multiple.
Does that reflect well on the Nitish Kumar government so far then?
Yes, he has benefited from it. I mean, so somebody for 20 years, he has maintained, I mean, whichever way he goes with his 15% votes.
Correct.
I mean, Bihar, it's not, rocket science to decipher, I think. Bihar is very clear. He stands there with 15 to 20% of the non-Yadav EBC section of
Complex
OBC and Mahadalit
conclusions.
votes. Whichever way he goes, he's going to tilt the scales. It is very clear. He went with the RJD in 2015. You can see what happened. 150 plus seats. He has shifted this side. You can see the results. So Bihar, that way is my interest in Bihar when I go there in an election is only one thing. Where is 26% EBC voting?
Okay, so there are two things, there are two things. I think, if I recall, when I started journalism, a lot of people would say that there are two stories which we'll do and people would fight for it. One was someone would say the Naxal areas of Bihar and would say I would go and make a 15, half hour on it. And the other one would say Bihar ke Bahubali. And someone, the senior would say I will make a half an hour on it and they would be gone for 15 days. So Samya and Brijesh, if you are there, in Chunav mein na Bahubali dikhe zyada, na Naxal wala issue aaya. Was that also a differentiator? Previously 20 years ago, 98, 99, 2000, you had special deployments in Naxal areas of reporters or Bahubali pe ek sanklan banta tha. I found that missing in the narrative and the TV coverage.
Well, there seems to be a shift very clearly, Karthik, as far as how this entire election was steered. Brijesh, clearly people are talking about the issues that concern the people of Bihar, whether it is the infrastructure mess, whether it is education, whether it is health infrastructure. These are the issues that has been spoken about. When it comes to security, whether it's the Naxal areas, etc., that seems to not dominate the entire narrative.
Well, I think, from the time when the LWE or the left-wing extremism was called the biggest internal security threat, and they were like somewhere in the range of 40% of the Indian map. From that to this day, a lot has changed.
Yeah.
The fight against Naxal or the war against Naxal has broken the back of Naxalism, and now it's limited in very few pockets, and that is the reason why Naxalism or the narrative or political narrative being dominated by them is far less than what it used to be.
Absolutely.
And I would say that Bahubali is also, because now barring Anand Singh and one more, I don't think you have, if I may use the word, bizarre or charismatic, whichever way you want to look at it, there are not many Bahubalis left. Shahabuddin's son is not a patch on his father, and with the kind of awe and terror he would use to evoke, Shahabuddin's sons is not that kind of a terror as far as Siwan is concerned. So, but I think the Bahubali or the example of Bahubali was there in Siwan also, which went I mean, it was covered, but it didn't elicit the kind of outrage had it been the other side of the fence. Where Dular Chand Yadav, who was supporting the Jan Suraj candidate, a former RJD guy, was brutally killed. He was shot at, and then the car was run over him. And only after a day, 24 to 36 hours, then Anand Singh was arrested and sent behind bars. So at times also it depends, which side of the Bahubali it is. Also help media shape the narrative much more effectively, I would say.
Absolutely. But one interesting thing that I wanted to ask you, as far as Gen Z are concerned, Karthike, I have to mention over here is that why does it look like that the Gen Z are tilted towards the RJD? If the Gen Z is happy with what is happening under the Nitish government and Modi government at the center,
towards RJD? Samya, did you say that?
It appears so. It appears so, and I think Samya is right. Gen Z is clearly tilted to the RJD. One, because it's the appeal. You have a 36-year-old made the
But
CM
who is a Gen
face.
Z? But who is a Gen Z?
Nobody is a Gen Z, but then a Gen Z will resonate more with a 36-year-old than a 72-year-old, right?
I'm just asking you, is Gen Z an attitude? Is Gen Z something located in the urban
Gen Z
area?
is the era you're born in.
Is Gen Z is a definition of... Okay, a person, if you say Gen Z is about a person born on that particular date,
Yeah.
will that hold same, or will it be true for a person born in some village and someone born in Kolaba?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think what will resonate or what will bring the Gen Z or what is bringing the Gen Z collectively together in Bihar is lack of jobs, lack of opportunities, their infrastructure is so bad. They all are resonating with that cause, and they feel a paper leak issue, all that has really erupted, and they've been on the streets protesting. It's just not been covered enough.
So Gen Z's
anger is there, it's palpable, and that's exactly what ma'am says. Instigation is happening, and I'm not denying it. Instigation is happening, but there's also, it's a fertile land for instigation. People are angry, so
let me be the devil's advocate. Or Gen Z is an idea because of which the opposition is salivating that someone will deliver them power because they have not been able to deliver power themselves. I'm being the devil's advocate. Yeah.
Kartikeya, what all pollsters have failed to factor.
Okay? The baton is not going to come like that.
I'm not.
I actually want to come to you on that.
I just put it in one line.
Okay.
What many of our pollsters are forgetting to factor is they are looking at the Gen Z as a homogeneous kind of a segment. They forget that the half of the Gen Z is also Gen Z women. I mean, youth is men and women equally.
Correct.
They forget the sentiments, the feelings, the aspirations of the young women in Bihar. They look at some boys, they talk to them, and they conflate it with the whole of the Gen Z. If they start factoring the Gen Z girls and boys separately, they will come out with a different finding.
Right. There's a case study of a girl in Bihar, a 20-year-old, who did her course in B.Ed. And she spent about 75,000. The government had promised in 2021-22 that they will give 50,000 rupees to the women's account if they complete their graduation. That money has not come. She's done her B.Ed. She has to go through another course now to get an official job. She banked on the government's promise and then paid up 75,000 and now is stuck. She's done her initial course. She's not able to do the second course because there's no money. The government that had promised the money has not come. So, opportunities, when you speak of opportunities, men and women are involved equally. If Nitish Kumar has made Bihar safe for women and created opportunities, then it's for both. And if people are Gen Z is upset, then it's man and woman. Both male and female are upset that they have no opportunities, they're worried about paper leak, they have no income, steady income right at this point. A lot of them are sitting jobless. KV Prasad, if you can come in on that, the Gen Z factor, and it is important because that's really what may swing this vote today.
Well, we'll have to wait for the results, obviously, to understand if there was a swing or not. But one thing is very clear, when we talk of Gen Z, and I was listening to what Kartikeya was saying, remember this is a world which everybody is interconnected. You have now visuals connecting you to the world, which is very different. So people in Bihar, they may be unemployed, they are uneducated, upset about paper leaks. They do realize what kind of world is outside, how the world, and that's what when people refer to the aspirational young fellow. And remember, Bihar is a history. What happened in 75 was the students of Bihar came out when they had the same problems of confronting the society. And Jayaprakash Narayan's famous Andolan began in the back room. It was in Bihar, and that was not the interconnected world we are in now. It's much different. So there is one has to understand, but Gen Z may not be a composite block as it may appear, as Smita was saying. Fair enough, women separate. Remember, if I look at the other way around, the women voters or women looking at differently is also because of education. It's the education which empowers them to decipher and discern. So that becomes very important for them, irrespective of what. So they are, apart from the ability to break the caste barrier or whatever gender barrier, it is because they are now empowered. They are educated, they understand things differently. And earlier what used to happen, the men folk would decide where the women would vote, because the women would not step out of the house for a large majority. So what would they do? They'll depend on the men folk. They'll say, "Acha, yahan vote dal dena."
But if you have to lift the top three issues that the Gen Z may have had, or people of Bihar by and large, largely youngsters, let's speak on the young voters of Bihar, the top three issues that they had.
Well, I think all the election was, why was opposition harping upon unemployment? Why were they harping upon migration? And the larger issues, the social unrest of paper leak, because that's precisely what they thought was resonating with that aspirational student.
Okay.
Whether it converts into votes, that's really a different matter.
In every election, there is a churn, socio-economic, political churn. From two parties, there are two diametrically opposite narratives which are set. A will say this, B will say this, and people will decide on that. And in this election also, as it always happens, people want to better their life. You know, who wouldn't? I would want to better my life. There is an alternative offered. I would go for the alternative after a measured assessment of the alternative being offered and the person who is offering that alternative. You know, the faith in, or trust or credibility of the person who is offering me that alternative. Now, if the people feel that, you know, the alternative being offered is something to look at, take it seriously, and they would vote for it. If they think that, you know, the alternative being offered probably is not as good as what is already exists, they would continue with the status quo.
Incumbency is the question there. Okay. Have they been given what they were promised?
See, I'll twist it around. Brijesh, you know, Kisan Andolan was organized by the opposition. Yogi Adityanath came to power. Right boxes were ticked. Right position was taken. 2 years, Yogi Adityanath was back. Paper leak, as she was mentioning, Nabila, I don't think it broke much ground. The only thing that worked for the entire opposition was a silent campaign, because BJP was pretty overconfident in 2024. Constitution, that red book campaign, ki reservation chala jayega, they lost Ayodhya, PM ki apni victory margin kam hogi, all those things happened. Even vote adhikar. So my question here is, opposition seems to be picking right issues. There is no doubt about that. I'll give them benefit of the doubt. But despite picking these right issues, they do not turn into electoral victories. And the best point in case is the Kisan Andolan, which people thought will give them dividends. So one, Brijesh, the question is it because of the, I know you don't like this word, is it because of the subaltern Hindutva, the larger, rainbow subaltern Hindutva that BJP has built up? One, is it a success of that? Second, do you think that somehow Hindutva has become a larger political entity which the opposition is finding it difficult to break? And third, do you think that in India, this fragmented coalition politics, the narrative has come to an end? Brahmins, Dalits and tribals, mainstay of the Congress party in 1980s. Do you think that something substantially has changed in the Indian political mainframe? Both of you.
Well, I think, if you look at the fact that I would say lack of credibility, when it comes to compared to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and, Yogi Adityanath, many don't give that kind of, credibility or affirmative action as far as Akhilesh Yadav or any other opposition leader in Uttar Pradesh, especially in Uttar Pradesh, is concerned. The B is that, the subaltern Hindutva is something, which many people don't talk about that much. But the fact of the matter is that, when you look at the communal angle, if I may be blunt, if you look at the communal angle, especially in Uttar Pradesh, I'll talk about Uttar Pradesh only, then, it supersedes most of these niggling issues until and unless it is met by, the reservation thing, which the impact of which we saw in 2024. Other than that, majority of the issues like, unemployment, paper leak or issues, which plague most of the households, like if my son is, appearing for a competitive exam and the paper gets leaked, his future is in jeopardy. But when it comes to the simmering communal angle, I may be angry and upset with the government, but when it comes to whether who will I cast my vote with, I will go and cast my vote with a particular party because it suits my, my thought process. This is not the case in Bihar that much. Because Bihar is like, one of the big reasons why we see a chunk of Muslims also voting for JDU or for JDU and for NDA is because they're never that threatened. The way which they feel either in Uttar Pradesh or in West Bengal, where they feel that anybody who comes to power other than Mamata Banerjee or other than Yogi Adityanath will not be as accommodative as Nitish Kumar would be. And this is the reason why, if you remember, in this entire election, there were attempts, UP Chief Minister did 3 rallies in Siwan, saying Osama Sahib to Himanta Biswa Sarma, calling him from Osama Sahib to Osama bin Laden. But by and large, the communal overtures of the campaign was very, very subdued. And I think this was largely due to pressure from Nitish Kumar. Because he knows that a chunk of Muslims vote for him as well. Okay,
Samia, you have covered Congress party for a pretty long time. Why do you think that they've been unable to break ice continuously in the state, despite trying to reinvent themselves? If you recall in 2009, Rahul Gandhi called a guy saying that he's Faizan, he's from the backward Muslim community. He did all that stuff, but they have not been able to break the ground. And the question has the same thread. take up the right issues, take up the right causes, but it does not create that arithmetic, that magic that is required, which we call electoral dividends.
Well, Karthik, there are two things over here that I'd want to bring to your attention. One is, of course, it's not just agenda-driven or issue-driven politics that we're looking at in today's day and age. It is a personality clash. When we're talking about personality clash, who is the big face of the Congress party from Bihar? Can we put a finger on someone and say that, okay, fine, as far as the Lalu Rabdi family is concerned, Tejashwi takes over the mantle from here on. But who from the Congress party can really shoulder that responsibility for that matter and take the agenda and the issues forward? They are picking the right issues like you rightly mentioned, Karthike, but who is actually the brain behind carving out a strategy, how to go ahead with it, how to implement it, how to permeate it into the entire system of Bihar? That is one area that is lacking definitely. And the other, of course, is the fact that as far as the Congress is concerned, they are conservative when it comes to testing grounds. They go back and forth, and borrowing from what Brijesh had said earlier, that if they can't get their house together, it's difficult for one stray agenda to actually hold that sort of ground. It needs a cohesive strategy on Congress's part, and that is where we've often seen Congress lacking.
I think why is the BJP not celebrating overtly?
Oh no, that's the message. That's the messaging. Our colleague Savya joins us because the Congress has been protesting since morning that the vote has been vote chori has happened. But the BJP, Savya, I'll come to you, please. The BJP has issued a statement, and the statement is that in case that we win the elections, the entire preparation and celebration has to be sober, because of the Red Fort bomb blast. So they have said that keeping blast in mind, our celebrations need to be sober. Savya, what happened here? Subah se protest ho gayi, vote chori ho gayi. Ye to chunavi give up ho gaya.
Well, see, here in the BJP headquarters in Patna, there's no celebration since morning. Usually we see a different picture where decoration takes place. There's sweets are being prepared. But no such thing has happened since morning. Even the Karyakartas have not come to the party office as of now, whether it is the JDU party office or the BJP headquarters here in Patna. There is no mood for celebration. And yesterday itself, the message has been reached to all the cadres, the party workers, that there won't be too much celebration after the NDA wins. The celebration will be limited because of the blast that has happened in the national capital, and because of the sensitivity looking into that, there won't be celebration either in the BJP office or the JDU office. So that message has come from the NDA to the entire country, that post victory there won't be any sort of major celebration that we usually see in the BJP party headquarters.
Absolutely.
Right. Ashwin, we believe that the BJP at this point is at the same time very confident. Have you managed to have a word with anyone who's possibly present there? They are still very confident that the victory is going to be on their side.
Mr. Ashwini Kumar, that's the question for you, and Savya, you stay with us. Ashwini Kumar.
Let's see. I mean, results will be coming in shortly. So BJP sounds very comfortable, very confident, and I was listening to conversation here. Given the history of Bihar, BJP is a work in progress, and also if you look at the depth of subaltern Hinduism, it's also unfinished and continues to be work in progress. So BJP has to gain a lot from this election and has to lose a lot from this election. So, but they are sounding very confident. Let's say.
Okay, Savya, coming to you, you have been traveling in Bihar for 16, 17 days. You stayed put, you have covered the rally, you have covered both the phases. You give me your assessment. I really, what, and the reason why I'm asking this question is, when I was in your space, the first thing people would ask me from the studio was, माहौल कैसा है? And I would say, यार घूमा तो मैं हूँ, माहौल मुझसे पूछ रहे हैं, जो स्टूडियो में बैठा है उससे कह रहे हैं कि आप डेटा एनालाइज करो. I am reversing that narrative. I am asking you, you tell me what the situation is in terms of numbers and political equation. We will discuss that from the reporter.
Well, that's right. See, so far there is a clear advantage to the NDA. The reason why I'm saying it, because I have visited different constituencies in the state. I have spoken with the youth voters, with the women voters. Now, the women voters have told me something very interesting. Now, I've asked them that what do you think about the infrastructure that has been built, whether the airport, the 4-lane highways, the vikas that has taken place in the state. Now, the women voters in the rural areas, they say that yes, the vikas has taken place, but we have nothing to do with the vikas. We are looking over the reveries that are being given by the NDA. Now, regarding the reveries, they say that the Jivika Didi Yojana, before the first phase of 1 week back, the women in the state of Bihar have received this 10,000 rupees, and for them it's a game changer, and they are happy with the 10,000 rupees that they have received from Nitish Kumar. In fact, they also point out that under Nitish Kumar's government, whether it is the prohibition or the reservation or giving cycles to the female students from the state, it has worked on behalf of Nitish Kumar. Now, yesterday there was an off-record meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, the BJP also pointed out that this time around the picture will be different. In fact, this time around the BJP knows that the larger vote share, the vote percentage of the JDU will be more in comparison to the Bharatiya Janata Party. The reason being Chirag Paswan is part of the NDA. Now, Chirag Paswan, in comparison to 2020, where he fought against the NDA, and this time around the 6% vote share of the Paswan joining with the NDA will work in favor of the NDA, and the JDU will get a major vote share, is what the BJP has told me of the record. Now, people also say that whether whatever the narrative is being set across, where that Nitish Kumar health is not good, Nitish Kumar is paltu, but they say that Nitish Kumar jaise bhi hai, theek hai. So this particular sentiments had come across from a lot of women voters that I have spoken to. But on the other hand, if you speak about the youth voters, now the migrant voters who travel to different states to get better job opportunities, they in fact are not happy with Nitish Kumar. They in fact are saying that we are looking for better job opportunities. They know the fact that there are less private jobs in the state of Bihar, and the government jobs need to increase, and that is the reason why they feel that somewhere the promise that was made by Tejashwi back in 2020, that he's going to provide 10 lakh jobs, and this time around that every single household will get a government job. So that has reached the migrant voters, specifically the youth voters, and they feel that it's a good promise, and there is a sort of anger against the Nitish Kumar government, but the sharp anti-incumbency is not there. Specifically, if you talk about the rural areas, there is anti-incumbency, but it is at a local basis, not at the state basis.
Yeah, so Savya clearly says that on one hand, people within Bihar are like, Nitish jo bhi hai, theek hai. They feel like he's a refreshing change even after 20 years.
There's one interesting anecdote when we talk about the NDA, BJP, Congress. Recently, I was having a conversation with a very senior journalist. He was working in the newspaper, a national daily in Delhi, not a very big daily, had limited resources, and they were competing with big brands. So he told me that at that point in time, they did some really good work, because the editor would tell them that we can't beat them with resources, but we can only beat them with ideas. So whenever the opposition has come up with ideas which have stuck with people, even in 2024, that constitution change, where did that statement come from? From far enough corner in Karnataka, Anant Kumar Hegde, one BJP MP who was not even given a ticket, made a statement, and who spotted it? Mr. Khadge. Because he comes from that state, he has the sensitivity, he picked it up. And the very next day he held a press conference, and it spread and it damaged the BJP. So I think for the opposition, it is also important the issues that they are raising. If you are able to raise those pertinent issues. So the ideas are very pertinent for the opposition, whether they are able to, even in Bihar, were they able to get the issues right, the ideas that they attract the people. I think that's going to reflect
I think more than love for Nitish, it is hate for the RJD, or at least the Lalu era.
There's one more issue, 2015, if you remember, there was one more issue.
Can I just stop you for a minute? I'm going to just break this Bihar broadcast for one breaking news, then we're going to come back. This is about the Red Fort blast. The house of the main terrorist who was involved in the blast has been demolished in Kashmir.
Omar Nabi, that's his name.
So he was behind the blast. He was the person who drove that car, I-20 to Red Fort. His house has been demolished by the security forces.
Those are the images there. In fact, Omar, we believe, was raised with a lot of difficulty. The family says, in fact, they spoke to the media after he was after the blast happened. They traced back his home, and the family members said that they paid so much money. They did all that they can to raise him and educate him and make him a doctor. So they were in complete denial, denying that he had any links to it. He wasn't married, he was engaged, he loved cricket. Those were the things that they said about him, not absolutely oblivious with the fact that he was part of a massive terror network that was all set to foment trouble in India, and they have. In fact, this blast has killed 13 people, and this man, Omar, died in that blast as a suicide bomber, and now his house is being demolished. The forces, security forces, have destroyed his house in Pulwama. Now that's one step towards cracking down on the terror network that has a far and wide network that's entrenched in Kashmir's Pulwama all the way to Delhi, Faridabad.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And even the last time when the couple of terror attacks took place, people thought that this would not happen in Kashmir. Let me take a quick comment from Smita on this. A lot of people were very critical of it when it was happening in Uttar Pradesh, but now this is being replicated in Kashmir. In Uttar Pradesh it was in context of the criminals. This is in context of the terror acts. I know it's a very polarizing debate that how can you demolish someone's house, but sometimes in an unconventional, I'm sorry to use the word warfare, certain methods have to be deployed.
Just to add to that, right, while Operation Sindoor was happening, when they cracked down on the terror network, they demolished the houses.
Yes, they did.
They went on a complete spree, demolished houses of all those people connected with the terror outfits just after the attack that happened in...
Smita.
Because it's a message. It's a clear message that enemies of the nation will not be tolerated. And sometimes if you have to take some harsh measures, which may in a way reflect on the family who may or may not be, complicit in the act, there still needs to be sent a message, because come on, let's be very honest and let's take the bull by the horns. If a young man goes into radicalization and God forbid turns into a terrorist, somewhere the family should have had an inkling, They should have known that the boy or the girl, now we are having women also, are going into that track, and that is the time when you need to stop it. So somewhere there is a message, but as for the typically of this demolition, I am sure they must have found something in the process in the house which merits a demolition, but nevertheless we know that the two things are connected, there is no point denying it. What I am more interested, Kartikeya, is sometimes just something, a fluke, if I may say, something which suddenly comes to someone's notice can lead you to something so sinister. In this case, it was an SI who saw a couple of posters of the Jaish coming up on some walls, which he reported to his SSP, and it intrigued the SSP because there was no such network there for a while, and he thought that maybe the some terror modules or some people are trying to get active in recruitment. And it is from there that he started, probing the thing in a very low-key manner. And from there it comes down to what you have found is 3,000 kg of explosives. And we are told by our sources, senior sources involved in counter-terror operations, that some more may be, some more such recovery may be on the cards. And let us be honest, yes, there has been a blast. It should never have happened. It has shattered the record that there were no terror attacks beyond Kashmir for many years now. But if we have also averted more than 22 such attempts in just after Operation Sindoor. Not just this year, only after Operation Sindoor, our forces have been so alert. They have averted more than 22 such attempts, and every day they are catching modules all over the country. and they are on the track. And let us not forget that these terrorists, these enemies of the nation, he or she needs to succeed just once. Our security forces have to succeed every single time. So yes, it shows one thing for clear, whether pre-Operation Sindoor, post-Article 370 abrogation, or whether post-Operation Sindoor, these people who want to destroy our fabric, our security, are on the job all the time. And we all need to be alert.
But Smita, it's also about, it cannot be, I think the larger message is it cannot be business as usual.
It's basically zero tolerance to terror, and even whether they found anything in the house or not, he has no right, the family has no right to stay there.
I think it's not about family. I would say it's not about family. I think it's more about the fact that the cost of being passive, active, non-active, non-passive, or sort of any participant in the process where a terror act has been thought, fomented, executed, there will be a price to be paid.
Ecosystem.
There will be a price to be paid.
The family, it could see in this case it is not just family. There is an institution involved. The Al Falah University. It's a bit baffling to know that so much was going on. Either they were completely oblivious of their environment, or they were silently allowing it to happen, ignoring it maybe. So it's about an ecosystem. A boy or a girl becomes a terrorist, there is an ecosystem which is either complicit or just keeping away. Hame kya matlab hai? This hame kya matlab hai attitude, this mentality is very dangerous when it comes to the security of the nation.
Sumit, your point of view on this?
Well, yes, it has been happening in Kashmir. This is not the first time. I mean, I'm not talking about outside Kashmir. And in the counter-insurgency operations, in the past also we have seen those who have covered Kashmir that there's a certain way which the security forces go about in conducting raids, post operations. But post Operation Sindoor, I think there was one issue which came up, especially for the Kashmir-based political parties, National Conference and PDP. They had raised this issue whether the people or the families, their houses should be targeted or not, because they also have their local constituency to cater to.
Yes.
So for National Conference, PDP, I think this has become an issue in the past, and it will be interesting to see how they react this time around.
Okay, Brijesh, Brijesh wants to come in. Brijesh and Samya, I think both of them want to come in.
Well, Karthikeya, it's good for optics, but anybody who feels that that blowing up houses of the family of any terrorist who has been caught in the act or has died in the process is going to send a very strong message, I think it's sadly mistaken. It's like saying that you have a capital punishment and that is going to deter all the criminals from carrying out criminal activity. It just doesn't happen like that. There are a lot of nuance which is there. There's a lot of fine understanding that has to be put in place when you go for a war against terror, and especially when you have a neighbor like Pakistan, which is doing this low grade warfare since 1990s. Nothing has changed. Being bombastic about one thing is another thing. I personally feel that that this might end up radicalizing more youths and all, rather than sending a very, very strong message. We have to understand the nuance, and we have to make sure that you crack down on right kind of people. But you cannot be like, I mean, it was like in Uttar Pradesh where you said that, the houses of the criminals we are going to demolish it and all. Does it send the right message? No, it doesn't. I mean, you're trying to project that you're bigger than the law. It looks good at one side, but when the thing changes, then you are baffling, why this is happening to us. So I think a lot more nuanced approach is required. You crack down on the, God forbid if that sub-inspector was not that alert. Imagine right under our nose when we are saying that, we have been safe carrying this big fight, anti-terror fight against Pakistan. 3,000 kg was lying there in Faridabad. And nobody had a clue. It was going on for the last 2 years. Nobody had a clue about it. So I'm just saying that, a lot more needs to work on to strengthen your local intelligence units, LIUs, which, all security experts have been talking for the last 20 years. Nobody pays that much attention because it is not that glamorous. It's like strengthening the process, it's strengthening the entire intelligence mechanism where, your response time is much quicker and you are able to discern a shift change as far as narrative in youths or these kind of radical small outfits which are very, very potent. I personally don't feel that, that this will send, other than catering to one or pandering to one constituency, it's sending any kind of message whatsoever.
Okay, let me ask a tough question to you. You know, the same similar controversy happened, Brijesh, when that I think Major Gogoi, if I'm getting his rank right, I think
Little Gogoi.
So Major Gogoi was there, and they had tied up a man. A lot of people said this is violation of the human rights, but then the entire issue was that the convoys were being pelted. So there was the deterrence had to be created. How do you create a deterrence? Brijesh, I get your point. I understand where you come from. My issue is different. How do you create that deterrence for the security forces?
You create a deterrence by making, effective intelligence counter mechanism. You create a deterrence by making sure that you are aware of what is going on the ground. You create a deterrence by making sure that your national politics or your national policy against terror remains unaffected by change in regime. What Major Gogoi did is, it looks good in Hollywood movies, where a hero does all of this in 3 hours and, it looks very macho. But is it the correct approach? No, it is not. You talk to most of these guys who are in counterinsurgency and ask them that do they approve of this method? Majority of them won't. But since one thing becomes a fad or fashion, then many are tempted to say, oh, it's very macho. This is how it should have been done. It created a deterrence, but did it? Did we see that, the terror incidents or the help from across or, the radicalizations of youth in Kashmir or, in extended other parts of India, did it dip? Nothing of that sort happens. So, I think, the less macho, the less glamorous option is that you invest in institutions, build them so hard that, that they are in a position to take on.
I think Samia also wants to say something, before I move. Samia.
Karthik, we are living in times of AI. Instead of trying to tap into modern technology to facilitate a better intelligence where you can have AI-driven lenses and cameras to identify these people, perhaps have a better police verification when it comes to tenancy, when it comes to resale of cars, bringing down a house. When has it ever yielded any results?
Okay.
We saw it happen in Uttar Pradesh. We are seeing the same replica now over there in Jammu and Kashmir. What are we looking at? It's only optics by the end of the day.
I think we have a lot of difference of opinion. I think that the deterrence is required, but all the opinions are respected. All the opinions, absolutely. I respect your opinion. I have my own opinion. I think there has to be a cost.
The fact is that the family members, by and large, more often than not, have no clue. I know it's easy to say that they should have known. How can they be complicit? But how would you know when one person is away from your home?
Anybody who's a parent,
you don't know what your child is doing in a room, in closed doors, on the phone.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, let me draw your attention. Let me get you back to Bihar elections.
Yeah.
Okay. The Bihar elections, and I'll be joined by Manish Sinha, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, Meeta Chakrabarti, spokesperson Congress Party, Dr. Rakesh Ranjan, spokesperson RJD. In studio, KV Prasad will continue to be with us, Samia Kapoor will continue to be with us, Brijesh Pandey, Sumit Pandey, Smita Mishra, Professor Ashwani Kumar and Faizan Ahmed. And counting of votes from EVMs will begin from 8:30 am. Is it 8? Is it 8:30?
Why? It's not yet. It's
8:30. No.
8 to 8:30 is a postal ballot.
8 o'clock is postal and 8:30 is. So, okay, let me just turn around the debate. Let me turn around that. Let me ask you a question, Nabila.
Counting of postal ballots is
Let
now
me ask
on
you
the
a question
way.
because you're the one who has been asking most, Nabila. What is your bet?
My bet?
What is your assessment?
My assessment is that, also what the exit polls reflected, is that RJD will emerge again as the single largest party. But the BJP this time, I believe, will be the second largest party. I feel the BJP will clearly trump the JDU. In terms of numbers, the BJP will get more than JDU.
The JDU will trump BJP this time?
I highly doubt. I doubt, because if there is any anti-incumbency, I think it's more towards Nitish Kumar and JDU rather than the BJP. So I think BJP will fare better, in my view, because also with Chirag Paswan's party, the LJP and JDU are not, their discomfort is very visible.
Okay.
So I think that will have an impact and bearing on the JDU's numbers.
Okay. PCR, do we have Manish Sinha, Meeta Chakrabarti and Dr. Rajesh Ranjan? Shalini, do we have them, our guests, our spokespersons? Okay. Do we have Meeta Chakrabarti? Do we have Rakesh Ranjan, our guests? Okay, let me straight away go to Meeta Chakrabarti, spokesperson, Congress Party. Meeta, very good morning. How do you rate the prospects of the Congress in Bihar?
through both the Adhikar Yatra or through our promises. As part of the Mahagathbandhan, we have given our vision as how we would want to give an alternative governance to the people of Bihar and end the misgovernance that Bihar had seen over the past 2 decades of JDU and BJP combined. And it is for the people of Bihar to now choose as whether they want to wish to continue with the same concept of Bihar governance or whether they would like to vote for a change. We are quite confident that the people of Bihar have voted decisively for a change, notwithstanding the effect that SIR would have had on Bihar election. We know that what happened in SIR as how 65 lakh voters got deleted. So we would have to see as what effect SIR would have had on the final results. But having said that, I think people of Bihar would have decisively voted in favor of a change in order to end the misgovernance of JDU BJP combined and in order to usher in a new era in Bihar politics.
Okay, Professor Ashwini Kumar, do you think that Congress is going to break new grounds in the state, or it's going to be where it found itself in the previous election?
See, Congress is facing a big paradox or perhaps a dilemma in Bihar. I mean, like as a political scientist, I would reflect a little differently because Congress has got resonance in Bihar. They have been trying to activate, there is an enthusiasm among their cadre, but there is no party organization, and the marginalization that has grown over time in Congress that needs to be taken into account. So to summarize that, I'm not expecting Congress to improve, its last tally. If they maintain the last tally, I think that will be a bigger victory and achievement for the Congress party, given what one of the colleagues on the panel said with the moribund organization. So there is enthusiasm, there is a resonance for the Congress, but given the campaign, you just analyze the campaign done by the top Congress leaders, it hasn't worked very intensively in Bihar. I mean, like they haven't paid much attention to the campaign. They haven't done campaignings for their coalition partners as aggressively, enthusiastically as they should have done. So looking at the entire framework of the Congress politics in Bihar, they would continue to remain one of the smaller allies of RJD and creating that kind of, framework. And the vote theory has no resonance on the ground, because vote theft, if you just look at the vote theft idea and imagine in this historic turnout, it makes no sense that why vote theory is becoming and also attacking the EVM. On the other hand, Bihar electorate, especially women, have given a decisive vote in favor of, electoral management, trust in the system, electoral system, trust in the vote, the power of the vote.
Okay, Nabila.
If I could also introduce Manish Sinha, the spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Thanks very much, sir. Manish, we hear the BJP has sent out a directive asking for no celebrations, no overt celebrations. Could you give us the reasons to why and how confident are you?
Good morning, everyone. All the viewers of your channel. So we are very confident. We're very elated. We worked hard. The last 20 years of government, we've worked hard for the elections, and the counting of postal ballot has already started. So you can see that, NDA is leading in those initial counting also. And we're going to make a very strong government, this time, surpassing what we did last time. So we just have to wait for some more time. I think it's a matter of time, and then the real celebrations will start soon.
I'm joined by two reporters, Savya and Abhijit Thakur. Both of them join me from Bihar. Let me straight away go to Abhijit Thakur. Abhijit, पहले आप बताइए आपका assessment क्या है, फिर Savya, you tell me what's your assessment now. Abhijit, पहले आप बताइए, और क्योंकि जन स्वराज पार्टी के दफ्तर के सामने आप बाहर खड़े हुए हैं वहाँ, उनका तो बड़ा अच्छा आया नहीं किसी भी एग्जिट पोल में, शून्य बटा सन्नाटा था जहाँ तक नंबर है. अभिजीत.
देखिए तस्वीरें भी सुबह सुबह की यही बयान कर रही हैं। जनसुराज एक बड़े बदलाव की बात कर रही थी, लेकिन अगर आज हम उसके मुख्यालय की बात करें तो यहाँ पर आपको एक डेजर्टेड लुक दिखेगा, यानी कि यहाँ पर आपको लोग दिखाई नहीं देंगे। यही वो बिहार बदलाव यात्रा की गाड़ी है जो कि इस वक्त यहाँ पर खड़ी है और पीके भी यहीं अपने आवास पर ही मौजूद हैं, लेकिन अभी तक कोई कार्यकर्ता या फिर कोई भी रिजल्ट डे की जो तैयारी पार्टी कार्यालयों पर दिखती है वो आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई नहीं देंगी। वही अगर हम बात करें बीजेपी, जेडीयू, कांग्रेस या फिर आरजेडी की, तो सबने अपने अपनी तरफ से तैयारियां कर रखी हैं और वो दिखाई भी दे रही हैं। ट्रेंड्स की अगर हम बात करें तो 14 सीटों पर अभी जेडीयू आगे है। पोस्टल बैलेट्स की काउंटिंग शुरू हो गई, सबसे बड़ी अपडेट इस वक्त की हम आपको दे रहे हैं, और 4 सीटों पर महागठबंधन आगे है। एक सीटों पर अन्य और जनसुराज भी आगे दिख रहा है। लेकिन अभी मैं आपको फिर से कहना चाहूंगा कि ये पोस्टल बैलेट्स की काउंटिंग शुरू हुई है। अभी आधे घंटे तक शुरुआत में सबसे पहले पोस्टल बैलेट्स की काउंटिंग शुरू होती है और वहां के ट्रेंड्स अभी जो है वो सामने आने शुरू हुए हैं, जिसमें कि 14 सीटों पर जेडीयू यानी कि एनडीए जो है वो लीड करती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। और महागठबंधन की अगर हम बात करें, और ये ट्रेंड्स तेजी से चेंज भी होते रहते हैं, जैसे कि अभी की ताजा अपडेट बताएं तो 19 सीटों पर आपको एनडीए जो है वो लीड करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, तो 9 सीटों पर अभी आपको महागठबंधन लीड करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। और अन्य और जनसुराज की अगर बात करें तो एक सीटों पर उन्हें भी लीड दिख रही है शुरुआती पोस्टल बैलेट्स के काउंटिंग के ट्रेंड में। तो शुरुआती ट्रेंड अभी ये है, शुरुआत ये है। आने वाले समय में यानी 9 से 10 बजे तक ये तस्वीर और क्लियर होगी। जहां तक बात करें असेसमेंट की, तो एनडीए हो या फिर महागठबंधन, अपनी अपनी तरफ से दोनों के दावे हैं। अगर महागठबंधन कहती है कि बड़ी बदलाव की ओर बिहार देख रहा है तो उनके पक्ष में आपको ये नतीजे जाते हुए दिखाई देंगे दोपहर के बाद। लेकिन अगर हम बात करें एनडीए की, तो सुशासन और नीतीश कुमार के चेहरे को सामने रखते हुए बीजेपी और
एक चीज बताइए,
से अपने कैंपेन को आगे बढ़ाया और अपने पिछले 15-20 साल में किए हुए कामों को गिनवाते रहे। और बीजेपी की जहां तक बात करें तो
अभिजीत एक चीज बताइए, काफी लोग हमारे यहाँ स्टूडियो में बैठे हैं और सब ये जानना चाहते हैं कि बहुत मेहनत की प्रशांत ने बहुत सही इश्यूज उठाए, पलायन का इशू उठाया, जवान लोगों के मसले उठाए। बिहार में उन्होंने कोशिश की कि जात के बजाय मसलों पे बात की जाए। ये मॉडर्न कैंपेनिंग का हिस्सा होते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो एग्जिट पोल के नतीजे हैं उनको कोई जगह नहीं दे रहे हैं। आपका विश्लेषण क्या है? वो जगह क्यों नहीं मिल पाई? पहला चुनाव है इसलिए या कोई कमी रह गई?
आपका सवाल मैं जहां तक समझ पा रहा हूं कि प्रशांत किशोर ने एक बड़े बदलाव के लिए कोशिश की और अपनी तरफ से उन्होंने जो मुद्दे रखे वो बिल्कुल उनकी तरफ से वैलिड मुद्दे थे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जब मतदाता जब पोलिंग बूथ तक पहुंचे और पोलिंग बूथ पर बटन दबाते समय कहीं ना कहीं उसके ऊपर जाति हावी होती बिहार चुनाव में दिखाई दी। और लोग, जैसे कि ट्रेंड रहा है, बिहार के वोटिंग का पैटर्न रहा है कि जाति आधारित मतदान यहां पर होता है और लोग अपने अपने कास्ट के लीडर्स को चुनते हैं या फिर अपने विचारधारा के हिसाब से वो कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी चुनते हैं। उसमें कहीं ना कहीं जनसुराज या प्रशांत किशोर कहें तो वो पिछड़ते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। यानी कि जितनी भीड़ उनकी सभाओं में, उनके रोड शोज में, उनके मीटिंग्स में दिखाई दे रहे थे, वो भीड़ कहीं ना कहीं वोटर में तब्दील नहीं हुई है और जिसकी वजह से जनसुराज जो है वो पिछड़ता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। और जहां तक की बात करें, अगर उस चीज को, उसका माहौल भी अगर हम बात करें, कहीं ना कहीं जनसुराज का भी इंटरनल असेसमेंट ये है कि वो अच्छा परफॉर्म करने नहीं जा रहे हैं और उसी हिसाब से यहाँ पर आज आपको किसी भी तरह की तैयारी, उनके स्पोक्स पर्सन या फिर लीडर्स भी यहाँ पर दिखाई नहीं दे रहे हैं, जो कि चुनाव से पहले बहुत ही प्रो एक्टिव मोड पर थे। वॉर रूम यहाँ पर चल रहा होता था, लेकिन आज आप यहाँ पर अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर आपको कुछ पत्रकार, कुछ लोग यहाँ पर दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन उसके अलावा कोई भी लीडर आपको यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की तैयारी आज के हिसाब से दिखाई नहीं देंगी। तो इसी पॉइंट पर जनसुराज कहीं ना कहीं पिछड़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही है।
Tejashwi Yadav, a brief comment is made to the media. Tejashwi Yadav is leading from his constituency. Let's hear it, what he had to say.
जीत होने वाली है, चलिए हम लोग जीत रहे हैं। बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को। बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होने जा रहा है, बदलाव होने जा रहा है, सरकार बना रहे हैं। जीत होने वाली है, चलिए हम लोग जीत रहे हैं। बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को। बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होने जा रहा है, बदलाव होने जा रहा है, सरकार बना रहे हैं। लोगों की जीत होने वाली है।
Okay, my question is, बदलाव किस तरफ होगा? बदलाव ये होगा कि वो 10वीं बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे या बदलाव ये होगा कि वो मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनेंगे? बदलाव तो कुछ भी हो सकता है ना, बदलाव हो सकता है। He breaks a record.
He'll obviously say he won't say that I'm going to lose.
Okay, Dr. Rakesh Ranjan, spokesperson RJD, joins us. Sir, your opening comments, sir.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Your opening comments. Your boss is saying बदलाव होगा. So I'm saying बदलाव किस तरफ होगा?
Definitely, like what most of the people of Bihar casted their vote in the favor of change. So change is Mahagathbandhan is winning this election by more than 2/3 majority. So Mahagathbandhan is coming in power with a huge margin. This is what my leader is saying. Badlav hoga or badlav hoga. One thing I am assuring you, इस बार बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट वोटिंग हुई है. सबसे ज्यादा यदि कोई नाराजगी किसी पार्टी के खिलाफ बिहार में था, दैट इज none other than but BJP, because they haven't delivered any of their promises.
बीजेपी के खिलाफ वोटिंग हुई है, पर और नीतीश के खिलाफ वोटिंग नहीं हुई.
डेफिनेटली नीतीश के खिलाफ भी हुई, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा नाराजगी यदि किसी के खिलाफ था तो
ये तो कैसी बात कर दी. मतलब मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश हैं और लोग बीजेपी से नाराज हैं और नीतीश से नाराज नहीं है.
Why do you think BJP is getting all the heat while Nitish Kumar has been the chief minister?
No. See, there are 2 or 3 reasons. While visiting all constituency and different villages and talking to the people, we will find it. First of all, even the BJP didn't declare Ms. Nitish Kumar as a face. Second thing, PM and even the Home Minister and all the other leader of the BJP had not spoke even a single word about the palayan, employment, education, and the worsening health sector and these all kind of thing. Most of the time you have seen the same thing they are repeating after repeating, and people find it they are just making us fool. And this message conveyed I think all the downtrodden people, poor, and even all the concerned people who wanted to hear about the employment or education, health sector, and all the public concern issues. But BJP failed to even speak a single word for the people concerned the issue. That's why I think the anger among the people is, I think, the center of the anger of the BJP. I think, no doubt, the NDA, the failure is collectively of the NDA. But that's why I'm saying, लोग जो है बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट.
The voter is wise. They are very well aware that Nitish Kumar's JDU right now, the reins of which is currently handled by the BJP. That's what you're trying to say, and people are aware of that, and therefore they're angry more with the BJP. Manish Sinha, would you want to counter that? People's anger is largely towards the BJP, less towards Nitish.
I don't know from where he's getting the data. You know what? RJD said yesterday was very, very unfortunate about the results and how Bihar can go the Nepal way. I mean, think about it. I mean, how can a responsible national party like RJD say like that, right? I mean, so, people at the ground know what is happening. They are seeing the development which is happening under Honorable Modi ji, Honorable CM Nitish Kumar ji. And, you can see the results, the trends right till now. If you can see all the opinion polls, all the exit polls are in our favor. Even now, the way, NDA is leading this entire thing, I can see this momentum will be there, and the momentum will only go in the right direction, and our lead will even widen further, right? So if you see the women voters are happy, the youth are happy, this entire the vote base of Mahagathbandhan is also shifting towards NDA.
Breaking coming in. I'm sorry, Manish. There's a big breaking coming in. Tej Pratap is trailing. Sumit, Tej Pratap is trailing.
But initial days, I mean now.
You expect him to win?
Initial hours.
Tej Pratap from Mahua. Well, I won't be surprised if he pulls through.
Okay, let's go across to Samya and Mr. K.V. Prasad. Tej Pratap is trailing. A lot of results have come. Vijay Sinha from Lakhisarai is leading. RJD's Osama Sahib leading from Raghunathpur. BJP Mangal Pandey leading from Siwan. RJD Shivani Shukla leading from Lalganj. Congress is leading from Kishanganj. Maithili Thakur leading from Alinagar. Tej Pratap now trailing from Mahua. Tejashwi Yadav leading from Raghopur. To you, to the data corner.
Absolutely, Karthikeya. These are only the initial leads. Remember, it's going to be too early for us to try and make our assessment basis these initial leads. If I can try and make a reference about 2015, I was there in Bihar and we were parked at Sushil Kumar Modi's residence. By 9:30, he had all the congratulatory messages pouring in from Arun Jaitley to Amit Shah. There were laddus and crackers put together. But by 10:30, quarter to 11, the entire picture shifted. And it was the Mahagathbandhan eventually went ahead and formed the election, formed the government. But I would want to mention over here also, sir, is that when we are talking about the implicit faith that people tend to show towards Nitish's government, it is also more to do with that when they talk about Nitish, despite the infrastructure mess, they have some sense of discipline that Nitish can assure, which the RJD cannot really promise. It looks like the entire ghost of RJD, that legacy of Jungle Raj, is always going to haunt Tejashwi Yadav, even though he may be well-intentioned.
Well, that's exactly a problem. Tejashwi and RJD has to battle it out. Remember, Tejashwi had a small go at in office between 15 and 17, and maybe a bit of room to maneuver. It's not enough. One, because the memories of the past are something they have to live with. But how else will they get a chance to come unless they come back into office to remove those, remove the taint or whatever it was. Nitish has delivered to the extent possible and has changed the way Bihar has been administered in the last 20 years. There may be ups and downs. Every good administrator has his own share of problems, and today people talk of a lot of things. But then Nitish has a track record, one that his image is pretty intact by a large extent. So that helps him. His image as an administrator, his image as a clean politician, has done that, holds him in good stead. Here is an untested element in Tejashwi Yadav, whom the electorate, can they trust him as their?
Does he pack a promise?
That's what. No, he's offered a lot of promise. He has shown some of it when he was in office, right? But is it good enough for him to, let people take that leap of faith?
Yes.
For him to install him as the chief minister? That's one thing they have to work it out. You were referring to 2015. Now, all of us know in the studio and including you, these are postal ballots.
Yes.
So barely a few thousand here and there. The real counting will start once the ballot paper, the EVM start.
Yes, so that's it, Karthik. We'll have to wait and see what is going to be the numbers when EVM counting is going to begin, because that number could possibly change these numbers that we are playing out on our screens right now drastically.
Absolutely.
Right, so what I understand is that the Election Commission website still has all zeros. So that khata hasn't opened yet. So this is too early for us to call out on anything. But at least the excitement has begun. We have lots of reactions coming in from the ground. Leaders have spoken. I'm going to cut across to that before I slip into a short break.
ये जीतने वाले लोगों की भाषा है. जीतने वाला लोग या हारने वाला राजनीति और प्रजातंत्र विनम्रता का है. जितना विनम्रता से आप जीत को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, उतनी ही विनम्रता से आप अपनी हार को एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये आपका अपना मैंडेट नहीं है. यू ट्राइड योर लेवल बेस्ट, पीपल हैव एक्सेप्टेड यू और रिजेक्टेड इट.
बिहार का सबसे बड़ा विधानसभा संख्या के बूथों की दृष्टि से 503 बूथ है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जनता का जो प्रेम स्नेह लगातार वृद्धि के क्रम में मिलते रहा है, तो एक सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण और परिणाम रहेगा. जनता को बहुत बहुत आपके माध्यम से मैं धन्यवाद दे जाना चाहता हूं. दीघा विधानसभा का जो प्रेम और स्नेह दिया, वो परिणाम जल्द से जल्द आपको पता चल जाएंगे, पर बहुत ही सकारात्मक और ऊर्जा का प्रेम. और मैं बिहार के जनता को भी, मतदाताओं बंधुओं को भी आपके तरफ से, आपके माध्यम से बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने जो एक सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण एनडीए के पक्ष में दिया है, कि पूरा विश्वास जो दिया है वो लगातार विकास के साथ परिणित हुआ है. तो आज विश्वास और विकास ये एनडीए गठबंधन का जो परिणाम रहा है, जनता ने उसका परिणाम देगा और जल्द से जल्द उसके रिजल्ट भी आपको जल्द से जल्द दिखाई देंगे.
अब लोकतंत्र के महापर्व का आज सबसे ऐतिहासिक महत्वपूर्ण दिन है और सभी लोग इस महापर्व के उत्सव में सम्मिलित हो रहे हैं और इस महापर्व का आज जो परिणाम आएगा वो बिहार के लिए ही नहीं देश के लिए बड़ा शुभ होगा और 21वीं सदी के भारत की मजबूत नींव बनाने में डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री मुख्यमंत्री जी के द्वारा जो तैयार किया गया है, हर बिहारी गौरवान्वित होगा और वो विकसित बिहार का मजबूत इमारत खड़ा होगा। और मैं भी जा रहा हूं लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व में भागीदारी करने। ये बिहार लोकतंत्र की जननी की भूमि है। इस धरती से देश को संदेश जाएगा, बिहार एक नजीर पेश करेगा।
बिहार की उम्मीद और आशा के साथ बिहार बदलाव की ओर अग्रसर है। दोपहर बाद तक सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाएंगी। बदलाव तेजस्वी जी के नेतृत्व में महागठबंधन की सरकार। एग्जिट पोल को तो मैं सीधे मानता हूं ये पूंजी का खेल है, बाजार का खेल है और शहनशाह का खेल है, जिसमें शहन और शाह के बीच में एक हाइफन ले लीजिए, ये उनका खेल है। हम वो खेल नहीं खेलते।
12 बजे तक पिक्चर साफ,
दोपहर तक सारी चीजें स्पष्ट, बिहार बदलाव की ओर अग्रसर।
मैं आश्वस्त इस बात को लेकर हूं कि जनता में गुस्सा थी, आक्रोश था और वो बदलाव चाहते थे। और जीएनजी जो न्यू जनरेशन है, यूथ है, किसी भी जात का वो बदलाव चाहते थे और मुझे लग रहा है कि आज होना चाहिए।
मुझे पूरा है विश्वास हम होंगे कामयाब। जीत निश्चित है महागठबंधन की। आज डबल इंजन की नीतीश सरकार की विदाई है और तेजस्वी सरकार बिहार की जनता ने लाई है। इसलिए चाहे अनुमान जो भी लगाया गया हो, परिणाम हमारे पक्ष में होंगे। ये मुझे पूरा भरोसा विश्वास है। बिहार आज जीतेगा, बिहार की जीत होगी। बिहार की तकदीर और तस्वीर को बदलने के लिए, बिहार के भविष्य को बनाने के लिए बिहार की जनता ने अपना आशीर्वाद श्री तेजस्वी यादव जी को, महागठबंधन को दिया।
एक प्रचंड जनादेश पक्का है। जनता का आशीर्वाद नीतीश कुमार जी की अगुवाई में एनडीए की सरकार बनाने के लिए मिल चुका है। जनता ने जांचा परखा, दोनों अलायंसेस को देखा, उनके 90 से 2005 का दौर भी देखा। 2005 से 25 के बीच बिहार को जिन सम्मानजनक ऊंचाइयों पर नीतीश कुमार जी ने पहुंचाया और जो एक दृष्टि संपन्न नेता, एक विजनरी लीडर के तौर पर आने वाले 5 वर्षों के लिए जो विकास का रोड मैप उन्होंने सामने रखा है, जनता एक पॉजिटिव एजेंडे के साथ है। और इसीलिए हमारा फीडबैक विभिन्न मतदान केंद्रों पर काम कर रहे पार्टी के संगठन से जुड़े लोग, अलायंस के साथियों के जो रैंक एंड फाइल के लोग हैं, उनके बातचीत के बाद हम पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं 2010 के आसपास हमारे नतीजे होंगे।
बिहारियों ने हमेशा संयम से काम लिया है और उन्होंने हमेशा सही का चुनाव किया है। मैं मानता हूं कि 90 का जंगल राज कतई कोई वापस नहीं चाहेगा कि किसी भी कीमत पर लौटे। और इसीलिए ना सिर्फ एग्जिट पोल के कारण मैं ये बयानबाजी कर रहा हूं, बल्कि हम सबकी मेहनत पर मुझे विश्वास है। जो एनडीए के नेताओं ने मेहनत हम लोगों ने की है और जो रुझान हम लोग को जमीन से मिले हैं, हम लोग एक बड़ी मार्जिन के साथ हम लोग सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं। 150 का आंकड़ा हम लोग पार करेंगे, ये मेरा विश्वास है। और एक मजबूत, स्थिर और विकास की सोच वाली सरकार अगले 5 साल बिहार को बदलने की दिशा में लेकर जाएगी।
भारत सरकार ने सभी देशवासियों के हित में टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस से जीएसटी पूरी तरह से हटाकर 0 कर दिया है। इससे टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस काफी सस्ता हो गया है। पॉलिसी बाजार पर अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
यही मौका है बिजनेस को बढ़ाने का, पर पैसा।
अपनी सुपर पावर यूज करने का टाइम आ गया है। अब टेंशन मत लीजिए, IIFL फाइनेंस से झटपट गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और बिजनेस आगे बढ़ाइए। आपके जैसे सुपर हीरोज ऐसी छोटी मोटी प्रॉब्लम से थोड़ी ना रुकते हैं, इसीलिए लाइफ जब भी आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे तो अपनी सुपर पावर, अपना गोल्ड यूज करिए और IIFL फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए। IIFL फाइनेंस करता है सीधी बात।
Welcome back. Now the postal ballots are almost, I think, the counting has concluded, I would say, because it's 8:30. The EVMs will open. Let me introduce my guests. I'm joined by Faizan Ahmed, Ashwini Kumar, KV Prasad, Sumit Pandey, Samya, Brijesh, Smita Mishra, Neeraj Mishra, spokesperson Congress Party, and Manish Barrier, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Manish, if you're there with me, my question is to you. So what are the prospects looking like?
Well, as I said earlier, right? I mean, we're very, very confident of a very stable government. We're going to cross 150 or 160, and Bihar is going to see a huge change of development in the next 5 years. We are all, the NDA partners are all together in this. We are all aligned. We have a common vision, and we want to take Bihar to the next level of development. So this point looks very good. We're very confident about the crossing 150, 160 seats together.
Absolutely. Meeta, you continue to be there with me. My colleague Brijesh Pandey was saying that a lot of upticks have been seen from all other parties but Congress. You're stuck on 3.
I think, ever since Mahagathbandhan has panned from Zoom from like 20 to 51 now, but the Congress is kind of stationed at 3. So I think the conversion rate of Congress is also something which has to be very keenly looked at if Mahagathbandhan really wants to have a real shot at power, and that conversion rate and the extent of conversion rate is also going to be one big deciding factor.
देखिए कहीं तो प्रिपरेशन तो हो रही है, कहीं तो मिठाइयाँ बन रही हैं, पूरी तली जा रही है, जलेबी भी निकाली जा रही है, कहीं ना कहीं तो तैयारी।
I think this looks like more like the Delhi Central BJP headquarters at 6 DDU rather than Bihar. I would.
Okay, Savya with me, our colleague Savya from Patna. Okay, so Savya, you are at the BJP headquarter. What's your take there? वहाँ तैयारियां शुरू हो गई हैं, नंबर तो दिख ही रहे हैं सामने.
Well, see, the party workers have started to come, but there are no sweet preparation yet. See, the entire party office has not been decorated. Neither the JDU party office has been decorated. Party workers are coming in. There are excitement that could be seen among the party workers. But we have to wait that after 12 p.m. only, the large amount of party workers will start coming in. And that's the time when the leaders also will start coming in, because till now, no leaders have arrived at the BJP party office in Patna. So the party workers are happy. The party workers are excited. They are confident that it's once again the NDA government is going to be in power in the state of Patna. So slowly we are going to see more party workers coming here at the party office.
Absolutely.
2015, remember, when RJD and JDU contested together, initially which was BJP which led. And we remember back...
absolutely, I mean, we were stationed there, and
9:30, 10 o'clock, we had quite a celebration.
I had a very funny thing, like, the stars were stationed outside BJP office, and the minor reporters were stationed outside JDU office.
Just one
and, showing the hierarchy of the television, and, they were celebrating at 9:30. Sanjay Mayuk was like in famous episode, he bursted crackers and all, crackers bursting, and all of a sudden at 10:30, you got a call, would you like to shift to BJP office? And immediately the stars were shifted to JDU office, and the minor reporters were shifted to BJP office, because the entire upswing happens. That's the reason why people have stopped calling elections this early until they're like, the difference is huge.
Because that was
Because one of the books, it was also quoted that at 9:30 Lalu Prasad Yadav called Prashant Kishore, who was the strategist for the JDU RJD combine, and saying, are you seeing the number? Is this the number which you promised us? And Prashant Kishore said, sir, why don't you wait for one more hour? And then as proverbial gig would happen, that the numbers started changing and went huge in favor of Mahagathbandhan.
This time what happened in Haryana, BJP was sulking all throughout, and they looked very sad and sitting very mum, and then the tables turned. Congress had already started celebration in a bit. And
so are we going to witness something like that today?
I don't know. I don't think any party will now rush into celebration until unless they are very, very sure.
That was a very different election. Remember, it was JDU and RJD together combined, which, if you look at it, they themselves constitute more than 40-45% of the polity when they are together.
Panditji, whether it was 2020 or once before in 2015, when again Nitish Kumar had created, which was the first time this term Mahagathbandhan came into the political lexicon. When RJD and JDU came together, Nitish Kumar had quit the NDA and joined hands with the RJD, and on both these occasions, if you remember, it is also the caste umbrella. You have to look at the social caste umbrella also. That caste umbrella itself was such a big tent for the BJP to challenge them and win alone on its own with just a smattering of a few very small parties was itself too big a challenge. I remember I was there in Patna, and the moment I landed back in Delhi and I was told that it is the lynching and it is the cows and the calves and Muhammad Akhlaq and issues like that which have swung the vote. I don't know if they played a role, but even before all this I had told them, I said, look, whether it is Akhlaq and lynching and other things, the most important point is that social umbrella of the RJD and JDU coming together, the RJD bringing the Muslim and Yadav combined, and the JDU with Nitish Kumar at the helm, having all the EBCs and the Kurmi and Koiri Samaj together, is itself such a huge caste umbrella. And it is just not possible for the BJP to defeat them all on its own.
Smita,
and that is what happened.
No, on another issue was that actually that election was a quintessential Mandal sort of an election, post-Mandal, where you remember there was also a statement by the RSS leader.
Mandal in all its power, with RSS, sort of
RSS leaders making statements.
There is one more interesting thing about the number. Let me get in Ashwini Kumar. Sir, if you look at the numbers, BJP continues to be ahead of JDU. BJP is 48 and JDU is 32. It's not as if, so can I say that the days of JDU being Bada Bhai in Bihar's politics is over? Can I say that, or
it's going towards what I predicted?
Okay.
To be fair, only Nabila said that. None of us did.
Okay.
Let's wait and see. I guess it looks like RJD, BJP, JDU. But let's wait and see the order. I'm still little cautious because compared to BJP, RJD has been, JDU hasn't faced any kind of challenge, neither voter fatigue nor big mass dissatisfaction against Nitish Kumar in his policies. So let's see how the final tally, comes out. But looks like, but if that's if that's the trend, it seems that NDA is on the verge of, very comfortable victory. If that holds.
What is surprising, even the last time, Brijesh, the BJP got more number of seats than the JDU.
Well, I think, 2020 was a different election. 2020 was an election which was, the role of Hanuman, very effective. Hanuman was played by LJP. And it was backed suitably by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the attempt was to cut JDU to size. And this is precisely what happened. But the BJP realized that, they cannot wish away JDU. And that is the reason why they said that they adopted the grand gesture of saying that irrespective of JDU getting less seats, we will still make Nitish thing. And this is the reason why Nitish paid in kind to Chirag Paswan, making sure that there is a split in the party, making sure that the Ramvilas Paswan's belonging were thrown on the road, and also ensuring that Chirag Paswan was a persona non grata for the BJP for a quite considerable time, and made sure that Paras Paswan became the minister, central minister in Modi's cabinet.
And giving LJP 23 seats to contest when they had won only 2. Is also in a way 29 seats. So is also in a way to try and keep the JDU in check, isn't it?
I would say that more than JDU in check, they didn't wanted to upset the caste coalition, and that is the reason why they didn't wanted to antagonize Chirag Paswan and further fear any kind of social torpedoing of their otherwise a very good coalition which they had built. That is the reason why he got more than that.
Okay, so let me go across to Samia. Samia has got some data to show us, and the question which we are going to ponder upon is that though a lot of people are saying it's the farewell election of Nitish. So in case it's a farewell election for Nitish, and even then the party is not the number one party in Bihar, what happens when Nitish exits the scene? What happens to JDU? Is it going to go the way ADMK has gone in Tamil Nadu? But before that, Samya.
Absolutely, Karthikeya. We have certain early leads, early trends, I would like to say, and we're putting it out on our screens right now. We are starting with West Champaran. NDA is looking at 4 leads over here, Mahagathbandhan at 1, JSP is standing at 1. We are waiting to see if these numbers are going to change, because they are. EVM counting has just begun. This is for West Champaran district. The next is the East Champaran district. NDA is still holding strong over here, but Mahagathbandhan also, it's going to be like a neck-to-neck space over here. JSP clearly has not been able to create a dent either in NDA or in Mahagathbandhan's vote share, at least in East Champaran. The next district is Sitamarhi, which is NDA is leading over here. No prizes for guessing over there, because Sitamarhi has been one of the most talked about, the intensive campaign that it has witnessed. The next district that we are looking at is Vaishali, where Mahagathbandhan is leading with 3 seats over here, and the NDA is standing at 1. I would like to come to Mr. KV Prasad later to ask about this sort of a shift in Vaishali, but Madhubani is standing at 2 seats over here with NDA leading. We are waiting to see if Mahagathbandhan is going to also show certain numbers, but as of now, as per the early trends, it doesn't look like that JSP is going to hold fort over here at all. Darbhanga is standing with 2 for the NDA. Mahagathbandhan hasn't opened up its khata, like they say, but we are waiting. Like I mentioned, JSP over there was leading with 1 seat. At Buxar, of course, NDA is standing with 3 strong seats there. But these are again early trends. These are bound to change as the EVM voting is going to progress one round after the other. All these numbers can change. NDA in Begusarai now, NDA is at 7 seats over here. Mahagathbandhan, JSP and others have not yet secured any space. But I would like to ask you, Mr. Prasad sir, how do you look at these early trends? Because clearly, as far as NDA is concerned, it appears that the exit polls are still holding true.
Well, I think 2 things are very clear. If we look at the trend of what we see is the paper ballots, or the ballots which are early ballots, which reach postal ballots as we call, they give you some sense. And if I were to use a quote recently from what Mr. Rahul Gandhi said at his press conference in reference to Haryana, he said, look, all the postal ballots gave us the numbers.
That's true.
Right. So I'm not saying that applies here. I don't know. But what I mean to say is, if they could firm up when the EVM starts spewing the results, probably in an hour or so, you will have a more firmer indication as to which way the wind is blowing. Well, if about 7 or 8 exit polls told us only one side of the story, and all of them show one thing very clear, that it is the NDA which is coming back to office. That's one thing is clear. The numbers may vary, but if you look at all the exit polls, 7 or 5 or 9, whatever they did, nobody gave Mahagathbandhan any chance to be back in office. So we'll see how it plays out.
A comfortable majority over there that has been predicted by most of the exit polls that have been carried out, and the early trends also looks like it's indicating the same. We are definitely looking at Tejashwi Yadav leading from Raghopur, but he is the chief ministerial candidate from the Mahagathbandhan. They have put all their effort in Raghopur. So we have to see, it's only 8:48 right now, Karthikeya, and like Mr. KV Prasad has also said, that postal ballot and EVM may completely present a different picture altogether. We will be back with other trends, more updates, with the breaking news also coming in from the ground zero. We are slipping into a short break right now. Lots more lined up. Stay tuned.
खेलता है झूलता उछलता है दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया
Breaking news. Major
major disruption is expected this week.
Yes, disruption confirmed. That's me. Relax, no scams, just my brand new show, News Caustic with Cyrus.
All right, welcome back. Well, we're looking at numbers flashing on our screens there. Right on top, we're looking at the RJD seems to be appearing as the single largest party there, and catching up with RJD's number is BJP, not the JDU but the BJP. BJP looking at 58, going strong. RJD at 42. Yeah, you have 64. RJD at 64. RJD at 64, BJP at 58. What does it really speak of? I'd like to ask Brijesh here, as much as, we may want to diss, or one may want to diss the Mahagathbandhan, saying that they haven't picked the right issues, they haven't fought enough, they haven't, gotten to the ground of it. What does it mean when they become the single largest party? Don't they have the people's mandate?
Well, I think, right now as we speak, the RJD is the single largest party, 4 seats ahead of BJP. And the fact of the matter is just proves one point that yes, the RJD's social base is completely intact and there's no tinkering with that. I think the real challenge will be whether the Congress is able to convert its seat share. If they are able to do that, I think then there's no stopping the Mahagathbandhan. But if Congress is not able to do that, then I think it'll be a big challenge for the Mahagathbandhan to cruise as easily as it should have been. But right now, I think it's too early to say any kind of thing. I think we have to wait for at least 1 hour before, couple of rounds of voting takes place, so that we're in a much better position to hazard a guess as to which party is the largest and which way this election is, at least it's indicative.
And if Ms. Smita, if at all the JDU does not match up with its might, it's clear that Nitish Kumar will not be made the chief minister this time. That's the buzz. That if the BJP gets more numbers...
Yes, it has been in the chatter for a while that if the BJP emerges the bigger partner, and BJP tally is much more than the JDU, then there may be a question on the leadership. But so far, I will not go with that theory at all, because this election, if the NDA is leading comfortably, is as much a Nitish Kumar election as it is a BJP Narendra Modi Amit Shah election. It is the combined impact, it is the narrative, it is the issues, it is the support of the center to the Bihar government. It is also Nitish Kumar's bold decisions and his very welfare centric governance which has created this environment. Otherwise, to be in a pole position, in a leading position at a time when you have been at the helm for 20 years is not a small thing in a democracy. So therefore, I do not think, I do not see a rethink on the leadership question, even if JDU is below the BJP, which it appears as of now.
Yeah, I see a very interesting point we are flashing on our screens as well. Prashant Kishore's Jan Swaraj party leading in 3 seats. So that's quite a big opening there for, I'm not too sure if this is too early to call this.
I think, with Prashant Kishore, we all know where his electoral fortune is. It'll be very interesting to see the percentage of vote he would poll at the end of the day and how much big of a dent he is to either, NDA or to Mahagathbandhan. But if you look at the numbers which are flashing up there, suddenly there's a slight uptick in the fortunes as early as it may be of Mahagathbandhan, because from 3 Congresses now jumped to 15. So I'm saying that, it is the Congress conversion rate that is going to play a very crucial role as far as, the electoral fortune of Mahagathbandhan is concerned. If Congress is able to take its tally to somewhere in the range of 20 or plus, I think it will give a good fight to the NDA.
But the number of Congress is so dismal there, it's 15. Congress at 15.
No, from 3 to 15, because it was stuck with 3 for
How much did the Congress win the last time?
I don't remember.
I think Congress contested 75 seats.
They contested 70 and they won 19.
19 seats. They contested 70.
So in the alliance, they had the worst strike rate. And the CPML, Dipankar Bhattacharya's team, had the best strike rate.
Okay. So now
they contested 19 and
Smita,
won 12.
Let's divide this conversation into 4 parts till numbers solidify. 1, why doesn't after 1989, how come no party has got a simple majority in Bihar? Has something fundamentally changed in Bihar's politics? That's number one. Secondly, the results are showing that this is an election between BJP and RJD. If we look at the results, if we just break it down, Bharatiya Janata Party is 58 and JDU is 43. They are in alliance. So BJP is the bigger partner and RJD is 68 and Congress is the smaller party with 15. So it's BJP versus RJD. Third, despite Nitish Kumar being the tallest leader, someone you can't do without, his party is declining in numbers. This will be the second time, it will not be the big brother. And the fourth is, as Brijesh said, the Congress conversion rate. That is going to matter. Now, I'm joined by Manish Baria, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. I am also joined by Neeraj Mishra, spokesperson Congress. Smita Mishra continues to be with me. Brijesh, Sumit Pandey. Ashwini Kumar also continues to be with me. And Faizan Ahmed. Ashwini, are you there?
Yeah, I am there.
Okay, so Ashwini, my first question to you. Let's, basic question. How come, despite immense popularity, the churn and the issues, no political party after 1990 has been able to secure simple majority? Why it has become a sort of a soup in Bihar, a broth sort of a politics?
It's a good soup, it's a lovely, warm and friendly soup, and Biharis enjoy that.
You're making
soup.
me feel hungry. I haven't had breakfast.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's not English breakfast in Bihar.
Okay.
That's a good one.
I'm sorry. I'm
you don't have to be sorry. That was a super good one.
I mean, like, with litti chokha, I mean, like, this soup will make a lot of sense, Okay. Both Nitish ji and Lalu ji enjoy litti chokha together in their college days as well. So my sense is here, I mean, like, the sense is here, if you look at, since 67, this story began in 67, when Bihar went through a transformation, a churning, and that keeps repeating. And since then, if you see the dominant party system, that completely disintegrated because the dominant party was also correlated with the, social dominance of upper caste in Bihar. So part of the reason that is also reflective of, Bihar's social demographic landscape and that, shows in the kind of party system. If you look at nation, in terms of the fourth party system, BJP, if not hegemonic, has become dominant. On the other hand, if you look at Bihar closely, every election, if you look at, except 2010 election, RJD, has been, almost same, dominant, but not dominant enough to become, single party rule. And the reason is the, social alliance and the social bloc, the mandal, So this whole fragmented mandal bloc leads into this kind of electoral system, which is not giving the only the big change that would happen if BJP gets to number one. In future, maybe in next election 2030 or in this election, if BJP manages to get ahead of JDU, that will be real big change in Bihar's politics, because BJP politics is very different, radically different from the socialist mandal politics.
Absolutely. So, in the ECI data, let me just also show you the ECI data. ECI data is showing Bharatiya Janata Party right now leading in 2 seats, but the ECI data is secure but slightly slow. So I'm not going to go into that.
If we go with the numbers here that's flashing on our screens, RJD at 71, the Congress seems to be picking up. Mahagathbandhan on the whole is showing at 98, NDA on the whole at 121. So NDA is still going strong.
I think two very interesting things is happening. I mean, it's very early, but I would still say that RJD has solidified its lead over BJP quite substantially now as the single largest party, and JDU has picked up. JDU, and I personally feel that that JDU is going to be the big brother as far as this alliance is concerned, and they will be, because this election is many would agree or disagree, but I would say that JDU, this election is fought in the name of the real vote catcher, game changer, whatever you want to call it, catalyst is Nitish Kumar and not the BJP, and this voting will be on the face of JDU, and I personally feel that JDU is going to be the big brother as far as the number is concerned, because
I thought otherwise, and it's surprising that there's hardly any anti-incumbency if that's the case.
No, and it's also a very good case of vote transfer. The BJP is also getting Nitish Kumar's vote apart from its own own vote. The JDU is also getting Narendra Modi and Amit Shah's vote. It's a classic case of vote transfer, running the government together and going into elections together with CM face or without CM.
Smita, in Orai, Ram Nishad, and in Rajnagar, it is Sujit Kumar. Both BJP?
A former IRS officer.
Former IRS officer, Orai, Ram Nishad, and Rajnagar, Sujit Kumar. I know we are doing a lot of micro issues, maybe for a larger audience, but there's the important issue is that, you have also new faces in this election. In these assembly elections.
Sujit Kumar is a very interesting case. As a reporter, it's very curious. His wife was an MLA. His wife is a BJP leader. She contested the elections. She won. Meanwhile, Mr. Sujit Kumar...
I think MGB, sorry for cutting in, MGB has touched 100.
100, yes. So it's getting closer.
But in election commission data, because I'm slightly shifting the goalpost. In election commission data, it's only BJP that's there.
Well, I think election commission data we all know. It's a government agency, so they can't afford to go wrong. So their data is filtered, checked at every level because they can't afford to go wrong on this, and that is the reason why we have seen that when private TV channels and others are galloping with numbers, they are far more restrained and conservative numbers.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Election commission data is showing that there are 5 seats in which Bharatiya Janata Party is leading. So I think that we should, take cognizance of. So yes, the second issue is
Jan Swaraj has got 4 in the lead. That's really interesting. And could he be the kingmaker then?
Well, as you know, I will quote Prashant Kishore on that. In an interview, Prashant Kishore he's a guy who's a realist. I would give him that. He said, if I get less than 10 seats, all of my MLAs will desert me and join the leading coalition partner. Nobody will stick with me. And he said this openly because he said that Dhanatantra, which is the Dhanatantra will overtake anything and the personal ambitions will get better of it. So if he's getting somewhere in the range of 4, 5, 6 and all, I will go with what Prashant Kishore has said, that they will shift their allegiance immediately to the highest bidder and the person who looks like, form the government.
So is this a close election? Is this a close election? Let me just go across to Manish. Manish, you are there with me?
Yeah, I'm there.
Manish, people were expecting that, the leads are going to be slightly bigger, but it's still, I'm not saying it's very close, but it's there, 124-100.
Yeah, so from what we're seeing now, I think NDA has formed the government. We are very close to 122. I think we've crossed in some channels, we have even crossed it. And the lead is quite good. So I think it's not going to be that close. We are very confident of our original prediction. We are going to cross 150, 160 seats together. So I think the wind is in our favor. I think we're doing very good. We're quite confident the way things are happening as of now. But still, I think we have to wait for another 1 hour. I think 1.5 hours where things become very, very clear.
Okay, so another thing, Sujit Singh from Gaura Boram, Darbhanga, he's an IRS officer in Rajnagar. Madhubani, Sujit Paswan, he's also ex-ABVP. So, there are a lot of data that is coming in, and I know this is micro-minute data, but it's very, very important to understand that Bihar elections is witnessing certain very important themes. The first important theme is that RJD continues to be the single largest party. We need to understand. Second important theme that is emerging is that the BJP continues to be a bigger partner than JDU. The third important theme which is emerging is that LJP and Congress, they are operating at the same level. If Congress is leading in 17 seats, LJP is also leading in 11 seats. That's also very, very important. Third is the conversion rate of the Congress party is an issue right now. The fourth thing is the election is not about a sweep and bigger margin. That is also becoming very, very evident. So if you look at it, NDA has got 126 seats, MGB has got 103 seats, Jan Swaraj Party has got 3 seats, others have got 1 seat, and we are also taking you through the ECI data. So these are the general leads that are coming in. When I say ECI data is something which is officially that is declared on their website, which shows 5 seats to Bharatiya Janata Party and 2 seats to RJD. So I don't want my viewers to get confused about it. So viewers should not get confused about it. These are the data which is as per the Election Commission of India. So that's one thing. Now KV Prasad joins me. Samya also joins me from the news pit. Samya, are you there with me? Samia, you're there with me. Samia, are you surprised with these results? 57 BJP, JDU 54. Are you surprised?
Well, Karthikeya, clearly as far as BJP leading the way in NDA is concerned, it is the indication of the fact that perhaps the regional satraps or the regional parties are not as significant as the BJP over here, because the national party is the one that has led this election. Of course, it got to be about a local issue, but we can't really forget about the fact that how there were comments being made about the Prime Minister's mother and these issues where the Prime Minister, Home Minister, senior leaders, everybody descended over there, and it did have a national political overtone to Bihar's election as well. We can't rule that out. But as far as Congress's conversion rate is concerned, I mean, it is an area of concern that Congress will have to address. Election after election, we see this happening, that the Congress seems to be losing ground. No matter what they try to do, there's something very basic that they're getting it wrong, and they're not being able to resurrect themselves in the heartland, Hindi heartland like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. And today what we're looking at seems to be another example of it.
I'll be joined by Santosh Singh, senior journalist from Patna, Manish Bariyar, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, Neeraj Mishra, spokesperson Congress, Smita Mishra, author and senior journalist, Brijesh Pandey continues to be with me, Sumit Pandey, political editor, Deccan Herald, KV Prasad, senior journalist, Professor Ashwini Kumar Tis, and Faizan Ahmed, senior journalist. Is Faizan there with me? I think Faizan is going to join me a little later. KV Prasad joins me. KV, 124 and 100, it's not a huge margin election. It's still close.
Absolutely, and as you've been saying from the beginning, these are very, very early trends, very early, and how they convert and how they firm up is what will be interesting to watch. Probably in an hour or so, you will have a little more firmer footage in terms of numbers converting. And remember, all throughout, people have been talking two things, and the numbers that show up for BJP versus JDU, that's very interesting, because most reports from the ground seem to suggest that there was no anger against Nitish Kumar per se, which means no anger against JDU, which was leading the government. And BJP was trailing, or BJP was riding on the coattails. Well, these figures certainly show that that was not the case. So most people either read the wind wrong or read the tea leaves wrong. That's what it indicates.
Or is there a larger issue? This is something, Professor Ashwini Kumar, are we having issues with the way exit polls are being conducted? The way exit polls were conducted earlier, and the results would come out, they would be right 80%, 90% of the time. But these days, there's a wide fluctuation despite better technology, more social media, more intrusive.
I would like to stop you there. JDU has overtaken BJP in the early days as the largest party.
Your ability to compute the data more sharply and ability to connect with a lot of people electronically, even then, it's going off the mark. Why?
See, if you just look at last 2024 election and the way Axis failed miserably, I think that tells a lot about despite the new age of psephology. I mean, like as a political scientist and psephologist, the first primary principle is violated by most exit pollsters in terms of randomization, non-responsive, and looking at the complexity of this, especially social complexity. Most of the exit pollsters, barring few C voter, and again, Axis has done good job this time. That's the problem, lack of transparency also. I mean, like, we don't know their sample size. I mean, like, which is very key, fundamental to you figure out rightly. And also, if you leave the constituency by 3 o'clock, I'm sure you're going to make huge mistakes, blunder, in fact, predicting. That's why exit polls have become more, in terms of gauging the mood of the electorate, not always correctly, and perhaps more about, chatter here and there in the drawing room, because by 4 to 6, if you have been on the ground, and most of us have been on the ground, that is where massive votings take place. And also there is in Bihar a problem in terms of, most exit polls make mistake in Bihar because of social complexity and the screening, people really screen themselves, upper caste talking to upper caste, media is largely, and the pollsters are largely coming from that social constituency. That is also a huge social bias, resulting into the misreporting.
Okay, Manish Baryar also joins me, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Good morning, Manish. So the slogan is already out. Bihar hai taiyar. वो चल रहा था.
फिर से नीतीश कुमार.
फिर से नीतीश कुमार.
Yeah, that is what we have been discussing, and just hope that I'm very confident that this looks like very much on the lines of exit poll, even better. We have been telling that it's going to be 2/3, but looking at now, it seems that it might actually be 2/3. Let's hope so.
2/3.
Yeah, why not? I think the kind of momentum it is, but it's still early. I just hope that this momentum remains, but then it is possible because as all of you know that if the momentum picks up, it can go beyond 145, 150 to even to 160.
Absolutely. Santosh also joins me. Good morning, Santosh.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you here. Are you surprised with these early results? Let me give you both sides of the story. These are the results which we are getting by tracking our own feeds, which is 132 NDA, which is 55 BJP, 58 JDU, 14 LJP, HAM 4, and then in MGB 75 RJD, 20 Congress, VIP 1. The Election Commission data is showing Bharatiya Janata Party 6, Rashtriya Janata Dal 2, Lok Janshakti Party 2, Janata Dal United 1 and Indian National Congress 1. That's a different story. So first your opening comments.
Karthike, I think it would stabilize. Let us wait for say 11:30. By that time we would have clearer picture. I think several rounds of counting will tell us which region is doing in what manner. So these are the early threats, and it is so far going along the same lines. We do not know the difference between the two combinations. But what I still sense, it is a closely called election, closely fought election. So different would not be too much. I do not know about the psephology, about the convertibility, what the difference between vote percent, how much it results into the number of seats or the margin of victory or loss. But as of now, okay, but it doesn't look like a landslide victory, but it will be something along in the manner we have been discussing for the last 2-3 days. So so far we do not make too much into the data so far. Karthike.
Landslide. Santosh, another question. Despite performing consistently, what is stopping Tejashwi as of now? I might be proved wrong later, for not crossing that Rubicon. What is limiting them? Is it the MY factor which enables them, also limits them, boxes them?
It does.
Santosh? You are asking?
Yes,
you are asking me?
Yes, that's the question.
Yeah. It's a very important question. It's always about MY plus what. What do you get on the social platter? He has been trying hard. He got IIP, Indian Inclusive Party, BIP. But MY plus what and how much? That was exactly the story last time. It's about social combination. What was the difference between the two combinations last time? I think Chirag, Paswan and Kushwaha were the difference between the two. When they came back to the NDA fold, they start with arithmetic advantage of 5%. So now are they going to get closer with IIP and BIP with them now? It's a 5-party alliance versus 7-party alliance, as they say. But is it good enough? And it's about my leader versus your leader, my social combination versus your social combination, my narrative versus your narrative. So it's the game. It's also the personality, Nitish Kumar's personality, and Tejashwi just emerging.
Let me ask this outlier question. If I just go by, I know I'm switching, but I really need to do this because it's very interesting, and this brings me to an issue. Brijesh, anyone, you can raise your hand and come to me. Are we going? Is it possible that we may witness Maharashtra and Bihar? Going by the EC, the only party that is making substantial jump, Brijesh, you can come in, is Bharatiya Janata Party.
I think, we should not, election commissions of India's data or, the figures which they are saying is too early. And I think, at least next 4 to 5 hours, we would not be in a position to do any discussion or analysis based on Election Commission of India's data. But what I can say for sure is there's something which I have been saying all along, that JDU is going to be the largest party and it is reflecting on screen. JDU, which was 42, BJP, which would continual surge till, 830, 840, and at one point of time they were 58, is now kind of settling down into 55, 60, 55, 56, 57. But JDU is cementing its lead as the elder brother as far as NDA is concerned. And interestingly, right now, because it's too early, and I've been saying this, like it's too early to make any kind of prediction whatsoever, but if you go by the data which is in front of it, Chirag Paswan party is ahead in 14, and I think that'll be very, very good news as far as LJP is concerned.
Okay, now Smita wants to come in. Smita, my question remains simple. I'm just analyzing it. Anyone who wants to come in, raise your hand. The first are counting, EC number analysis. I say there is a huge gain for NDA, but in that it's mainly BJP. So I'm not saying that I might be correct, but I'm opening a possibility of a conversation here with all my esteemed guests. I'm not being presumptuous. Do you think we can have a Maharashtra in Bihar whereby BJP becomes the predominant party overtaking JDU?
There are some reasons why it will not be exactly Maharashtra, very basic reasons. Number one, in Maharashtra, you have to remember the fact that in the Lok Sabha 2024, the Maharashtra, the Mahayuti, which was the combine of the BJP, Shinde Sena and some other parties, they had done dismally low, and which had created a lot of concern and churning within the alliance. And then they bounced back with a wonderful result. And as of today, the opposition has been decimated in the Maharashtra Assembly. Now, look at Bihar. In Bihar, unlike UP, Haryana and some other states, the NDA fared quite well, Despite having a sort of a similar social situation and even political narrative, the NDA did quite well in Bihar in the Lok Sabha 2024, not like UP or Haryana, is number one. Secondly, just before Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra, there had been a lot of todfod. Eknath Shinde left the NCP, he left Shiv Sena and came and became chief minister. Then Ajit Pawar came. No such churning was visible in Bihar for the past few years. Yes, in 2020, Nitish Kumar had gone with the RJD as the Mahagathbandhan, but then he had done it earlier also. And after coming back, he was fairly comfortable and a stable government. Paswan, who was fighting separately, had also joined as a minister in the center and a part of the alliance. So there are various differences between the Maharashtra situation and Bihar. But if you say that the NDA or the Mahayuti as in Maharashtra continue to be the dominant alliance, yes, I think the similarity is there to that extent.
Okay, I'm also joined by Neeraj Mishra, spokesperson Congress Party. Sir, your opening comments.
Kartikeya ji, you actually know the script because it's too early to call what is going to happen. But what we have been analyzing is that the resonance of our issues has been there on the ground. People have been questioning the last 20 years of NDA's government in Bihar, and I think that the substantial vote increase which has happened, which is roughly around 30,000 votes per assembly, it suggests that the incumbent government was facing the brunt of the people, and I'm hopeful that as the numbers settle in, Bihar will see the new light of the day, and the 20 years of misgovernance in which people were forced to migrate from their state because job opportunities were not there. They were not able to have a dignified life. So we are seeing that once the numbers settle in, we are hopeful that all the things which were part of our campaign, right from Naukri, Dawai, Sichai and all other factors on which we were trying to make our election campaign being heard, it will resonate in the numbers also.
Are you worried? Are you hopeful? let's put it this way, about the conversion rate. Last time you came under a lot of criticism. You fought 70 seats, you got 19 seats. I'll come to you, Manish. I'll just come to you. Are you hopeful of the conversion rate?
We are. Because I think this time around, when we were negotiating the seats, we made it up.
Okay, I think there's a bit of an audio problem with him. Manish, you wanted to come in, please.
We analyzed the election.
Because he seems new light of the day has already happened. Where is he? He needs to smell the coffee now. So he's still in the election mode. It seems Congress is now 10. I know it is very early days, and we've had enough of experience of what has happened. Even last election was too close to call, and there were a lot of things. But still, the trends, the early trends, whatever it is coming up, I think Congress has a lot to do in introspection on that.
Congress needs a lot to do introspection on that. Santosh, can Maharashtra happen in Bihar? Can BJP actually overtake JDU completely?
I don't think so. As the results will settle now, we will see that it is not going to happen. It doesn't. It looks unlikely. It's a different state. If you go by the social combination, JDU also has stitched a very good alliance. See, there could be some convertibility issue between JDU and BJP, or also LJP versus JDU. It can happen. It did happen on some seats. But overall, I would see there would be neck and neck between JDU and BJP. Who knows, the JDU could be 5 seats more, or it could be pretty even. So I don't coming back to your question, I don't see that happening.
So BJP is emerging as a party of interest to me. Manish, I'll come to you. It is emerging as a party of interest to me. Yes, Ashwini, please, and then I'll come to Manish, because we've got a plethora of bites now.
Coming back, I think, if you just look at, the performance of BJP in Bihar, historically, I remember from the old days, even during the emergency, BJP worked very hard, to establish its ground in Bihar. And so BJP is certainly on the rise in Bihar. That's very clear. If you just look at, since 2010 onwards, despite, 2015, the low performance, BJP continues to remain a player, and now becoming a significant player. So that's the message from 2025. So we have to give, credit to BJP, because in a context, where people haven't given chance to BJP, and the combination between Nitish Kumar and BJP seem to be working on the ground, So that's something I can detect here. It won't be, replica of Maharashtra, given qualitatively different social and political systems, including the party structures here. But it's very clear that BJP, if goes neck and neck, with RJD.
Professor, politics is about social engineering. Let me put it this way: who imagined in 2000 that the BJP will get a single majority in Haryana? Who imagined that a state which was formed on the identity of tribals, you would have a non-tribal as a chief minister of Jharkhand? I'm just asking, you can say, Karthikeya, you have got it wrong. In Haryana, there was a reverse. And in Haryana, BJP made a Punjabi the chief minister, state that was dominated by Jats. And and then in Maharashtra, Maratha dominated politics, they made a Brahmin the chief minister. So there is always a first time in politics. I really have to put this on record. Who thought that the BJP will be forming a government with a party which is considered to be close to the idea of militancy, which is PDP? They also did it. BJP did it. They formed a government with Mehbooba Mufti. They might not like it for me to say this now, but that party has it's a very conservative party in terms of when we talk about liberal mainstream, but they did it. So they can also be a first time, na? Why are we saying that it cannot happen in Bihar? अगर जब हरियाणा में हो सकता है, नॉन ट्राइबल चीफ मिनिस्टर बना देंगे वो, तो यहाँ क्यों नहीं हो सकता?
यहाँ नहीं होगा.
ओके, यहाँ नहीं होगा, आप सही हो जाएंगे, पर सवाल तो पूछे जा सकते हैं, प्रोफेसर.
कार्तिकेय, नीतीश कुमार is a common factor between RJD and JDU, or for that matter NDA and Mahagathbandhan. No, I call it him Ubhayanist Tattva of Bihar politics.
What?
He can swing.
What do you call it?
Ubhayanist Tattva. Ubhayanist.
अच्छा,
हाँ, जो दोनों तरफ कॉमन फैक्टर हैं, दोनों तरफ ही कैन स्विंग बोथ वेज, सो दैट इज हिज पॉलिटिकल यूटिलिटी, है ना. डू नॉट कॉल इट कि जो वर्ड्स इस्तेमाल समरसॉल्ट क्या क्या नाम इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, वो उनको व्यवहारिक समाजवाद बोलते हैं वो लोग उसको. तो वो उनकी पॉलिटिकल एसेट भी है, यूटिलिटी भी है, और उसी के कारण से यहां महाराष्ट्र नहीं हो सकता है. नीतीश कुमार वुड कंटिन्यू टू रिमेन द बिगेस्ट पिलर, और नंबर थोड़े कम भी आ जाएंगे, जैसे इनके नंबर उनके नंबर, इट एड्स अप टू 122. बीजेपी वुड नॉट
संतोष, मुझे पता नहीं सही गलत का तो पता नहीं, पर आज आपने मुझे एक नया शब्द सिखा दिया, एंड आई एम रियली ग्लैड यू टॉट मी दैट, व्यवहारिक समाजवाद. आई थिंक आई विल इंप्लीमेंट दैट इन न्यूज रूम आल्सो. इट्स वेरी मच रिक्वायर्ड. सो दैट्स वन थिंग. व्यवहारिक, यू आर सेइंग दैट द सफलता ऑफ द नीतीश पॉलिटिक्स इज बिकॉज ऑफ द व्यवहारिक समाजवाद. But let me again just tell you the data that is coming in, and in the EC data, apart from all the data you are watching, in the EC data it's very clear the BJP is the principal lead. 16, JDU 9, Rashtriya Janata Dal 4, Lok Janshakti 3, National Congress 2, Communist Party of India 1. This is also very interesting. Communist Party of India used to have stay, but it has become completely irrelevant. And now the EC data is showing BJP 20, JDU 15, LJP 3, RJD 6, Indian National Congress 3. Well, it's going to take time. But before we go to other subjects and get back to my panelists, there are a lot of bites and reactions of the political parties that have come in. Just let me throw them to you. There is one commercial break, and then I will be back because my colleague Nabila Jamal has finally come back to the studio.
निश्चित तौर पर जनता की भावनाओं का आप लोगों ने एग्जिट पोल के माध्यम से प्रकटीकरण किया. वह रुझान जो था, जो अनुमान था, अब परिणाम में बदलने जा रहा है. और बिहार की जनता ने जो परिणाम डबल इंजन की सरकार मोदी जी नीतीश जी पर विश्वास व्यक्त किया है, ये देश को एक दिशा देगा.
देखिए, शुरुआती रुझान में 2015 में मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद है कि बीजेपी दफ्तर में मिठाइयाँ बंटने लगी थीं और वो लोग 53-54 पर सिमट गए थे. तो अभी कोई निश्चित मत नहीं बना सकता है. अभी आगे देखिए 10 साढ़े 10 बजे तक क्या होता है. मिठाई बनाने का किसी को भी राइट है. जो हार रहा है वो उसके यहाँ भी मिठाई बन रहा है, जो जीत रहा है उसके यहाँ भी मिठाइयाँ बट रही हैं. हमको विश्वास है कि महागठबंधन के पक्ष में परिणाम आएगा.
सब सीट हम लोग जीतेंगे यहाँ, और बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी पुनः मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे. भारी बहुमत से एनडीए गठबंधन चुनाव जीतेगा पूरे बिहार में. हम पार्टी, हम 6 सीट लड़े हैं, 6 सीट जीतेंगे.
लोगों की जीत होने वाली है. चलिए, हम लोग जीत रहे हैं. बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को. बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होगा. बदलाव होने जा रहा है, बदलाव होने जा रहा है. सरकार बना रहे हैं.
ये जीतने वाले लोगों की भाषा है. जीतने वाला लोग या हारने वाला, राजनीति और प्रजातंत्र विनम्रता का है. जितना विनम्रता से आप जीत को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, उतनी ही विनम्रता से आप अपनी हार को एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये आपका अपना मैंडेट नहीं है. यू ट्राइड योर लेवल बेस्ट, पीपल हैव एक्सेप्टेड यू और रिजेक्टेड इट.
बिहार का सबसे बड़ा विधानसभा संख्या के बूथों की दृष्टि से 503 बूथ है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जनता का जो प्रेम स्नेह लगातार वृद्धि के क्रम में मिलते रहा है. तो एक सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण और परिणाम रहेगा. जनता को बहुत बहुत आपके माध्यम से मैं धन्यवाद दे जाना चाहता हूँ. दीघा विधानसभा का जो प्रेम और स्नेह दिया, वो परिणाम जल्द से जल्द आपको पता चल जाएंगे, पर बहुत ही सकारात्मक और ऊर्जा का प्रेम. और मैं बिहार की जनता को भी, मतदाताओं बंधुओं को भी आपके तरफ से, आपके माध्यम से बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने जो एक सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण एनडीए के पक्ष में दिया है, कि पूरा विश्वास जो दिया है वो लगातार विकास के साथ परिणित हुआ है. तो आज विश्वास और विकास, ये एनडीए गठबंधन का जो परिणाम रहा है, जनता ने उसका परिणाम देगा, और जल्द से जल्द उसके रिजल्ट भी आपको जल्द से जल्द दिखाई देंगे.
गृह मंत्री जी ने सही कहा. उनको विश्वास है कि 160 का आंकड़ा जो है हम लाएंगे. गृह मंत्री जी को अपना विश्वास था, क्योंकि गृह मंत्री जी ने दिन रात, प्रधानमंत्री जी, गृह मंत्री जी, राजनाथ जी और हमारे सभी लीडर ने और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी दिन रात मेहनत किए. तो मेहनत का मजदूरी तो मिलता है. तो मजदूरी के बारे में तो कोई भी सोच सकते हैं कि नहीं, जनता हमें मजदूरी देगी.
मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार ही. चलिए, हम लोग जीत रहे हैं. बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को. बदलाव होगा, बदलाव होगा. बदलाव होने जा रहा है, बदलाव होने जा रहा है. सरकार बना रहे.
We have BJP leader Prem Shukla ji with us. Let us talk to him. Sir, what do you predict is happening in Bihar?
बिहार में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन को
प्रचंड जनादेश मिलना निश्चित है।
सर लेकिन अभी कांग्रेस के दफ्तर के बाहर एक एजिटेशन टाइप से कुछ हो रहा था जिसमें वो कह रहे थे कि वोट चोरी के खिलाफ वो प्रदर्शन।
देखिए, जनतंत्र में हर किसी को विश्वास रखना चाहिए, संवैधानिक व्यवस्था के विरोध में नहीं जाना चाहिए।
लेकिन ये जो एजिटेशन अभी से उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया, अभी से ही कर रहे हैं, और
हार पर रार ठाने की उनकी परंपरा है।
हार पर रार ठारने की परंपरा है, लेकिन आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं, क्या क्या फैक्टर्स हैं जो आपके फेवर में काम कर रहे हैं?
अभी अंतिम जनादेश आने का इंतजार कीजिए। बिहार की जनता ने विकास को मतदान दिया है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर विश्वास व्यक्त किया है।
महिलाओं का फैक्टर कितना काम करने वाला है?
निश्चित तौर पर महिलाएं, जो स्त्री शक्ति तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हमेशा साथ देती है।
इस बार क्या लगता है सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर महिलाएं ही होने वाला है?
बिहार का विकास सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर है।
We are at BJP office, and for the Bihar election results, you see the preparations that are going on in BJP office. You can see the kachoris are being made, and here the food of Bihar, the popular food of Bihar, the litti chokha, it is also being prepared here, the paranthas, and in sweets you can see jalebis are being prepared. This is all being prepared at the BJP office, and they are waiting just for the results to pour in, the trends to pour in, and then these are the preparations as the BJP anticipate their win in the Bihar Assembly elections. These are the preparations that are going on in here. Let us talk to these people and try to understand what kind of preparation is going on in here. Sir, क्या बन रहा है?
सत्तू के पराठे, जिलेबी और बैगन का चोखा।
बिहार का खास
के लिए बिहार का डिश है, और बिहार का चुनाव है इसी उत्सव पे,
इसलिए खास तौर पे लिट्टी चोखा बना है।
जी जी।
मीठे में क्या बन रहा है?
जिलेबी, राष्ट्रीय मिठाई।
राष्ट्रीय मिठाई,
जिलेबी।
ठीक है। और ये क्या बैगन का भरता बना है?
बैगन का भरता भी ये नाश्ता में है, भोजन में लिट्टी चोखा है।
क्या ये जीतने वाले हैं?
पूरा जीत के खुशी में।
जीत की खुशी में
जी।
ठीक है, तो लंच डिनर सब चीजों की प्रिपरेशन है जी। सारे एक्टिविस्ट जितने भी आएंगे उन सब के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल।
You can see the preparations are going on, and BJP anticipating their win in Bihar Assembly elections, and the exit polls also suggesting that it is the NDA which will be coming up this time around in the Bihar. They will form the government in Bihar under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. That is what the exit polls have suggested, and BJP is also anticipating, and let us wait for the trends to set in and start pouring in. Then we will come to know what is coming out of Bihar, the state of Bihar. Nivriti Mohan, News9.
It's the counting day, and we are here at the Congress headquarters. Also, the result is yet to be declared, but here you can see in visual that Congress supporters are here with the poster where it's clearly written, Modi jisko chahenge wo jeetega, Modi jisko chahenge wo harega. That means they are clearly putting allegations regarding vote chori here before the result is even declared. We have with us Congress supporter Jagdish Sharma. Sir, आपने ये पोस्टर लेकर अभी यहाँ पर आए, रिजल्ट अभी डिक्लेयर भी हुआ नहीं है फिर भी?
देखिए मैडम, आज पहली बार नहीं आया हूँ, मैं पिछले 35-40 साल से आ रहा हूँ। जब से मोदी जी मुख्यमंत्री थे गुजरात में, 25 साल उन्होंने अपनी मन की मर्जी चलाई, किसी को जीतने नहीं दिया। अब वही लागू कर दिया है भारत में, जब से प्रधानमंत्री है वही तय करते कौन जीतता कौन हारेगा। चुनाव तो उनकी जेब में है। राहुल गांधी ने पोल खोल दिए सबूतों के साथ, उस पर कोई चर्चा नहीं है, सब चुप है। और राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं उसको पता नहीं है, जो भारत का बेटा एक एक बात सबूतों के साथ दे रहा है। चुनाव आयोग चुप है। मैं समझता हूँ रिजल्ट यही आ रहे हैं जो मोदी जी चाहते हैं। मोदी जी 1-2 स्टेट हमें दे देते हैं, बाकी स्टेट सारी लूट लेते हैं। और सिर्फ ईवीएम मशीन से और चोरी से, वोट की चोरी सब उन्होंने बदल दिया, वोट चोरी से लूट रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं मैं समझता हूँ वही होगा जो मोदी जी चाहेंगे। हरियाणा में आपने देखा, पूरा हरियाणा, पूरी मीडिया कह रही थी कांग्रेस जीतेगी, लेकिन परिणाम मोदी के फेवर में है, पहले से ज्यादा परिणाम फेवर में है। तो चुनाव का कोई मतलब नहीं है, चुनाव का मतलब रह भी नहीं गया है। और मैं तो अपने नेताओं से ये अपील करता हूँ कि मोदी जी जब तक जिंदा, भारत का पैसा बचा लो, उन्हीं को प्रधानमंत्री रहने दो, वो जीतने तो देंगे नहीं। और यहाँ भी उन्होंने सोचा अगर नीतीश को निपटाना है, नीतीश को मायावती बनाना है, जैसे केजरीवाल को बना दिया, ममता को आगे चल के बनाएंगे, बंगाल लूटना उनका मेन उद्देश्य है। बिहार छोड़ सकते हैं, एग्जिट पोल बदल भी सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनको पता है कि अब फंस गए हैं कसम में कि राहुल गांधी को झूठा ठहराएं या चुनाव आयुक्त को बचाएं। अब लड़ाई बड़ी गंभीर है, ये उनको पता है। रिजल्ट कहाँ ले जाएंगे, समय का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा।
तो बिहार चुनाव के रिजल्ट से पहले आपको पहले से ही लग रहा है कि वोट चोरी ही हो जाएगा यहाँ पे?
मैं तो पहले से, चुनाव से पहले ही उनका विरोध करता था। देश तो 10 साल बात कर रहा है और मैं तो कहता हूँ चुनाव का बहिष्कार करो, देश 5 साल बात करेगा। अब देश को समझ में आ गया चुनाव का मतलब नहीं है। जो मोदी जी चाहेंगे वही जीतेगा, जो मोदी जी चाहेंगे वही हारेगा, तय है।
पता है हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस आपकी फैमिली के लिए कितना जरूरी है? इतना जरूरी है कि भारत सरकार ने इस पे जीएसटी पूरी तरह से हटाकर 0 कर दिया है। पॉलिसी बाजार पर अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू। policybazaar.com।
बढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
कसका है दिन, ये दीवानापन, मजा आ रहा है।
अपनी सुपर पावर यूज करने का टाइम आ गया।
आप टेंशन मत लीजिए, IIFL फाइनेंस से झटपट गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और बिजनेस आगे बढ़ाइए।
लाइफ जब भी आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे, अपनी सुपर पावर, अपना गोल्ड यूज करिए और IIFL फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए। IIFL फाइनेंस करता है सीधी बात।
Welcome back. As we see a clear lead for the NDA, the Mahagathbandhan at this point, as per our tally, is set at 89. But if we go by the Election Commission site, Mr. KV Prasad also, who joins us in the studio, has said EC is going rather slow. They've finished only first round so far, and EC website says 25 in the lead for the BJP, 18 for the JDU, RJD showing at 14, LJP Chirag Paswan showing 6, and Congress showing 3. Jan Swaraj is not even in the tally at this point here. But looking clearly at the figures,
it was in the media all over.
Looking at the figures, you're clearly showing BJP as the largest party.
As of now.
The
latest is 28 BJP, JDU 20.
Yeah, latest is 28.
But you know, there is also one more thing that is, I think, I would like to draw attention to this. 1985 elections, 63 deaths were reported in 156 booths. 1990 in Bihar election, 87 deaths took place. In 1995 Bihar elections, chain session postponed it 4 times. 2005 repolling done in 660 booths due to violence and malpractice. 2025 Bihar elections, 0 repolling and 0 violence.
But it has not happened overnight, Karthik. If you remember, when even in that Magad Shahbad belt, where you saw a real conflict between the Naxalites and the upper caste private armies, it was in 1989 that for the first time we had parties which were underground who became overground, and the first candidate of the CPIML, which was I think called the IPF then, was elected from Ara. Okay, so the transformation has not happened overnight.
To add to what you say, you see, the Election Commission has learnt from every election how to have the security forces better deployed. Remember, Bihar had multiple rounds of elections. Now this time they brought down to 2 phases, number 1. Number 2, also the overhang of what was an Naxal movement or the left-wing extremism has comparatively shrunk over the years.
I think 2005 was the watershed moment. I remember KJ Rao was the deputy election commissioner when he
was credited with having the
cleanest election in Bihar, and he posted himself in Patna. I remember in Maurya Hotel.
In fact, what you're telling me, I remember Karthikeya just referred to the 95 election session thing. I remember having covered a event of Mr. Session in Delhi, where he thumped the table lectern and said, "मैं देखता हूँ बिहार में कैसे चुनाव ठीक नहीं होंगे." And that was the election when he had multiple, and there was a lot of criticism of him. that why is he continuing to postpone elections, because he said unless the ground conditions improve, I am not going to have the elections. So it's not that, or as he said rightly, every election, the election commission authorities pick up from what they have and know how to put better, create that sense of confidence where you are allowing free and fair voting.
You know, but now with the numbers here in the clear lead for the NDA, and seems like quite a thumping majority, at least so far, the Mahagathbandhan will come back to call this vote chori again.
Well, that's a political call. It's a political call for Mahagathbandhan. They'll have to look at what actually went wrong with them, number one. Number two, as the election commission trend shows, maybe I was just scrolling the data, probably 1 or 2 seats they have crossed third round, and they have 30 rounds to go in some seats, there are 27 rounds to go in some seats, 26 rounds. So it's a huge, the time gap from now on to when you cross the midway mark is going to be somewhat.
I think around 11:30 we'll get.
No, nowadays it's also taking time. If you remember the last few elections, all of us are here. It's because the election commission itself has altered the way in which a result can be declared. In the sense they put more checks and balances in place. And this time in particular, in case of a 17C, which is the exit at the time of when you close the poll, you give a number. And if there's a mismatch between that and the result, the VVPAT will be counted, all the VVPATs, which means they are going to be more rigorous in their approach.
Now see, the latest EC figure says the gap between JDU and BJP is closed down. BJP is 35, JDU is 33.
Wow.
So I think that's I mean, I'm talking about the election commission
EC
website.
website is what we can bank on right now, and it seems like both the parties, the coalition partners, have performed very well.
Right now, Bharatiya Janata Party, as per the EC, is 33 seats. Janata Dal United is 24 seats. Rashtriya Janata Dal is 20 seats. LJP is 8 seats. INC is 5 seats. You know, that is what this is. Sumit, you weren't here, and this question I was asking again and again. Can there be a Maharashtra and Bihar? You know, there are a lot of naysayers. They were saying no, it cannot be. But if you look at the way results are organizing, they're organizing around BJP as per the EC.
And the latest EC figure says, the latest which I have updated is 35 BJP, 33 JDU, 21 RJD.
Well, Karthik, just to take your question forward.
The numbers are shifting very quickly. As far as I see on the website as well, every minute it's
that will
increasing.
change. To take your question forward, you see, this is exactly the question which cropped up when the Maharashtra results were out, and we were sitting in a discussion studio elsewhere. The same thing said, BJP had declared to go to under the face of Mr. I said, a single largest party in a coalition getting the numbers can, it's like very difficult to deny them the chance to reach out and say, you said.
But I think
it's a pragmatic politics. That's a different matter. But otherwise, if a party the difference is wide, it's like untenable.
So in Bihar last time, JDU has 43.
No, but that condition was different.
Yeah.
Conditions
so I
were
think,
different.
but Karthik, in UP, in Bihar, one of the critical factors in deciding the leadership will be that BJP will be facing Uttar Pradesh Vidhan Sabha elections in 2027 March. What they do in Bihar in terms of leadership, in terms of Nitish Kumar, will have a reflection politically in the adjoining state, which is politically very significant from them. Remember, he comes from a non-Yadav backward community, a leader on which the BJP will be heavily banking on in Uttar Pradesh. So that is a factor that BJP will have to consider.
Or do you think that this result is also a combination? If Manish continues to proceed, then I'll go to Samya. Manish, this is also a combination that, when it comes to a CM candidate, Tejashwi is in no competition with Nitish Kumar. It's just boiling down to that, and plus other things,
Absolutely. In fact, there cannot be any comparison. I don't want to get into details. Everybody knows. But, I would like to comment on this continuous speculation about the number of seats by BJP and JDU. I think Bihar is a very different case altogether. This is a purely an NDA government right from beginning. And that one has to understand that it's like Pach Pandav, they are all contesting, even LJP and RLJP and Jitanram Banji together. I think what happens together is more important than separately. We didn't contest this election like the way, the Mahagathbandhan did. They contested against each other. But here, for example, we are contesting less seats, JDU is contesting less seats. So you can see that the way we have contested seats is also like one family. And therefore, one of your guests was mentioning about last time, JDU having 43. So this entire speculation, I think it is uncalled for as far as Bihar is concerned. It's very, very clear that Nitish ji is the leader and this election was contested on his face and he is going to be the chief minister irrespective of whether, we would love that JDU gets as many seats as possible. There's nothing wrong. And we are looking at a good strike rate ourselves. But I don't think that it's going to be major difference as such between BJP and JDU, even if it happens.
Manish Barrier is that irrespective of what numbers the JDU gets, Nitish will be the CM yet again. That's decided.
Clear right from the beginning. So here's is a very different case. So that speculation in comparison with Maharashtra doesn't hold yet.
For the first time, the EC has given more numbers to JDU. JDU is 39, BJP is 36, RJD 23.
Yes, absolutely. 39. This is as per the Election Commission of India data, which is JDU 39, BJP 36, RJD 23, LJP 10, Indian National Congress 2, HAM 2, and VSIP.
But the numbers are changing so quickly. It's by the minute. So you know at one.
I'm thankful they're changing quickly, or else the election reportage would have been so boring, huh?
Yeah, that's true. But then, how different is it from the exit polls? Had it been very different from the exit polls, then there was something gripping. Here we are looking at a clear win for the NDA. 11 exit poll data gave the same verdict, and it seems like all of them have done the right job.
Okay, Neeraj is back with us. Neeraj, are you satisfied with the conversion rate which we are watching on screen for the Congress party?
No, Karthike, if this holds the test of water and finally settles in, then it will be a cause of concern for us. But I am aligning with the fact that because first, second, third round of counting has happened only and still 25 rounds are pending. So we are hopeful that whatever we were trying to communicate to the people of Bihar, it has resonated with them. But I was very curious about the election violence you were speaking. Why did you discount what happened in Mokama, where a JDU leader is now accused in the murder of a OBC leader? And that should also be put across to everybody that in this election also, that election violence happened, and it happened from the incumbent government's leader. So that is something which everyone should be cautious about. The second thing is what we have been trying to project all through the election campaign is that you see a syndicate culture has started in Bihar. You bring in policies and then you create syndicates, and then these syndicates are run by mafias. So this kind of syndicate system which was created in Bihar is something which we have been calling out, and we are hopeful that the youth in Bihar has made it a point that they came to the polling booths because the number shows as such, because every seat has got a substantial voter turnout. We are hopeful that the youth of Bihar has come out against all these malpractices which has been happening for last 20 years, and they made it a point that the Mahagathbandhan, which has projected that if we come to power, we'll give you that Dawai, Sichai and all the other promises which we have made, we will deliver it like we delivered in the 17 months we were there in power. So we are very hopeful that people of Bihar will trust us, and these numbers will change substantially once it settles in.
From the looks of it, the Congress has really failed to pick up. Even in early trends, it's showing 6 at this point. But somehow the Congress from the last time to this time hasn't really worked enough, it appears, to raise your stake. Because if the Mahagathbandhan would have really had an edge had the Congress picked its numbers. And that's where it seems to have lost out. Because the ally, the Congress party, its biggest ally, isn't performing in Bihar.
I mean, currently, if I look at the Election Commission side, the only contest I see is between JDU and BJP for being the single largest party. Yes. Because I think that seems to be a interesting aspect. As of now, if the numbers, it's BJP 44, JDU 43, RJD 24. So, which as I said earlier in the morning, Karthik, in Bihar elections, emerge as a single largest party. Yeah, it's a very critical.
ऐसा लग रहा है बीजेपी और जेडीयू के बीच में लड़ाई है. I completely agree with your analysis.
But if you look at the exit poll figures, many gave the RJD as the #1 party.
Yeah. Okay, that's good point. That's a good point.
So we'll have to, I'm not saying we jump to any conclusion right
now. That's a good observation. Samya, to you, that's two things are emerging. It's looking like, it's a contest between BJP and JDU. RJD is like really trailing now. If you look at these numbers, it's way behind. That's number one. And secondly, I still stick my neck out. There are a lot of naysayers, my esteemed guests, but I still say, can there be a Maharashtra in Bihar? Samya?
Well, Karthik, there seems to be some sense of one-upmanship, whether it's the JDU or the BJP within the NDA, who is going to be, holding the larger share of the pie. But over here, I would like to talk about Congress's performance. As of now, as I am looking at the Election Commission's numbers, BJP is at 48, JDU 47, RJD 23, LJP is at 13, Congress is at 7. They are at a single digit. What is ailing the Congress party is something that they have not been able to crack. Having said that, if the Congress is ending up being a liability for the Mahagathbandhan in 2020 and now in 2025, can RJD then go solo, or will the Congress party eat into their vote bank? Having said that, if these numbers stand, then RJD, Mahagathbandhan, Congress party should not try and cry foul and say that it happened because of the SIR or because of vote chori, because Karthik, if you remember, that entire statement of Tejashwi Yadav, where he said that SIR is going to be carried out, I am going to boycott elections. They didn't boycott elections. They decided to contest the elections with the SIR being carried out. So now if they do not fare well, they will have nobody else to blame but themselves. I would want Smita's reaction on it, that how do you look at how Congress is pulling down the Mahagathbandhan because of its non-performance in a sense. They may show faith in Tejashwi Yadav, but they are not willing to show any sense of conviction or faith in Congress in Bihar.
So, expressing faith in Tejashwi Yadav's leadership was a majburi ka move. Because, I mean, come on, if the Mahagathbandhan comes to form government, who else can be the face other than Tejashwi Yadav? There is no option. Even then, the Congress tried its best to delay the decision, and there was a lot of, back and forth about it. Finally, when the announcement was made, it was Mr. Ashok Gehlot and not Rahul Gandhi. Anyway, we are past all that. It is the Congress which has been dragging down the alliance. They did it last time, after which there was a lot of heat within the RJD, and a lot of people came out and said, had Congress strike rate not been so dismal, we would have made the government.
Absolutely.
Tejashwi would be CM, because the gap in the BJP and the NDA and the other side was too low, is one point. It was less than 0.5%, less than 0.5%. This time, let me add, Samya, this time the drag is not just the Congress party. There has been a second drag, and that is Mukesh Sahni, who punched above his weight, and he was made deputy CM because of some social theory that was presented to the Congress leadership, that he will garner all the Sahni and Nishad and Beend and all those caste segments which are dependent on the riverine, the water economy. Let me tell you, even a primary student of Bihar politics knows that they may be a big caste segment together. They are about 10%, 9 point something. But Mallas are less than 3% in the picture, and they will not vote in a homogeneous manner just because Mukesh Sahni is announced as the deputy CM. So you think that the Nishad and Beend and Kewat and Ghatwar, all of them will come round, is first of all a very, very theoretical kind of an lazy analysis. Secondly, Mukesh Sahni, from my reports, from what I have seen, did not even poll the votes of the Mallah community, which is from the caste that he belongs to, because the Mallahs, being very wise and very smart, they weighed the pros and cons, and they realized that Mukesh Sahni may be a part of the MGB today, but he has been shifting sides, is one point. The second point is they also weighed the benefits that this community, the EBCs, have been getting under Nitish Kumar's governance. And so, weighing all the pros and cons, they did not go with the Mahagathbandhan. So, Mukesh Sahni got a very, just a chunk of the Mallah votes. He did not get any of the other Nishad and related community votes. So, he became a drag, and the result is showing. If you remember, Samya, I have been saying this even before the first phase of the polls, that both Mukesh Sahni and Rahul Gandhi will be a drag. Rahul Gandhi started with the slogan of vote chori. Come on, I mean, this is Bihar.
Smita, I just want you to hold your thought for a minute. Just wait a minute. My colleague has done an interview from Patna, that reporter space. I want to provide that reporter space. We'll be back to this data corner with you and Samya. But let me just throw that tic-tac that my reporter Savya has done from Patna.
स्टेट बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट मिस्टर दिलीप जायसवाल सर, जो रुझान ट्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं वो क्लियरली फेवर कर रहे हैं एनडीए को, किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
नहीं, हम लोगों ने पहला चरण फर्स्ट फेज और सेकंड फेज में ही जो जनता का फेस रीडिंग था और जनता जो बोल रही थी, मतदाता जो बोल रही थी, उसी समय आप लोग भी बहुत दिन से कवरेज कर रहे हैं। आप लोगों को भी शुरू से, ये पहला बार बिहार के इतिहास में है कि शुरू से ही एक अलग माहौल था कि एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है, क्योंकि आज से 1.5 साल पहले से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी चुनाव शुरू होने के पहले 11 कार्यक्रम इन्होंने सरकारी कार्यक्रम किए थे, और जिसमें उन्होंने किसान सम्मान निधि भागलपुर में और पंचायत राज का दिवस उन्होंने झंझारपुर में, दूसरा एम्स का शिलान्यास दरभंगा में, 11 कार्यक्रम। इंडी गठबंधन के नेता तो चुनाव के वक्त बिहार याद आती है, लेकिन आपको याद होगा कि चुनाव शुरू होने से पहले 11 बार प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बिहार के लिए खजाना खोल दिया, पिटारा खोल दिया। तो जनता किसको पसंद करेगी?
वही सर, आरजेडी के एक नेता है, उनका ये कहना है कि अगर कुछ गलती होती है, अगर वोट चोरी होती है तो बिहार का सिचुएशन जो है बांग्लादेश
इसी में आरजेडी साफ हो रहा है। कांग्रेस के चक्कर में पड़ के आरजेडी बर्बाद हो गया। राहुल गांधी ने वोट चोरी के मामले में तेजस्वी यादव को भी डुबा दिया, नहीं तो तेजस्वी यादव थोड़ा पिकअप ले रहे थे, लेकिन राहुल गांधी के नाव पर जो चढ़ेगा उसका डूबना तय है।
बाकी सवाल से कितने सीट्स एक्सपेक्ट?
ये तो सब प्रभु की इच्छा से होता है। हम बहुमत से सरकार बना रहे हैं।
खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
Light, camera and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News9's pick of the week, don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
Being a chef, it's my priority to deliver taste in a plate with good presentation, unique innovation. You need to explore, you need to experiment.
You observe the people, make them happy, make them feel happy, and in the end you are smiling. That's the most important thing.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Light, camera and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News9's pick of the week, don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
पढ़ता है खेलता है झूलता उछलता है दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
आरजेडी ने कांग्रेस की कनपट्टी पर कट्टा रखकर सीएम पद चोरी कर लिया।
आजकल जो सरकार के लिए आता है अंड वंड बोलता है तो सबको जरा कहिएगा कोई काम किया है जी।
जो 20 साल में ये सरकार नहीं कर पाई है 20 महीने में तेजस्वी इस्लाम को पूरा करने का काम करेगा।
हम आपको वोट देंगे, आप स्टेज पे आके नाच लो, नाच लेंगे।
राजनीतिक बंधुआ मजदूरी को खत्म करने के लिए पूरे बिहार के 1 करोड़ लोगों ने मिलकर ये नया विकल्प बनाया है।
The goat or butter of satire is back. Cyrus Roja. From politics to pop culture, from your WhatsApp forwards to breaking news, nothing and no one is safe.
Relax, guys, relax. I only roast the truth, and the truth is always hilarious. Too much pressure.
Get ready for news caustic, bold, sharp, unfiltered, 100% Cyrus.
Welcome back to our rolling coverage on Bihar election, and let me first take you through the data of the Election Commission, because that's where the battle is going to settle. Now, as per the data of the Election Commission, because this is where the leads are going to settle, JDU is on 58 seats, BJP 50 seats, RJD has done really poorly, 30 seats, LJP is more than the Congress party, which is 15 seats, big up for Chirag Paswan. Indian National Congress is 10 seats, it's really struggling, HAM is at 4 seats, CPI, ML is at 2 seats. Others are at 6 seats. So my question is very, very simple. I am also joined by GM Shaheen, leader JDU. Let me straight away go to them. Your opening comments on the JDU's performance becoming numero uno right now, Mr. Shaheen.
Nice to see you all the guys here. See, we was expecting that we will be touching on 170, 165, 170 seats in Bihar. Because the way we works from last 5 years, and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and our Nitish Kumar did the hard work in Bihar and the practice, and that is the reason we got the opportunity, and we believe that today we'll get the good victory in Bihar, and we will form the government in short while of times. And as per the alliance is concerned, that this is the hard work, the development, the school, the education, the other things, the Bihar government, Bihar people expect a lot of things from us. And that is the reason we are touching, we are, winning now, and NDA will form the government because of our hard work.
Mr. Shaheen, last time you were less than BJP, this time you got more than BJP. What made you do better this time, or what made you match your performance?
No, last time, to frank enough, I am not doing any politics in your news channel, and there was some
doing politics in news channel.
Some mistakes, as you are aware, and I don't want to discuss on our news channel everything, and you know that. What was the reason?
I think I don't know that. You can say that on air. I don't know that.
No. Our friends was not so happy with us, and no, this time we are together.
Okay. You are talking about Chirag.
You got the hint, and things are good, and we will form the government.
Okay, you'll form the government, things are good. Okay, you form the government, things are good. Santosh, straight question to you. Poor performance of RJD at 10 o'clock. What is happening?
Yes, Karthikeya, it's a day of, the fluctuating arguments. We have to keep, just now we are discussing the BJP was ahead, now the BJP neck and neck. Okay, RJD will pick up. I don't think RJD will do too badly. It's, I think, 3-4 rounds of counting has happened. So we have to wait for some more time. But again, I would say that Congress could prove a weak link of the alliance once again. And whether the smaller party like IIP would do well, Mukesh Sahni doesn't seem to be doing too well for the alliance. That could be one. It could be about the, if RJD doesn't do pretty well, it could be because of the fact that they are not getting a good mutual conversion of votes. That could be the one apparent reason that looks so far to me.
Brijesh, why has RJD, gone about, come out so poorly?
I mean, it's a bit early to say that it has come out poorly, but yeah, right now, I mean, along with RJD, I think, the Congress and VIP and all, they all are performing very poorly. I mean, to imagine that LJP is equivalent to what Congress is, speaks volumes about the conversion rate. And once again, Congress has been found extremely faltering, given the fact that they contested around more than 60 seats and they are at 18. Whereas if you look at the conversion rate of Chirag Paswan, who many thought that would not do well, including myself, they are, at 18 seats out of 29, 26 seats which they were contesting. So this shows that, not only, every single nut bolt of the NDA is firing at its best. Yeah, and JDU is like the largest party and the trend is holding on for almost 1 hour now.
Karthikeya, just one point. See, rather than the seats, what I generally do when the election is on, the election commission site also gives you the percentage votes. And it's a fairly good reflection of how these numbers are going to crystallize later, right? So what I can see currently is that BJP is polling almost 23% vote. The JDU is almost 19%, which means they're together around 42%, with Chirag Paswan's 5.5%. They are close to, with their allies, almost close to 50%. Yeah. Now, in a bipolar polity, if an alliance is close to 48 and 50% votes, it is an indication of it is a huge victory.
And also, if I might add to what you were saying, Brijesh, remember in Lok Sabha, LJP did far better. Yeah. And so if you convert that or break them into assembly seats, you can see the difference. Hardly 1 year ago, year and a half ago.
But you see, as per the election commission data, RJD is at 23.11% of vote. Yeah. BJP is at 23.21% votes, and JDU is at 17.98% of the votes. So these are the three principles. And you'll be surprised the others
again, have 13.14%
of vote.
No, but you have to add also Nitish and BJP vote, because at times, they are supplementing each other.
Yeah. So if Nitish Kumar, BJP and LJP vote is added, they're close to 48.
And you know what's the most surprising part? The most surprising part is LJP is at 5.66% of the vote.
Which is round about their total
vote. Congress party is at 7.85% of the vote.
So with RJD and Congress, you are close to 30% plus CPI, ML and others, it is 35%.
35%.
So you're talking about mid-30s to 45%.
To almost 50%.
Almost 50%. So that's an indication, early indication, because it gives you a sort of a trend which way, the wind is blowing and how they may crystallize later.
Okay, let me just take our viewers to something very interesting thing that has happened. Bharatiya Janata Party has issued an official apology letter. And it is very interesting. The official,
the reminder is that this has come out last night itself. So BJP mighty confident about their win. Yes. They're now already.
So the first thing they have written, we apologize for giving 15 crore plus rural families clean tap water under Jal Jeevan Mission. We apologize for building over 4 crore Pakka homes. We apologize for making sanitation a part of daily life. Sorry for brightening up 2.6 crore homes through Saubhagya Yojana. Then they go on to write, to those who profited from smoky kitchens, we truly apologize. We are sorry for smooth roads and shorter journeys. Apologies for speed of modernization. Sorry for turning Garib Kalyan into action, not just a slogan. And finally, apologies for building a new India that delivers, for providing governance can be about good growth and genuine care.
To the series of bridge collapses, there's no, is there a thank you for that?
The other indication about the NDA is that in this alliance, the Mr. Chirag Paswan's party was being said to be a drag as Congress, but they are doing extremely well, which means
exceptionally well.
Which means that the vote conversion and transfer is happening.
Solid. It's been happening and solid. It's not like anybody is left wanting compared to Mahagathbandhan. Absolutely.
And as per all the exit poll surveys, Jan Swaraj always stayed at 2, and here also it remains at 2. Even on the election.
We are also joined by Chitra Batham.
Whatever happens to Prashant Kishore, I mean, this is really not a good start.
It is, I think, coming around expected lines. Nobody expected Prashant Kishore to win 10 seats or 8 seats. I mean, find me a politician who would say that he's going to lose.
No, but heart of hearts, because he's a strategist. And he knows better than anyone else.
See, if you ask me, he did put up a good show. He is the one who kind of, set the narrative, if I may say, as far as this particular election is concerned.
For a third
He got the eyeballs. He raised the right and pertinent questions. So it's not like it's a complete washout. But I think his refusal to contest election kind of, started his decline as far as perception is concerned. And that is the reason why, it has not picked up from there. It has only gone down.
Either way, I think he knew that this election was not an election to win. It was, but vote share will matter. See, if he manages a certain amount of vote share, then he's in the game.
Vote share will matter, but I think, barring Arvind Kejriwal or, very rare exceptions, very hardly a new party, especially in a place like Bihar, would made a very sensational or dramatic entry point as far as election is concerned. So nobody gave Prashant Kishore lot of seats. All were looking at Prashant Kishore as the percentage of votes he polls, which will ultimately cut into either NDA or.
But what I can tell you for certain is that the Mahagathbandhan was really eyeing the numbers that JSP would get. They were hoping that they get Jan Swaraj gets something, because that would help them.
But then hope is a good breakfast but bad supper. So it's very clearly spelling out for the Mahagathbandhan.
Yeah, so it's not worked out for them at all. And
not.
If anything, the Congress has pulled down the RJD's chances.
I mean, if you compare it with LJP and all, we're fighting 29 seats are at 18 or 19 seats. It's a very clear indication of how the other components of Mahagathbandhan has pulled down the performance. Otherwise, if you look at the top 3 party, which is JDU, BJP and LJP, they have been all guns blazing, and they have been.
Okay. Chitra Batham also joins me, spokesperson Congress Party. Madam, your opening comments. Chitra, am I audible to you? Your opening comments? I think there's a bit of an audio line issue. So Chitra Batham joins me, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Santosh continues to be with me. Let me just go across to my colleague Samya. Samya, are you there with me?
Yes, Karthikeya.
Samya, if you look at the EC data, just take us through the first of all party-wise vote share data, if it is there with you, and party-wise results, what is coming on EC?
Well, absolutely. It's very interesting over here, because as far as the percentage is concerned and the numbers that we are projecting on our screens right now, it tells a different story altogether. The BJP stands at 22.81%, while the JDU is at 18.23%, and RJD is actually the larger party with maximum vote share, which is 23.47%. But unfortunately, the Congress Party stands at 7.44%, and there are other smaller parties that I want to talk about over here, whether it is the AIMIM, whether it is the BSP, they're all standing around 1.15%, 1.25%. CPIM, for that matter, is less than 1%. But interestingly, the LJP, they seem to have improved their vote percentage over here. They are standing at 5.92%, and we can expect this number to change, these numbers to mount further. So it pretty much is very clear over here, Karthikeya, that as far as the big national parties are concerned, whether it's the BJP, the JDU, the RJD, they are the ones who are holding fort over here, and the smaller parties seem to be pushed to the periphery, whether it is the AIMIM, the Jan Swaraj also I would like to bring over here, hasn't really done that sort of a performance despite all the tall promises and claims of Prashant Kishore. But LJP is turning out to be the dark horse in the scheme of things as far as the NDA is concerned. These are the numbers that these are the percentage that we are looking at, and of course we are going to be keeping our viewers ahead as far as the Election Commission numbers are concerned also, where JDU is now right now at 64, BJP also at 64. So neck to neck over there within the NDA. Like I told you earlier, that it looks like some sense of a one-upmanship about who gets a bigger chunk of the pie as far as the NDA is concerned. The RJD is at 34, LJP 17, Congress 11. Congress is right now in double digit, but it's the LJP's performance that we are looking at right now. So clearly there is something that Chirag Paswan has gotten it right. There's some major connect with the people, the voters, especially again Gen Z. And like I would like to borrow from what Brijesh had said earlier. He's terming them to be the Gen B for Bihar, the Gen B voters who could probably make a difference as far as the young politicians is concerned, showing faith in their leadership.
GM Shaheen, who is the JDU spokesperson, joining us live. Mr. Shaheen, your take. The JDU, as you may have imagined, has not performed even to that, even to a number that you would probably be comfortable or happy with. Even if you lost, there should have been something you could have gone to town with. But so far, the early trends itself suggest that
they have done better. Nabila, they have got 64 seats. I think JDU has done...
JDU? No.
JDU
right. The JDU, I beg your pardon, I mistook it for RJD, but JDU has done far better than the BJP as well. So changing my question to you, sir, JDU has performed quite well, has now neck and neck with the BJP itself. So both alliance partners have really outshined in this election. One imagined that the JDU may not get that kind of numbers. At least I thought after the 2020 poll performance, we thought that maybe that figure, you won't be able to achieve that bright figure, but it seems like the trend has changed in 2025 for you.
See, Bihar has seen our work, right? And Bihar trusts our leadership and choosing progress, the JDU-BJP alliance as concerned, and returning to the power with the people's clear mandate for stability and development, because only the one leader in Bihar, that is Nitish Kumar, and our leadership in Delhi, that is Pradhan Mantri ji, Narendra Modi ji, people of Bihar trusted, and they had decided to NDA is coming back with a strong mandate, and we are ready to deliver the next phase of development. And we know people of Bihar has trusted with us this time. And there were some mistakes in the past which we will improve much better this time. And we believe that Bihar will be the #1 state of the country, because on the fast track we are working for development of Bihar in country. Definitely Bihar will be the one of the developed states.
But you say Bihar will be #1 in the country, but in the last nearly 2 decades under the JDU itself, under Nitish Kumar, progress has been dismal. It's been very, very slow. Though there has been a large amount of work that's been done in compared to what Lalu Prasad Yadav had done, but nonetheless, in compared to the rest of the country, Bihar seems to be going at a snail's pace.
Definitely, because we believe that when we start, when we take Bihar in past, and what was the position, everybody is aware of that. Even after 6 p.m. there was not a woman was having to
achieve a special status. You have been asking for a special status. It hasn't been granted to you by your own ally.
We got a lot of things from Government of India. It is not only special status. If you don't have good funds, if you don't have finance, backup, special status cannot do anything alone. And Government of India definitely, they helped us a lot to get the streamline.
Overtaking JDU in leads after a long time.
You see, sorry, Mr. Senior, that's my
RJD is slipping.
My original I stand by my original proposition. Can there be a Maharashtra and Bihar? Can BJP emerge as a poll party? I'm also joined by Nikhil Anand, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Faizan, finally we have got you. Thank you so much. We have been waiting for you. Nikhil Anand?
Yeah. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
It's okay. It's a matter of speech. I'm glad to have you. So, Mr. Nikhil Anand, your opening comments on BJP's performance?
It is an early trend, and we are hopeful that we will take the decisive lead. And NDA is going to form the government under the leadership of Nitish Kumar, as we said earlier. So NDA is quite confident.
पर निखिल ऐसा लग रहा है कि इलेक्शन तो जेडीयू बीजेपी के बीच में हो रहा है. मतलब if you go by the numbers, you find that it's actually an election between BJP and JDU. 70 JDU, 70 BJP. RJD is at 40.
No, it is for the media to make a comparison. But when we entered into the election process, it was a very united psyche, united force. And in August even, we completed our NDA conferences in all over the state. And in September, you won't believe that how much prepared we were. That in September, we completed the NDA conferences of all the assembly constituencies in Bihar. And no one really covered at a national level that there are 243 constituencies. And NDA held their summelans in all the assembly constituencies. So our preparation was going on in a very collective mode. And it is to everyone's surprise that in every NDA meeting of the assemblies, all the NDA party leaders, top leaders of the state presented, shared the dais. So the preparation was collective and not like at least the Grand Alliance where Tejashwi Yadav, Nitish Kumar and even Rahul Gandhi did not gel well. And there was contradiction which was visible all over. So between Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav, everyone both wanted to take the lead and put everyone on the back seat. When the vote chori yatra started, Rahul Gandhi started pitching for a particular case. There is a fault line in the SIR and BJP is preparing for the vote chori. And Tejashwi Yadav was not allowed to mingle a single word. Even he spoke few words in Rahul Gandhi's ears and he did not mention his agenda. And when the manifesto of the RJD came out, you saw that Rahul Gandhi's picture was like a pygmy on the poster and it was Tejashwi's brand, not the collective Grand Alliance agenda.
Okay.
So,
okay. Nikhil, just hold your thought. I just need to update my viewers. The party with the largest vote share in Bihar right now is BJP, 22.92%. The party with the second biggest vote share in Bihar is RJD, 22.60%. Party with third largest vote share is JDU, 18.81%. Then there is a component of others which stands at 12.79%. Then you have Congress at 7.94%. Then you have Chirag Paswan's party at 5.50%. And then you have CPI-ML at 3.05%. And Nota is at 2%. Nota is at 2%. And BSP has polled 1.38%. And AIMIM has also polled 1.36% of votes in Bihar. Now, that's the basic.
I think the narrative also needs to change a bit because, we are criticizing Congress party and every other party. But if you look at the performance of RJD itself, it's 44. Last time there was 71 before 3 or 4 MLAs or 4 MLAs from AIMM joined them and their tally rose to 75. If you take the final figure of 75 and compare it with the figure right now, which is 44, I think it's a 70-80% decline from their previous fortune. So I think, it's and the figures are holding up. It's not like that the figures are going down or there's a complete surge in the numbers which are coming out. I think it's a very, very dismal performance all around as far as MGB
this brings
is
me to, absolutely, sir. This brings me to the question, Faizan. This brings me to the question: why has the performance of Mahagathbandhan declined? There has to be a reason. why has the performance of Mahagathbandhan declined?
And decline is a polite word.
Decline is a polite word. Chitra, is my question, after Faizan, this question is to you.
Yes, decline is, I think, not a very suitable word here. But still, you know, Tejashwi Yadav was so confident, overconfident, that till yesterday he was inviting everybody for 18th of November for his swearing in. Can you imagine the kind of result and trends are coming, and still he is saying that this is badlav. Till this morning he was saying this is badlav, badlav ki hawa chal rahi, badlav ho raha. I mean, what kind of badlav he is telling the people? Dekhiye, you see, not only RJD's performance is not up to the mark, even its allies. See, where is VIP? His Mukesh Saini, the deputy chief ministerial face. So where he is, even the Congress, I will say the Congress fought 66 and it was leading on, say, 11 seat. But as a whole, I think this RJD, particularly RJD, has become a victim of overconfidence. I don't know from where this overconfidence was coming to Tejashwi Yadav in his party, but I can say that now he must have realized that his confidence or whatever overconfidence, it was totally wrong, and he will realize himself that this is not his time. His time may come later, but not for
I have
the
a question on the SIR, because that's precisely what the Congress and RJD will hold on to and, pull through eternity. But the fact is that the SIR electoral roll deleted nearly 50 lakh voters from Bihar. 50 lakh is a very huge number. 50 lakh voters have been deleted. Now they'll surely, the Mahagathbandhan will surely say this was the reason.
I don't think that this could be a reason for this. But you see the huge turnout of the voters also. If you have deleted 5 million voters, then how come such a big number of voters turn out, particularly the women turn out? So you just cannot blame the SIR for their poor performance.
Okay. All right, we have our reporters on the ground. If I can cut across to Savya, he's right there live in Patna.
Nivriti, let's first loud the tic-tac of Nivriti Mohan.
We have BJP leader and Member of Parliament Aparajita Sarang with us. Let us talk to her about the trends. Ma'am, the trends have started coming in and it is showing some good results for BJP. What is expected now?
The trailer shows what the film would be like. So we are all delighted, and let me tell you that this was something which had been thought of earlier, and that is what is going to happen. NDA is heading towards a victory, but I can only say that all the Panch Pandavs would be winning together. It's a collective victory, and NDA has played its role well. Prime Minister Modi was intensely involved with the campaigning, and this is a seal of approval on the development agenda of Prime Minister Modi, which was very rightly and very nicely delivered by Sri Nitish Kumar ji on the ground. The best part is that in the past 20 years, though Nitish Kumar ji was there and we have been there for quite some time, I can only say that there is no anti-incumbency factor. And this is because people of Bihar believe Prime Minister Modi's works and they appreciate his working style. They like the ideology of Bharatiya Janata Party and the other parties of the NDA. So I think we are heading towards a collective win, and they were saying, RJD was saying that it would emerge as the single largest party. But seeing the trends, I think I will not be surprised if Bharatiya Janata Party emerges as the single largest party.
So this is for the first time. If it happens, this will be for the first time, and BJP will be playing the role of a big brother this time around.
No, it's not a question of big brother or small brother. I will definitely not say. See, all the Panch Pandav brothers were equally important when the Pandava and Kaurava battle was fought. So I think all Panch Pandavas are together and it is a collective victory. I have been emphasizing this. So I think we are all heading towards the collective win, and again we'll be forming the government in Bihar, and development agenda was our focus, and I'm sure in the days to come, under the leadership of NDA and the leadership of Prime Minister Modi from the center, the state government would be leading the show and would be focusing on more and more of development of the Biharis.
मुझे तो अपने लोकतंत्र पे बहुत विश्वास है जो होगा, क्योंकि मैं भी अभी बहुत ज्यादा खुश हो जाऊं ऐसा नहीं है। मैं टीवी देख रही हूँ, आपके चैनल के माध्यम से हर एक ट्रेंड को फॉलो कर रही हूँ, लेकिन एक विश्वास मन में बन गया है कि जो ट्रेंड अभी दिखाया जा रहा है वो आगे तक फॉलो होगा अंत तक। ये 1 महीने मैंने ऐसा जो भी एक्सपीरियंस किया है वो कभी किसी किताब से मैं नहीं सीख सकती थी, ना ही किसी यूनिवर्सिटी से सीख सकती थी। ये जो मुझे एक्सपोजर मिला है, लोगों के बीच में जो प्यार मिला है मुझे, ये इसके लिए मैं हमेशा धन्यवाद कहना चाहूंगी प्रधानमंत्री जी को कि एक युवा लड़की को, 25 साल की लड़की को ये इतनी बड़ी दुनिया देने के लिए।
देखिए, महागठबंधन और राजद के नेता हार स्वीकार करके बयानबाजी करने लगे। वो कल से ही बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं और वो जान रहे हैं कि एनडीए भारी बहुमत से जीतने वाला है, इसलिए हार का ठीकरा चुनाव आयोग पर कैसे फोड़े, इसलिए वो बयान दे रहे हैं। जो अभी रुझान भी आए हैं, जो अभी 2-3 राउंड की गिनती हो गई है, पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हम आगे थे, जब राउंड की गिनती अभी हो रही है तब भी हम आगे हैं। इसलिए स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ एनडीए सरकार बनाएगा। एनडीए पर विश्वास है बिहार की जनता को, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और नीतीश कुमार पर विश्वास है बिहार की जनता को। उसी का प्रकटीकरण है कि हमारी सीटें काफी ज्यादा दिख रही हैं।
जनता ने तय करेगी भाई। आप जो भाषा बोल रहे हैं कि जबरदस्ती जाके बैठ जाएंगे, ऐसा होता नहीं ना लोकतंत्र में, संविधान में ऐसा नहीं होता है। आत्मविश्लेषण कीजिए कि क्या कमी है और क्यों इस तरह की स्थिति आपकी हो गई है कि 20 साल के बाद भी। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, ये भी राजनीतिक पंडितों को देखना चाहिए कि 20 साल सरकार चलाने के बाद भी नीतीश कुमार जी की पॉपुलैरिटी, नीतीश कुमार जी का स्वीकृति बिहार के जनता में बढ़ती ही जा रही है। क्यों? इसका मतलब बिहार की जनता में जो वो काम किए हैं वो फेथ है ना। और क्या है, अगर वोट की बात हो, मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन अगर वोट की बात हो तो ये तो जात की राजनीति की बात हो, तो इसको तो सरपास नीतीश जी ने बदल दिया ना नैरेटिव। यहाँ पर लोग हिसाब जोड़ते थे कि ये कास्ट का नंबर इतना, इस कास्ट का। नीतीश जी का कास्ट का क्या है? उनको तो सबका समर्थन है। ये नैरेटिव उन्होंने बदला है बिहार में, ये समझना चाहिए। पूरे बिहार के हर एक समुदाय के लोगों का समर्थन नीतीश कुमार जी को है, तभी आज वो सबसे पॉपुलर लीडर बिहार के, सब समुदाय का एक्सेप्टेंस है। बिहारी पन से लोगों ने नीतीश कुमार जी का समर्थन किया। ये
हर चुनाव राजनीतिक पार्टियों के लिए जनतंत्र का सबक और जनादेश का संदेश होता है, और उस जनतंत्र के सबक और जनादेश के संदेश को विनम्रता के साथ नतमस्तक होकर के सबको स्वीकार करना चाहिए। जहां जो तक है कि जो जीत की जलेबी है और हार का हलवा, दोनों का अपना जो है वो जायका होता है। जनतंत्र में जीत की जलेबी हो या हार का हलवा हो, दोनों का जायका होता है। उसे जो है वो विनम्रता के साथ जो है वो उस जायके का को स्वीकार भी करना चाहिए और समझना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि जो जीता वो सिकंदर, जो हारा वो धुरंधर।
Okay, so just let me take you through one important observation. Santosh, there are areas where Mahagathbandhan has done well, parts of Bhojpur, but across other areas it's NDA all the way. Why has that consolidation happened for them? Is specific reason South Bhojpur?
Yes, we have been talking about this. See, Shahabad region was the only region that clearly gave primacy to, but still it was deficit Mahagathbandhan, because they won 22 seats against 22, just 2 of NDA. So NDA covered some ground there itself. So again, it comes to mutual conversion of this five-party alliance is proving much better. And of course, the Nitish Kumar's leadership and his social and political capital I've been talking about, that weighed against Tejashwi, raw and immature leadership. He has not been proven, even though he was deputy chief minister twice. So it boils down to the better social combination, better narrative, and the politics of doles. Let us not forget that politics of dole that cemented NDA's position in the last 2-3 months. That we are not talking very less about 125 megawatt of free electricity. That covers 1 crore 60 lakh families. And if there are 2-3 voters in each family, most of the voters are covered. At least 60% of voters. And then, of course, the 10 Hajariya. I would still call it a 10 Hajariya election. See, I have been calling this 10 Hajariya election. Eventually, it proved that the surge of women voters was a big factor. Even though youth continues to be divided, I would still say youth was divided, youth is divided. But Nitish Kumar's leadership, that Omania scheme, and the better social combination is doing across the regions. It will blur the line. I see maybe in Sahabad, in Magadh region, say in Jahanabad, Arwal, in some pockets, they do outperform NDA, Mahagathbandhan. But if you go to Nalanda, it looks NDA all the way. If you go to South Bihar, it's primacy of if you go to Simanchal, it is the OYC factor. You have just given the percentage 1.3. The OYC is not much of a factor. NDA had won 12 out of 24 seats there. If it manages to get 14 seats this time, I would not be surprised. So even it is gain in Simanchal bed, when it continues to be which used to be a hold of Mahagathbandhan. So where are you gaining? See, you are not gaining in Tirupati, you are not gaining in Saran region. So it's even region wise, it is NDA gaining. It's again comes back to the great mutual conversion of votes. If the vote difference is, it's 7-8%. So I'm a bit surprised. I thought it could be, 5%, 4%, but it is going more as of now. Let us wait for some more rounds to be concluded. Yes, Karthikeya.
A lot of people, including, of course, Mahagathbandhan will assume that they will win, but people, best of the best experts said that it will be a tight fight, at least something on the lines that we saw in 2020, where the RJD really leveled up, lost by barely 15 seats. But this time it seems the gap is huge. So none of their campaigns resonated. As much as they thought the Gen Z support they have, the youth will be in favor of Tejashwi, or the fact that there's large-scale unemployment, development hasn't happened as much as it was promised, and just sheer anti-incumbency. Really, nothing has caught on, because the numbers that we see for the NDA now is sweeping. It's possibly the best victory in recent times for them. If I could bring in Chitra Bhatam, where do you think the Congress went wrong? Because all our experts here on our channel today has very clearly said, if anything, the Congress has sort of weighed down the RJD. Chitra?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so yes, of course, these early trends are very much disappointing for us, but I think the true picture is going to be consolidated by 12 p.m. So we will have to wait and watch the correct figures and the correct trends. Definitely, it is a wake-up call for us. We will analyze as to, what went wrong, where did we fall short. But I have been hearing, all the hype and much hue and cry about Nitish ji now, Nitish ji this, Nitish ji that, etc. But where was Nitish ji during the entire elections? Why was he not declared as the CM face? And I am quite doubtful as to whether he will continue as a CM face in Bihar now or not. So that is a very much pertinent question.
But that doesn't matter now. That's besides the point. In fact, with JDU's performance now, Nitish Kumar very well will be the CM, without a doubt.
Politics that the BJP is trying to... No, it is his development politics ultimately on the ground that the BJP is trying to credit itself for, right? So, of course, it matters. It does matter.
Now that when you're losing what...
Their big guns, like Mr.
Doesn't matter who becomes the CM is besides the point. That's now not even a point of discussion. The point of discussion should be, where did you fail? That was my question. How and where did you fail? Let me bring in Brijesh, who's been keenly following the elections here. Brijesh, I want to ask you from the optics of it. Rahul Gandhi jumped into the river, he met with people, carried out a voter adhikar yatra, did all the optics that one would want to see, right? And considering that Gen Z is really the buzzword in Bihar, it's got a large youth population, unemployment is large scale, and the paper leak was an issue. Yet the Congress has not been able to pick its numbers, and the RJD has nearly gotten half from what it got last time. What wrong has the Congress and RJD done?
I mean, RJD, I'll have to wait for the final result, but Congress is like, where do you start? I have all the respect for, for Chitra Batham and other spokespersons who will have to come in and defend the performance of Congress party and still, say that there's some sort of consolidation is waiting to happen. But I think, the fact is that it's now crystal clear that the Congress is punching way above its weight.
What do you mean when you say punching above its weight?
It's because, it's not that big a party in Bihar. It's very clear. And you look at the conversion rate, it's nowhere.
So being given 60 seats was a mistake?
Absolutely, and I think the candidate selection, the issue, judging the issue on the ground, it all backfired. I mean, the SIR vote chori abhiyan, and that there was a lot of conversation going about the absence of Rahul Gandhi for good 1 month between the vote adhikar yatra and his second appearance. I think the Congress has to up the game if it wants to be a relevant factor as far as UP and Bihar is concerned. I mean, the performance of Congress is, and if you look at the performance of LJP, I would say, it's comparing, it's 10 times better. I mean, they are at 17, 18 out of the 29 seats, Congress 60 plus seats, and they are at 10.
Yeah.
And this means that they not only, it's one thing to say that Nepal, Gen Z and all those fancy words and hoping that it will work for you, but I think it needs to go back to the drawing board and do a serious recalibration of whether they even got the issues right. Because it is not a loss. It's almost right now we are staring at a 2/3 majority, and it's huge.
They spoke of the right issues by and large, but do you believe that the candidate choice was terribly
a lot of Congress people were miffed with Alavaru's candidate selection and the way ticket distribution was done.
That's where the raw point is.
That's not the only thing which went wrong. I think almost everything which can go wrong went wrong for the Congress party. The Mahagathbandhan couldn't get a handle on, or couldn't tap into the anger of youth, because which was upset, people were lathi charge, students were lathi charge in Patna over paper leak. So, I mean, they were not able to tap it. And the result is absolutely shocking. If you ask me, I mean, winning more than 2/3 majority, and the Congress and RJD, saying that we will get youth vote, employment, and the kind of various other promises they made. It's crystal clear that it's Nitish Kumar and his and people of Bihar's big belief in Nitish Kumar, which has turned the table on the Mahagathbandhan, and Congress got it all wrong. Look at the conversion rate. I mean, they're not. It's not that RJD's performance is exemplary, but I'm saying that the Congress performance is a big question mark on the ability as far as this two very, very critically important state of UP and Bihar is concerned.
Before I take that break, KV Prasad, in a nutshell, what wrong did the Congress do here? I'm going to repeat myself. Rahul Gandhi's optics was fairly good for the cameras, but it hasn't translated to votes. Why?
Well, certainly the SIR issue that they wanted to work out the ladder up before the elections may have found some people around them, milling around them, but that was not good enough for people to convert it into reposing faith in terms of handing over the reins of office to them, number one. Number two, as Brijesh put it out, all these factors, whether it was, remember towards the last, the Congress pulled out the General Secretary, Mr. Alavaru, and put in Ashok Gehlot to sort out the mess. Because only when Ashok Gehlot met Lalu Prasad Yadav and others, did the declaration of Tejashwi Yadav, that allowed a lot of time for the opposition to the Mahagathbandhan to play upon these differences. Plus, around 12 seats, they could not sort out so they were contesting against one another. So that sends a message across the electorate that they are not really in sync with one another. Of course, as Brajesh said, other factors like Rahul Gandhi
internal
not sharing.
friction within the Congress,
If
not
you-
being able to trust their own leadership, wrong choices of candidates, confusion within the own party. That's another reflection that's happened in
You know,
Bihar.
if I may indulge in hazarding or trying to draw a parallel of the result which we are witnessing right now, you know, it reminds me of Haryana election, where, you know, you have decided everything even before the first ballot is cast, and the end result was absolute antithesis of what you had started with. You
But
know,
Rahul Gandhi gave the Haryana hydrogen bomb.
No, Haryana
before
hydrogen bomb, you know, I mean, the results are there for the impact of
The
Haryana
hydrogen bomb fell flat.
But I think, you know, what is interesting is that in Haryana also, you know, there was a massive internal rift between Kumari Shailja camp and Bhupinder Singh Hooda camp. Everyone in the party knew about, you know, the rift, and nobody, I mean, Rahul Gandhi did not exercise the authority of either silencing Kumari Shailja to not indulge into what she was doing, or Bhupinder Singh Hooda to be slightly more accommodative.
You know,
They
so
did.
that-
In Bihar also that has
You know,
happened, that they
there is-
were literally boxed into a corner by Tejashwi.
There
and
is
look
also
at
another
what
thing, you
happened.
know, food for thought, you know. Bihar is roughly 89% rural. Most rural state after Himachal Pradesh. If the most rural state votes for BJP and JDU, it's food for thought for the so-called rural politics of the Congress party. That's
I
number
have
one.
one takeaway. Okay, you finish. I'll tell you.
That's number one. The second issue, you know, I would like to bring this on the table is, it's not one election, 2025, 2020, 24, 2019, 2014. There are a number of elections, which means that somehow Mahagathbandhan has not been able to win the trust of economically backward castes. Now, whether it's a horizontal reservation, vertical reservation, whatever it is, they have not been able to break into the EBCs. That's the second most important point. The third more important point is that I don't know whether it's a dynastic politics has worked better for Mahagathbandhan or not, but they have not been able to create an alternative to the persona of Nitish Kumar for what he stands for, whether he's Sushashan Babu, whether he's a somersault guy, I don't know, or as Santosh taught me a new word today, Vyavaharik Samajwad.
I think, you know, the time has come for Congress to listen to Shashi Tharoor. I mean, if you look at the performance.
Santosh taught me another word, Vyavaharik Samajwad. Is it a win for Vyavaharik Samajwad? I don't know.
I mean, look at the
but
numbers.
something has not been learned by the opposition, and that's the most important thing.
I have one big takeaway is that nobody reins in the allies better than the NDA. The NDA's coordination with its allies and the way they sort of keep them intact in place with whatever power, money, strength, conviction, strategy, anything, but they go in for the kill. But that said, the India alliance is always so fragmented, confused, looking everywhere else. Too much democracy is also not good.
I mean,
You need someone to crack a whip, and there's nobody to hold on, nobody to bring, nobody to really act like the glue. But with the NDA, Prime Minister is the glue.
Agreed. Navila, but I like to disagree on that point that it is not BJP. It is the BJP under the current leadership, which is different, because when Mr. Vajpayee was leading a 23-party coalition, parties within the coalition went out, contested against coalition partners. So there's a difference.
Okay, it's time for a commercial break. It's time for a commercial break, and once we are back, we're going to discuss one thing, and this is a national question. Has opposition finally lost the momentum it gained in 2024 Lok Sabha elections? But after the short break.
ये बेस्ट है सर। हमेशा वाला क्यों नहीं?
मिश्रा जी, आपके लिए फूलों की बरसात, बिरला ओपस एश्योरेंस देने के लिए।
मतलब प्रोडक्ट वारंटी?
ये एक्स्ट्रा है। 1 साल में पेंट को कुछ भी हुआ तो पेंटिंग वापस करके देंगे।
वापस करके देंगे?
वो भी फ्री। पेंटिंग में पहली बार बिरला ओपस एश्योरेंस। रजिस्टर करो birlaopus.com पर।
पता है टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस आपकी फैमिली के लिए कितना जरूरी है? इतना जरूरी है कि भारत सरकार ने इस पे जीएसटी पूरी तरह से हटाकर 0 कर दिया है। पॉलिसी बाजार पर अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
अपनी सुपर पावर यूज करने का टाइम आ गया है।
आप टेंशन मत लीजिए, IIFL फाइनेंस से झटपट गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और बिजनेस आगे बढ़ाइए।
लाइफ जब भी आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे, अपनी सुपर पावर, अपना गोल्ड यूज करिए और IIFL फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए।
IIFL फाइनेंस करता है सीधी बात।
जनाब, आपने भारत कनेक्ट का नाम सुना है?
नहीं, बस सर्विस है क्या?
बस सर्विस नहीं, वो 700 से ज्यादा एप्स पे बिल पेमेंट्स पॉसिबल बनाते हैं, जैसे अभी किया।
भाई वाह!
आप हमें जानते नहीं पर मानते जरूर हैं, हम हैं भारत कनेक्ट।
All right. Well, we are right here at News9 tracking very closely developments there coming in on the numbers, and the numbers are, sadly laughable for the Mahagathbandhan. Brijesh joins me in the studio here with our panelists. But before I go to our panelists, Brijesh, as Team News9, we've been tracking Bihar elections, and the run-up to it showed quite promising results for the Mahagathbandhan. But it's appalling to see the number 57 that our updates are showing us. 57 versus a 183. I bet you the Mahagathbandhan is now going to town saying this is exactly what we said. SIR has stolen our votes.
Well, I think, they can bet anything they want to, but I think these are the numbers, if I can be honest. Even the NDA wouldn't have thought that this is the kind of resounding victory they will get. LJP, who fought 29 seats, is 21 seats, BJP 82, JDU 74. I mean, what to say of Congress? I think the RJD is also perhaps at their lowest best if the current numbers are anything to go by. I think any and every issue, I think its time has come for the Congress party to completely drop that, whatever hydrogen bomb or any other bomb which they intend to drop, and focus on issues which concern people and do a serious run into election. Otherwise, I think, from 2024, when it looked like, that there are certain issues which were big enough to eclipse Prime Minister's popularity, and it brought BJP, from the expected 350 plus seats to 240 seats. I think BJP has done a lot of cool calibrations and cruel calibrations, if I may add, and look at the comeback, the kind of comeback they have done. If the numbers hold up.
Underestimate the fact that people have seen the Lalu Prasad era. And clearly at that point it was, it was deemed as Jungle Raj, and that image still,
See,
follows him.
I'm not denying that.
It follows him for the only reason because he has corruption cases even today. Just a few weeks ago, there was another case that was slapped against him. Tejashwi Yadav is also involved in the same case. The same case that's been going on for years now, charge sheeted. So, corruption shadow is on the Lalu family.
See, honestly speaking, I don't think in Indian politics corruption matters that much until unless you are kind of caught right in the middle of the election.
A state like Bihar that's really borne the brunt of it.
See, in Bihar, like, you talk of Mahabali, you talk of corruption. It happens, when the case breaks in between the election or leading up to the election, then it can have a cascading effect. But cases which have been there in public domain for more than 2, 3 years, 4 years, I don't think they will have that kind of impact. I would say that, 10 Hazariya scheme, Santosh has been talking about, had a huge impact on the electoral fortune of the BJP, of the NDA. And I think any issue and every issue which both the RJD and the Congress party thought it's going to work well for them or pay good dividend, it just simply crashed. I don't, have any other explanation, if I may say so, offer, because 183 seats, I don't think even any of the exit poll had predicted this extent of rout for Mahagathbandhan. There were 20 seat difference, 30 seats different, but to predict an absolute, one-way traffic as far as this election is concerned was something which I doubt, even any credible pollster had predicted.
So basically, Mahagathbandhan, RJD has lost out. It's not just the Congress that has picked up.
75 from last is 42.
RJD has lost significantly. So if I could quickly bring in Sumit Pandey also on this, on 3 top reasons to why RJD sees this kind of debacle. None of us expected this number for the RJD.
First, I think RJD's vote share, or Mahagathbandhan vote share tells the story. 33%, which means primarily 17% Muslims plus 14% Yadavs plus some assorted votes of Congress and all. They have not been able to get anything more than that. Bihar in some ways is complex, but in many ways is also very easy state to understand. This alliance would have had to get at least 60% of the extremely backward caste votes, that is 26% of the vote block, as per the last caste survey which was done in Bihar in 2023. 36% is the extremely backward caste, out of which around 26% is the Hindu backward caste, the rest is the Muslims EBC. The communities like, the Nishads, the other thing, if you are not able to get around 60-65% of their votes, I don't think you can make it.
You know, I also feel, why do you think that the Mahagathbandhan wasn't able to take in the confidence of the backward classes? What really went wrong? If I could also bring in our panelists, we have Faizan Ahmed, senior journalist, who also joins us. Faizan, if you can come in on that, why do you believe that the Mahagathbandhan wasn't able to build confidence with the backward classes enough as much as JDU or the BJP could?
Yeah. But one thing I wanted to say, that who is responsible for this mess in Mahagathbandhan? I will say it is RJD. Because you see, RJD was the biggest party in the Mahagathbandhan, and it was given the responsibility of coordinating with all its allies. And you see, he was made the convener of this coordination committee, but hardly there was any meeting of the coordination committee, and it did nothing absolutely, because not a single candidate was selected by any party by that time. Not even the seats were decided. So all this mess was created in the among these Mahagathbandhan partners. And I will say that in 2020, Lalu Prasad had a role in the election campaign, and he managed very good coordination among the partners. But this time, the entire responsibility was on Tejashwi Yadav. And I'm sorry to say that Tejashwi Yadav just failed to perform his duties, and he was just in a overconfidence kind of things, and he was surrounded by these advisors who were not even fully aware of the situation on the ground. So there was a very bad reading of the situation, and that is why he was saying that our alliance is coming and this change everything. And also I want to add one thing, that a slogan, very common slogan of the JDU people was 20-25 फिर से Nitish. And if the results are any indication, the trends are any indication, Nitish Kumar is again going to be the chief minister.
Okay, I mean, going by the looks of it, with the numbers of the JDU, it clearly appears that Nitish Kumar deserves to be the chief minister yet again. People have trusted in his governance. Under his leadership, the NDA went to campaign, and well, here they have the numbers. The one number that we are flashing on our screens here for the NDA is 186, and that's a massive lead for the NDA at nearly 11 a.m. And not much might change. A few seats here and there might go up and down, but that's still a huge gap, a clear, overwhelming victory for the NDA in Bihar. I'm going to slip into a short break. I have Mayank Mauli, spokesperson of the BJP. We also have Advocate Arshpreet Khadial, and also Manoj Das Manu, leader of the JDU, joining us. We're going to slip into a short break and come back with our panelists on board. Stay with us.
पता है टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस आपकी फैमिली के लिए कितना जरूरी है? इतना जरूरी है कि भारत सरकार ने इस पे जीएसटी पूरी तरह से हटाकर जीरो कर दिया है। पॉलिसी बाजार पर अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
यही मौका है बिजनेस को बढ़ाने का, पर पैसा।
अपनी सुपर पावर यूज करने का टाइम आ गया है।
आप टेंशन मत लीजिए, IIFL फाइनेंस से झटपट गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और बिजनेस आगे बढ़ाइए। आपके जैसे सुपर हीरोज ऐसी छोटी मोटी प्रॉब्लम से थोड़ी ना रुकते हैं, इसीलिए लाइफ जब भी आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे तो अपनी सुपर पावर, अपना गोल्ड यूज करिए और IIFL फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए। IIFL फाइनेंस करता है सीधी बात।
ये बेस्ट है सर।
हमेशा वाला क्यों नहीं?
मिश्रा जी, आपके लिए फूलों की बरसात, बिरला ओपस एश्योरेंस देने के लिए।
मतलब प्रोडक्ट वारंटी?
ये एक्स्ट्रा है। 1 साल में पेंट को कुछ भी हुआ तो पेंटिंग वापस करके देंगे।
वापस करके देंगे?
वो भी फ्री। पेंटिंग में पहली बार बिरला ओपस एश्योरेंस। रजिस्टर करो birlaopus.com पर।
भाई साहब, आपने भारत कनेक्ट का नाम सुना है?
एक और सोशल मीडिया ऐप।
सोशल मीडिया ऐप नहीं, वो 700 से ज्यादा ऐप्स पे बिल पेमेंट्स पॉसिबल बनाते हैं।
बढ़िया है।
आप हमें जानते नहीं पर मानते जरूर हैं। हम हैं भारत कनेक्ट।
झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
Light, camera and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack because News9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News9's pick of the week. Don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now because News9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
Welcome back to our rolling coverage on Bihar elections. The big breaking is that finally we can say, I'm not calling out the elections right now, but I can say that the Bharatiya Janata Party and JDU are way ahead of the competition. JDU is in 82 seats as per the Election Commission data. BJP on 78 seats as per the Election Commission data. RJD is decimated, 34 seats, and the Chirag Paswan's party, Ram Vilas Paswan's son, he is leading on 22 seats, and the Congress, which is a national party with 99 seats in Lok Sabha, is leading only on 6 seats. CPI-ML is leading on 6 seats. HAM is on 4 seats. I mean to say the Congress has, one, let the Mahagathbandhan down. Second, RJD itself has let the Mahagathbandhan down. It's a combined, I would say, failure of the Mahagathbandhan to reimagine their politics around Nitish Kumar. So, and secondly, look at the way the wit has been deployed by Bharatiya Janata Party in context of the tweet. Nabila.
Well, little did we imagine that the Congress will, be under the LJP also. That's the biggest embarrassment for them. LJP was got only 2 seats in 2020 elections. From there to now, what a big leap for them. Huge strike rate. 2024 also, Chirag Paswan's party did well, and it seems like that winning streak has continued. And if you see overall, it's not just the LJP, that way JDU has also done so well, much better than the last time. The BJP has also done much better than the last time. So entirely, it seems like all who voted clearly for the NDA as an alliance.
I think, the Kartikeya was drawing a Maharashtra reference. I think if you leave aside the point that, that whether it was only BJP, I think if you talk in terms of coalition, I completely agree now with the figures that it's a Maharashtra redux. I mean, look at the number. It's like, I would not say that it has come out completely like, 4th or 5th round of, or 6th round of counting would be done. But the way number has been holding up for the last 1.5 hours is very clear that NDA alliance is inching towards 200. And I would be, I would stand to be corrected. But I think this is going to be one of the most historic mandate Bihar has ever seen. This is the most historic election in terms of number of votes polled. And I think this is going to turn into the most historic election in terms of the mandate which has been won by any particular coalition. They are 185, and going by the looks of it, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they touch even 200.
And you should really laud the NDA for its discipline. The timing of when the seats were announced, the candidates were announced, The campaign was given. You know, it was done in time enough for the candidates to campaign on the ground. But Mahagathbandhan announced their seats and their candidates fag-end. Where do they have the time?
I think the smart thing which was the smart thing which was done by BJP is that they didn't fall prey to the conversation which was being created that Nitish Kumar is not going to become the chief minister. There were a couple of statements, one by Amit Shah and others, that that we will take a decision post-election, but they immediately did the course correction. I was emphatically made that Nitish is going to be the chief minister, come what may.
But that also is a point that did not stick. It was not a sticking point. I think people don't care.
See, I mean, if you look at the number, there is no single point which has been raised by Mahagathbandhan stuck.
Exactly,
and
the fact that BJP also is one sizably.
BJP is the leading party,
correct,
number one
shows
party
that
right
the
now.
people did not care that if Nitish or anybody
Nabila,
else is the CM, but the NDA comes to power.
Just let me introduce the guests. We are joined by Mayank Pauli, spokesperson BJP, Advocate Arshpreet Khadiyal, spokesperson Congress Party, Manoj Das Manu, leader JDU, Brijesh Pandey. He's with us, KV Prasad, senior journalist. Sumit is with me, political editor, Deccan Herald. Smita Mishra, author, senior journalist. Faizan Ahmed. And obviously Nabila. But let me go to Samya first. Samya.
Well, Karthikeya, these numbers, they don't seem to change anytime soon. They are pretty much static right now. I am showing you the Election Commission's website. And as per the Election Commission's website, it appears that Sushasan Babu is going to continue his winning streak. JDU is at 83, BJP 78, RJD 33, LJP 22, CPIML 7. But the Congress Party is at 6 right now. And if I have to actually show you how the vote percentage of these particular parties is looking at right now, here is where you can see BJP is standing at 22%, the Congress is at 8%, the JDU is at 18%, the LJP is at 5.7%, and of course the RJD is at 22%. So even as per the vote percentage, it's a clear lead for the JDU and the BJP combined. BJP at 22 and the JDU at 18. But it is the RJD which is at 22.7%. So as far as the numbers may not be stacked up in favor of the Gathbandhan, interesting to note over here, Karthikeya, that this percentage is where RJD is still showing 22% of the vote share, which is not bad in comparison.
Samya, there's one more thing. If you look at the numbers, Chirag Paswan has done better than the Congress Party. I mean to say that's a real poor performance. That boy has not only turned his party around, but his entire politics.
So, in that question then, Karthikeya, as far as the Congress Party is concerned, it appears that they were living under the rock when it comes to what exactly should connect with the people of Bihar, whether their padhai, whether their sichai, kamai is going to work or not. As far as vote story is concerned, it didn't seem to have resonated with the people of Bihar. But since LJP has done so well, does Chirag Paswan then stand a chance to become the Deputy Chief Minister? Because as far as these trends are concerned and these numbers don't seem to change anytime soon.
And you know, one more thing, Samya. One more thing. Since we are talking about Chirag Paswan, Smita, I want to come here on this. The conversion rate of Chirag Paswan is far higher than Congress Party. Chirag Paswan's party has got 5.73% of vote. Indian National Congress is around 8.8 or 8.08%, which is 8.1% of the vote, which means the conversion rate of Chirag Paswan is far higher than the Congress Party. I think that's the most important. See, there are a number of political stories today, but this is one story that cannot be ignored, isn't that?
CPIML contested 20 seats winning seat. Congress has contested 60 seats winning 5.
Yes.
I'm saying it's a poor conversion rate.
I have been saying this from the beginning, that Mukesh Sahni, Rahul Gandhi will be the biggest drags for their alliance in this election. I don't know how many times I shall have to repeat it. But coming to Rahul Gandhi, 2 days, I landed in Bihar 2 days after the voter Adhikar Yatra had concluded, and not even the Bihar Congress was talking about the Yatra. So, I mean, what remains to be said about it? And I am sorry to say, Tejashwi Yadav put in a lot of effort. His party has done equally badly, by the way. After 20 years, if you cannot dislodge a government, a chief minister, then you have serious questions about your political presence. However, I do want to point out that Tejashwi Yadav did make a lot of effort. He also tried to expand the tent of the MY combination to more caste castes, etc. But Congress party wasted valuable weeks going about this voter adhikar yatra. I don't want to make this conversation too long, Kartikeya. We have other friends.
Can I break it for a moment? Congress crying foul already. That's the news that we have, and they're flashing it on our screens. They're blaming the Election Commission of India. Exactly what I said. They will blame the SIR, and you already have it. Congress now saying Congress now saying that easy to blame.
Yeah, I mean that is so much on expected lines. I don't think anybody will even take note. But let me tell you one thing. You are conducting a voter adhikar yatra blaming vote chori in a state which not too long ago had seen the situation where one did not come out of home to exercise their franchise because they would be killed.
No, correct.
I think after going to believe to vote chori.
Pawan Khera has spoken from the Congress. Let's hear it.
तो अभी शुरुआती रुझान है, थोड़ा इंतजार कर रहे हैं। शुरुआती रुझानों में जरूर लग रहा है कि ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता भारी पड़ रहे हैं बिहार की जनता पर, लेकिन आने वाले कुछ घंटों में स्पष्ट होगा कि बिहार के लोग भारी पड़ेंगे ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता पर या ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता ही भारी पड़ेंगे। देखते हैं, इंतजार कर रहे हैं। मैं बिहार की जनता को तो कम नहीं आंक सकता। मैं पूरा हिम्मत दिखाई है, SIR के बावजूद दिखाई है, वोट चोरी के बावजूद दिखाई है। अब आने वाले घंटों में देखते हैं कि ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता कितने इफेक्टिव हैं।
We are joined by Manoj Das Manu, leader JDU, and Mayank Mauli, spokesperson BJP. But I have to say this, ऐसा लग रहा है कि कांग्रेस का मुकाबला JDU BJP से नहीं है, उनका मुकाबला LJP और हैम से है।
उनसे भी नहीं है।
हैम से है।
हैम से
है। उनका मुकाबला हैम से है जो चार सीट पे है और उनका लगता है मुकाबला हैम पार्टी से है क्योंकि जो LJP RV है वो तो 22 की लीड पे है। I mean say there is not even a respectable fight. I mean so this is like complete crashing out.
Forget, I think there's a very important point raised by Faizan sir when he said that that one person who other than the Rahul Gandhi who needs to be squarely blamed for this debacle is Tejashwi Yadav. The way he went about it, the way he completely asserted himself, because Lalu Prasad Yadav, after asserting to a level, was also a very pragmatic analyst of the situation. The way he went about it, made the election all about himself. And look at the numbers, he's at 35, which is the original number which he polled in 2020, which is supposed to be the best election, was 71. So he's 50% more, 51, 52% down than his previous best. So it's an equally dismal performance by RJD than is by the Congress party.
Okay, absolutely.
And Congress was never forced to reckon with in the larger gig as far as Bihar was concerned.
Absolutely. So we have Mayank Mauli, spokesperson BJP, and Manoj Das Manu, leader JDU. First to Mayank. Mayank, damn good performance. It's like you have a contest with JDU 81, 82, 80, 81. आप ही दोनों के बीच में दौड़ हो रही है ऐसा लग रहा है।
सबसे पहले नमस्कार और सारे पैनलिस्टों को और सारे प्रबुद्धजनों को। ये एक मैमथ विक्ट्री है सर, और इसका पहले से एंटिसिपेशन हम सब ने कर रखा था। हमारे विभिन्न नेताओं ने, चाहे जेडीयू से हो या हमारे बीजेपी से हो, हम सब एक ही बात दोहरा रहे थे कि ये प्रो इनकम्बेंसी चल रही है, ना कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी, और जिसको जो कि हमने ग्राउंड लेवल पे देखा भी है। और लगभग हम लोग 2010 को रिपीट ही नहीं करने जा रहे हैं, उसको सरपास करने जा रहे हैं। बस थोड़े घंटों की बात और रह गई है। और अभी मैंने कांग्रेस के पवन खेड़ा सर को सुना और बाकी लोगों को भी सुना। मतलब अभी भी देखिए, मतलब हार मानने को स्वीकार नहीं है, जनता का मैंडेट मानने को स्वीकार नहीं है, और अभी भी ठीकरा जो है ये चुनाव आयोग और बाकी संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पे फोड़ रहे हैं। ये क्यों नहीं मान रहे कि आप पीछे हट गए, आपको बिहार की जनता ने नकार दिया है। और चाहे ये इनके घटक दल से तेजस्वी यादव जी हों या कथित तौर पे जिन्हें इन्होंने अपना चुनाव से पहले ही डिप्टी सीएम का पोस्ट बांट दिया था। तेजस्वी यादव जी तो कल सुबह तक कह रहे थे कि हम 18 तारीख को कई ओथ लेने जा रहे हैं, उसके बाद फलाने दिन ये करेंगे। उनका बकायदा एक टाइमलाइन उन्होंने जारी करा था। सारे टाइमलाइन धरे के धरी रह गई। क्यों? क्योंकि बिहार की जनता को सुशासन पे विश्वास था और माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी के चेहरे पे जो कही एक प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का
concisely decided that they want they want the NDA.
Mr. Manoj Das Manu, your opening comments, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। अपनी कमेंट की कोई अब आवश्यकता ही नहीं है, ये लास्ट कमेंट है। और बिहार की देखिए, पवन खेरा जी ने जिस तरह से आज बात कर रहे हैं, तो पवन खेरा बिहार में है कहाँ? कहीं तो बिहार में है नहीं। मैं तो कई चैनलों पर पहले ही घोषणा कर चुका हूँ कि राहुल गांधी और 4 बार बिहार चले आए चुनाव के दौरान, लेकिन उन्होंने जिन लोगों ने बिहारियों को मच्छर कहा, बिहारियों को फैलरिया कहा, बिहारियों को मैला ढोने वाला कहा, उन नेताओं के साथ जो उन्होंने घूमने का काम किया, तो बिहार की जनता ने उनके लिए तय कर दी कि इनके 19 सीट भी हम देने नहीं जा रहे हैं। और पवन खेरा जी अब बोलेंगे 12 बजे के बाद से, ये भी आप सुन ले हमारे से कि ईवीएम को ज्ञानेश कुमार जी ने बटन से हैंग कर दिया, और इसी कारण जो है ये बीजेपी और एनडीए इसमें जीत के चले आएगी, क्योंकि उनका तो पुराना ये नियम है ना कि जहां वो जीतते हैं वहां पर ईवीएम उनके लिए बहुत अच्छी रहती है, जहां हार जाते हैं वहां ईवीएम बेचारी पर दाग लग जाता है। तो ये तो दाग लगाने वाले लोग हैं, लेकिन इनके दाग अच्छे हैं, और ऐसे ही ये दाग लगाते रहे, बिहार की जनता को बताते रहे, 2.5 करोड़ लोगों को 40 लाख नौकरी में बांटते रहे, महिलाओं को अंतिम समय में 30,000 देते रहे, सब कुछ ये सामने आ गया। और हमारे नेता शुरू से ही, देखिए नीतीश कुमार जी सही में विकास पुरुष हैं, इसमें कहीं से कोई दो मत नहीं है। इसीलिए 2005 के बाद से लगातार बिहार की जनता नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व पर विश्वास करती है, वह परिणाम सामने आता है। और मैं फिर अभी आपको बता दूं कि जो अभी ट्रेंड जा रहा है उससे 10 से 15 के बीच में कमी आएगी, या आगे हमारा बढ़ेगा या कम होगा। हम सरकार फुल मेजॉरिटी से बनाने के लिए जा रहे हैं। और नीतीश कुमार जी के बारे में जो हमने नारा दिया था कि टाइगर अभी जिंदा है, तो टाइगर हमेशा ही जिंदा रहता है, टाइगर कभी बूढ़ा नहीं होता है। टाइगर की
मनोज जी, तेजस्वी यादव 1273 वोट से पीछे हैं। आपको उम्मीद थी कि आप जो नेता है दूसरा प्रतिपक्ष का, वो ट्रेल कर जाएगा इस चुनाव में?
ट्रांसलेट प्लीज।
एक मिनट सर, वन मिनट सर प्लीज।
मैं कह रहा था कि तेजस्वी यादव पीछे हैं, आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था?
जी अरे जी, मैं तो अभी आपको बता रहा हूँ कि आगे आते आते तेजस्वी यादव इतने ट्रोल हो जाएंगे कि हमारा जो उम्मीदवार वहां है बीजेपी के सतीश यादव जी, जिन्होंने इनके मदर को हराने का काम किया था, आज उनको भी हरा कर बाहर भेज देंगे। आप निश्चिंत रहें, 2 घंटे का समय दे, वो बहुत नीचे ट्रेल कर जाएंगे और फिर उनको ऊपर पकड़ना बहुत मुश्किल होगा।
So, clearly from the looks of it, with Tejashwi Yadav also trailing it, people want experience more than energy.
I think
Tejashwi must have been
Cat has 9 lives, Nitish Kumar has 10.
Oh my God.
I think, this election is, the only person who has literally reinvented himself. He was sort of political wilderness in the sense that there's a lot of speculation about his health, his mental faculty, his ability to pull in voters, lead a coalition.
Let's be fair, he hopped also twice.
He has. That's why I'm saying that this is the 10th time he's going to become the chief minister, and the fact is that his party is now the leading party. He's contested election in 101 seats and he's leading in 84. The biggest story is that how Nitish Kumar has reinvented himself, and when he becomes the next chief minister, which he will, now there's no doubt about it, he will rule with the same kind of moral authority as he used to rule in 2005. I think Nitish has completely reestablished himself as far as the comeback politician, if you ask me, is concerned. Because earlier it was like, led in 43, sabotaged by Chirag Paswan, living on the borrowed timeline, as it was said, Kripa se ji rahe BJP.
And there was a lot of talk that they might move him to a central position, that he may be taking on a central role.
This is what you call comeback, dream comeback. If you ask me for a politician, dream comeback.
Talking of reinvention, on those 4 days when Bihar went through a very heavy spell of rain, all helicopters were grounded and all leaders were sitting at home. They could not go out to campaign. And Nitish Kumar covered 400 kilometers by road, drenched in the rain, addressing people in nukkad after nukkad. How more can you reinvent yourself?
Visuals are coming in right from the JDU office outside. Celebrations are on. BJP must be keeping their celebrations subdued, but JDU is not falling short.
I think that's a different optics. They are doing it in Patna.
Oh, no, but
there's a Red Fort attack that has taken place.
No, I get that, but has to be said that the alliance partner JDU is not cutting short. They are clearly going ahead with their celebrations.
It's a regional party. There's a model code of conduct.
It's a regional party.
There's a model code of conduct which has been put in place for till 16, which forbids any victorious processions and all, which is there in place in Patna.
So, are we going to see a grand show today in Delhi?
I mean, I think Prime Minister may speak, but as has been said in the morning, they might avoid the usual pomp and show.
But the speech might take
attack. 100%. I don't see.
I'm sure he will address.
He will.
He will address.
So
for a regional party, this is a massive comeback. This means they're here to stay for the next few decades.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about decades, but next 5 years, as long as Nitish Kumar is hale and hearty, he is going to be the chief minister. That's kind of literally cast in stone.
So, Sumit, what does it mean for the opposition at large? Do you think that BJP has been able to deflate the verdict impact of 2024 completely?
One point on what Brijesh said on Nitish Kumar. Interestingly, whether he is with the BJP or against the BJP, Nitish Kumar is the man who stands between BJP and the chief ministership of Bihar for the party. It is the only state. It is the only state where BJP has, in the heartland, where BJP has not had its chief minister. Remember, the only state.
Yes.
Odisha, Assam, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Goa. In Goa, remember, they started as a junior partner. Maharashtra Gomantak party. It is the only state. So whether he is with the BJP or against the BJP,
he's still
the only one who has...
As I say, Bharat kisi ki bhi ho, Dulha Nitish Kumar hai.
And the other interesting thing, in the last 20 years in Bihar politics, it is the leader of opposition who changes.
Yeah.
Except for a very brief period when Mr. Maji was CM, which Nitish Kumar obviously made him, that it is the LOP and the opposition which changes. Nitish Kumar, I mean, there have been occasions where BJP is opposition, there have been occasions where RJD has been opposition, but Nitish Kumar has been in the treasury.
Okay.
Who was the second round of
2 points I was
interesting. Do you think that NDA will be 200 plus?
See, I am keeping the benchmark at 206, which was the tally in 2010 elections when the RJD, just like today, had almost folded up. It was in a very bad situation. There was no trust in the RJD. Nitish Kumar, after his first term, had really brought a sea change. And you know what happens when things are really bad, they are so dismal, then the change appears much bigger. You know, it is minus and plus situation.
Like when it rains, it pours.
Yes. So 206 is the benchmark I am looking at. Whether it will be surpassed in today's verdict or whether it will remain, it will be very close. There is no doubt. But look at the RJD figures. I mean, we could all sense it that the Congress will do badly, Sahni will do badly. I mean, these were things which are already visible. But there was a certain segment which wanted to vote for Tejashwi and the RJD. It's a committed vote bank kind of thing. But look at the RJD. I mean, their numbers are my real curiosity
32.
today.
32
is
I think it is an equal fall. I mean,
It's worse than MVA.
We may spend more time criticizing Congress because the national party, but if you look at the overall figures, I think the performance of RJD is
it's a bigger fall. Yeah,
it's a huge fall. It's more than 60-70% fall. Last time they were 71. This time they are 32.
Okay.
So it's more than 60%.
Okay, let's take a quick reaction from Mayank Pauli and Manoj Das also. Mayank, I know, in election, winners takes it all. You are there. It's your government. But your assessment now, why didn't Prashant Kishore click? He had picked up right issues. What is your assessment? Click kyun nahi hue?
See, we are thumping towards the surpassing like 2010 and very close to 200 mark. And Prashant Kishore, what we were saying, Prashant Kishore was nothing more or less than a political broker sort of thing. And वो बस आए यहाँ पे बिहार में, उनका आप जैसे जानते हैं कि चाहे देश में कहीं भी सरकार बनवानी हो हमें संपर्क करे सॉर्ट ऑफ उनका एक बोर्ड हुआ करता था। और बिहार में बेसिकली आए, जो ब्रीफकेस का जो गेम होता है ना इलेक्शंस में, वो इलेक्शन में ब्रीफकेस उन्होंने वसूले और फिर राइट बिफोर द इलेक्शन उन्होंने स्टेप आउट कर लिया। आए थे गेम चेंजर बनने के लिए, चैलेंजर बनने के लिए, और बेसिकली एक रणछोड़ दास बन के गेम छोड़ के भाग गए अपनी पूरी पार्टी को छोड़ के। और शायद बंगाल में ममता दीदी उन्हें बुला रही होंगी और आगे भी अपकमिंग इलेक्शंस होंगे। तो प्रशांत किशोर कोई फैक्टर थे नहीं सर। बेसिकली ये इन्हीं महागठबंधन और कांग्रेस और बाकी पार्टियों के एक एजेंट के तौर पे आए थे, और जब इनकी नैया डूबती देखी तो फिर अपनी नैया उन्होंने पहले ही कही है कि उतारने से ही मना कर दिया और वो निकल लिए वहां से। तो प्रशांत किशोर ना कभी कोई फैक्टर थे। और जैसा आपने देखा होगा हमारे नेताओं पे हो चाहे जदयू पे बड़े आरोप लगाए, उन्होंने तो एक मार्क दिया था ना कि अगर 25 सीटें भी अगर जदयू ला लेती है तो मैं आजीवन राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा। आज आप उनको टॉर्च लेकर के भी ढूंढेंगे ना तो आज उनको वो दिखाई नहीं देंगे। वो उन्होंने राइटअप में लिख के दिया था कि बड़े बड़े चैनल के पत्रकारों को। तो वही सीन है सर, प्रशांत किशोर कोई फैक्टर ही नहीं था। हमने जैसे पहले भी कहा कि प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का दौर है, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी चल रही थी, वो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे कहीं एक टर्न अराउंड लिखा हुआ था। और जैसे अगर मैं इसे आज इस चुनाव को अगर एक टर्म में अगर मैं कहना चाहूँ तो महिला भाग्य विधाता कहना इसे सही होगा, बिकॉज महिला जो है वो हमेशा से हार्डकोर वोटर रही हैं और नीतीश कुमार जी की और एनडीए की। और महिलाओं ने एक बार फिर से, जैसे कि लास्ट अगर पास 2020 का इलेक्शन देखेंगे तो देवर 125 और मोर देन
स्मिता, नया शब्द दे दिया इन्होंने, महिला भाग्य विधाता।
Yes, and Mahila Bhagya Vidhata, not today, Mahila Bhagya Vidhata from the day. Those young girls
2005.
who were saved from dropping out from school because they got those
दूसरा
cycles.
शब्द सीखा, एक तो व्यवहारिक समाजवाद और दूसरा महिला भाग्य विधाता।
नहीं, व्यवहारिक समाजवाद तो 77 के बाद से ही धीरे 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 दिखने लग गया था, लेकिन बिहार की महिलाओं ने कमाल कर दिया है। अब अगर कोई महिलाओं को पॉलिटिकल फोर्स के तौर पे नहीं देखता है तो ही और शी इज ब्लाइंड। जितना ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज महिलाओं को अपने आप में एक पॉलिटिकल फोर्स की तरह देखें, मुझे शब्द पसंद नहीं है जाति, लेकिन आज महिला एक जाति है। अगर आप उसको सोशल कैटेगरी में देखें,
I think the good part is that people used to make fun in 1990s that women will not vote outside the caste line, but gender voting has become a reality, which I find, though much abused word, very progressive in nature. I am also joined by Advocate Arshpreet Kadhiyali, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Sir, your opening comments, very dismal show by Mahagathbandhan.
See, number one, early trends and exit polls are not the exact polls. We have seen that happen in Karnataka and in Maharashtra, where the trends had completely changed.
11,
number
25.
two, if I may,
Yeah.
number two, NDA says theirs is a double engine, and we want to ask them where the engine is and where the track is. The NDA seems to be really concerned about Nitish Kumar ji, given his history and given the patterns. Because given the number of alliances he has changed, even Google Maps has not been able to track his political direction. And that's why the Bharatiya
Mr.
Janata Party...
Khadil, I know you can make one of them, but the fact is, let me just take you through the numbers, sir. 82 BJP, 75 JDU, RJD is 35, Chirag Paswan's party is at 22, you are at 7. CPIM is at 6 and HAM is at 4. It's like you are in competition with CPI, ML and HAM.
As far as the early trends go, like I said, they have changed. After the lunch time, it changed in Maharashtra and in Karnataka back in the day. The initial trends could change and we are optimistic they will change. Number two, as far as the double engine goes, the reason as to why they had to have so many slogans, they had to change so many slogans because they could not change the ground reality. Why do we have elections? Why do we have government? So that work could be done. And what is the report card? They failed on law and order, they failed on corruption, they failed on drugs, they failed on farmers, they failed on women empowerment, they failed on development, vis-a-vis education, vis-a-vis Medicare, vis-a-vis streets, vis-a-vis stadiums, vis-a-vis parks. Overall,
Arshdeep, that's the irony there.
Data which has come in, I would like to read. Simanchal, which many felt that is going to be a pocket borough for the RJD, and there was a bumper voting. I think the largest percentage was voted in Katihar, in Kishanganj. In Kishanganj, out of 4 seats, NDA is ahead in 3. In Katihar, out of 7 seats, NDA is ahead in 5. In Araria, out of 6 seats, NDA is ahead in 4. And in Purnia, out of 7 seats, NDA is ahead in 5.
So even the counter-polarization
has taken place, and I think this speaks the volume of the route which Mahagathbandhan has taken place.
Quickly, if we can take our viewers to a reaction coming in from
and there's also one thing in Simanchal. I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Nabila. I think in Simanchal, AIMIM is ahead in 2 seats. In 2020, they won 5 seats, and later on 4 defected to RJD. In this time, Simanchal, AIMIM is ahead in 2 seats.
Amazing. Okay, our Congress leader says that there could be an internal conflict within the Congress itself. He's spoken to the media. Let's hear it.
इस संगठन की कमजोरी है. हम संगठन में जो कोई भी चुनाव हो, कोई भी काम हो, जब पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है उसका एक संगठन है, संगठन पर हम निर्भर करते हैं. अगर संगठन कमजोर हो और काम नहीं कर सकता है तब तो ये होना लाजमी है, तो होगा ही. तो हमारे संगठन की कमजोरी है. हमारे कैंडिडेट जो हैं सब बड़े अच्छे हैं. हाँ, ये और बात है कि कैंडिडेट्स के सिलेक्शन में शायद हम और भी अच्छे कैंडिडेट चुन सकते थे, लेकिन चलिए वो नहीं चुने गए. पर संगठन को चाहिए था कि चुनाव को कैसे लड़ा जाए उसके बारे में सख्ती से काम करना, होशियारी से काम करना, एक किस्म से मौजूदगी से काम करना. हर कंस्टिट्यूंसी जो हमको मिली है उसमें हमको मौजूद रहना चाहिए. इसमें तो टोटल फेलियर है संगठन की.
You know, we should bring in Arshdeep Kadial on this. Arshdeep, your own leader, senior Congress leader, says that the Sangathan, the Congress leadership is weak, and agar wo kaam nahi karenge to yahi hoga.
Well, only in the Congress party can you have a difference in opinion, can you have dissent, can you have freedom of speech and expression, can you have democracy. If it were a Bharatiya Janata Party's leader who would have said this, who would have even thought this, they would have expelled him then and there, effective immediately. That is what the Bharatiya Janata Party does. We happen to live by the constitution, we happen to live by the democracy. Our leaders are well entitled to have a difference in opinion, and that is not a problem. The problem is when you do not let them have it. The problem is when you try to issue diktats and when you try to suppress their voices, and in case they have different opinions, expel them. Sorry? My only request is, if I may kindly complete, at the same time, we cannot discount the SIR. Just when the election was around the corner, the Election Commission of India decides to do SIR, which happened 22 years ago in the entire country. Now it's happened in one state and then 12 states. We want to ask the Election Commission of India that if there were fake voters which had to be done away with, then why was nothing done in the Lok Sabha election that took place recently? That means lakhs of fake voters were allowed to vote in the Lok Sabha election. The entire process got vitiated. Shouldn't there be a re-election vis-a-vis that? And number two, does that not signify the incompetence? And number three, if lakhs of fake voters were allowed to vote in the Lok Sabha election despite knowing, why was nothing done said about this?
Arshdeep, my colleague, my colleague Samya wants to take a question from you. You can add that. That's number one. And secondly, even more important, Tejashwi Yadav is now trailing by 3,016 votes. Earlier he was trailing by 1,073 votes. Samya, please take a quick question, then I need to announce a break.
You know, of course, the Congress party always prides itself in the internal party democracy, and that is exactly what the Congress spokesperson Arshdeep Kadial is over here saying it. But I want to begin by asking, there is a time that you accept the fact that Congress has proved to be a liability in the sense for Mahagathbandhan, and if you couldn't, produce that sort of results, why would you want to bite more than what you could chew? There was so much that went on as far as seat sharing is concerned. You contested in over 60 seats, and look at your performance that you're looking at right now from the Election Commission's website. It's only 7 seats. You have been relegated to single digit. And this is what the senior Congress leader over there was rightly saying, कि मौजूदगी से काम करना है. It's important for the Congress party to be present and be seen for the 5 years rather than para-dropping the senior leaders in the fag end of the 5 years tenure. Why wasn't the Congress party there in Bihar? Arshdeep?
It's Arshpreet. And second, since we are talking about single digit, you remember that back in the day, the Bharatiya Janata Party was at 2 seats in the Lok Sabha. And today, they have made it to the third tenure consecutively. So, times change very fast. Let's look at how the history has shaped itself. And number two, as far as the SIR is concerned, 47 lakh names were removed. 47 lakh names. And these 47 lakh people voted in the Lok Sabha election. Now, vis-a-vis the SIR, a question ought to be asked to the Election Commission of India that if these 47 lakh people were not supposed to vote in this election, why were they allowed to vote in the last Lok Sabha election, just the last year? Why was nothing done? Why was nothing said?
Okay. So let me take a couple of interviews that we have got from Ground Zero, Samya, and then it's time to go for a break. But let's take the ground reactions first.
History in making in Bihar. Do you think that BJP can emerge as the single largest party this time around for the first time ever?
History is in the making for sure. People of Bihar have endorsed the politics of good governance, strong leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji and Nitish Kumar ji, a government that is sensitive to the needs of the common man, that believes in women empowerment, youth empowerment, and has rejected the politics of Jangal Raj of Tejashwi Yadav, corruption of Tejashwi Yadav, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, and also people of Bihar have decided that merit would be seen and not dynastic politics, which has been rejected.
Number of 75 in 2020, RJD got number 75 in 2020. Do you think BJP or the JDU will exceed that number this time around?
All records would be set. The NDA will form a very strong, good government in Bihar, and Narendra Modi ji is the key factor, leader that makes all the difference.
We are with the senior Congress leader and Congress spokesperson Alok Sharma here on News 9. Sir, counting has already begun for Bihar election. How do you see this early trend?
Just we have seen that only 4 to 5 rounds of counting has gone, and in 2015 also we have seen that the results have been completely changed after 2 p.m. In 2015 also BJP was forming government, that they were deciding that who will be the chief minister. At that time also this has happened. Only 4 to 5 round of counting has been done now, and minimum 25 to 30 rounds of counting is there. So I think we have to wait, we have to keep patience up to 2 to 30, then only some picture will be clear.
Alright, if we talk about the majority of exit poll, then it's inclining towards NDA government. How do you see it? Will it have any effect on the result that would be coming later this evening?
Exit poll and opinion poll, I feel that there are so many question marks on them. They have been so many times passed also, so many times failed also. So now this is not the time to discuss exit poll. Let us wait for 2-3 more hours and the picture will be clear.
भारत सरकार ने सभी देशवासियों के हित में हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस से जीएसटी पूरी तरह से हटाकर 0 कर दिया है। इससे हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस काफी सस्ता हो गया है। पॉलिसी बाजार पर अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू। policybazaar.com।
बढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
लाइफ जब भी आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे तो अपनी सुपर पावर, अपना गोल्ड यूज करिए और IIFL फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए। IIFL फाइनेंस करता है सीधी बात।
जी, आपने भारत कनेक्ट का नाम सुना है?
शादी वादी कराना है क्या?
शादी नहीं, 5 लाख एजेंट्स की मदद से बिल पेमेंट्स पॉसिबल बनाते हैं।
ओ,
जैसे अभी किया।
शाबाश।
आप हमें जानते नहीं पर मानते जरूर हैं। हम हैं भारत कनेक्ट।
क्वालिटी पे इतना कॉन्फिडेंस, इसीलिए बिरला ओपस एश्योरेंस। 1 साल में पेंट को कुछ भी हुआ तो पेंटिंग वापस करके देंगे। रजिस्टर करो birlaopus.com पर।
The goat or bakra of satire is back. Cyrus Roja. From politics to pop culture, from your WhatsApp forwards to breaking news, nothing and no one is safe.
Relax, guys, relax. I only roast the truth, and the truth is always hilarious. Too much pressure.
Get ready for news caustic, bold, sharp, unfiltered, 100% Cyrus.
is to the nines. In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every scene, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Well, I can say that the NDA has literally swept the elections. And when I say swept the elections, just look at the data that is there. BJP is ahead on 84 seats and JDU is ahead on 75 seats. Together, they are half past. They really don't need help of any other political party. Together, BJP and JDU. RJD, I would say it's the worst performance, 36 seats right now. And the biggest issue with RJD right now is even Tejashwi Yadav is trailing. First he was trailing by 1,000 and some couple of votes, now he's trailing by 4,000 votes. LJP, Chirag Paswan's party, has been a star kid performer. I would say he has really converted his seats into bigger numbers, something which Congress failed. 7 seats. And CPIML 6 seats. HAM 4 seats. So Mahagathbandhan is down because of collective reasons. I don't think it's because of the Congress party or it's because it's RJD collective, lack of imagination, same old campaign, multiple things came into existence for them to lose the ground so badly. The third aspect is, which I think we must really take into account is, that the spread of Bharatiya Janata Party in terms of constituency win is pretty even this time. But when it comes to Mahagathbandhan, it is located in couple of areas which is called saturated wins. If those saturated wins wouldn't have come, then Mahagathbandhan or RJD would have been in big trouble. And before I open up the debate, let me tell you the data in terms of vote percentage. BJP has received as of now 21.90% of vote. RJD has received 22.98, 23%. JDU is 18.55. LJP is 5.47. Indian National Congress is 18.12. Which brings me to the issue that whether the conversion is an issue in Mahagathbandhan or not. I think conversion is one big issue, that the vote transfer did not take place properly. And you would be surprised to note that even BSP has received 1.46% of vote. CPML is there with 3.15% of vote. There are Nota, 2% of people have actually gone for Nota. So it's an interesting combination. But starting with you, Brijesh, can we now safely say that the election is with NDA? I mean, so do you think that, can we have a repeat of something like 2015 when people went out for lunch and when they came back, they saw a different terrain?
We can very safely say that and call the election. I mean, the thing is, the difference between 2015 and 2025 is that, at that point of time, excitement got better of NDA and BJP leaders, where they started celebrating their victory too prematurely. At 9:30, nobody can call an election. But right now, the fact is that we can say for sure is that from 8:45 onwards, which is approximately, close to 3 hours, the figures have been holding up. It is not like that we are seeing any kind of dip in the political fortune of NDA, and there's a constant regular dip for the last 3 hours in the political fortune of Mahagathbandhan. It is a phenomenal performance by JDU, by Bharatiya Janata Party, by LJP. I mean, it's like in a list of 1 to 10, they have ticked all the boxes and how. But I think, if you analyze the defeat of MGB, a lot of credit for the defeat or discredit for the defeat would lie at the door of Tejashwi Yadav now. because not only the performance of RJD has been abysmal, you know, he is the one who's trailing behind. And if he loses this election, I think it will be a big dent, because, you know, if you look at the family equation, you know, the sisters and the elder brother, Tej Pratap Yadav, they are not on one side. You know, Tejashwi's Man Friday, Sanjay Yadav, who's from Haryana, there was a lot of, you know, tweets and counter tweets on social media platform about his role in creating a divide within the family, the kind of confidence which Tejashwi Yadav was exuding. I think there is going to be a reset button as far as, you know, the range and reach of Tejashwi Yadav once this election gets over.
Reset button. Smita?
Yes, I would also say that the first thing Tejashwi or the RJD should do is sack Sanjay Yadav. But then, if you sack Sanjay Yadav, should you have Tejashwi there? That is the bigger question. It's like sacking a state leader in the Congress but retaining Congress, Rahul Gandhi. So this is a very difficult question. Nobody is going to sack Tejashwi. So what's the point of sacking Sanjay Yadav? Now going beyond that, I will be very interested and curious to see the booth reports when they come, the vote share, caste wise, etc. Of course, the Election Commission never gives you a breakup of which caste voted which way, but there are ground inputs through which one is able to gather which community may have voted in which manner. Looking at this result, I must say that I am sure a big chunk of Yadavs have also not voted for the RJD. Because had the Yadavs and Muslims at least voted, it wouldn't have been so bad. And I am ready to correct myself, unlike some megalomaniac anchors in our industry. I have been saying that Rahul Gandhi and Mukesh Sahni would be the drag. Now I am compelled to say that Tejashwi himself has failed to lead the coalition. So blaming Rahul or Sahni may be a little early, because I think the blame has to be shared equally. Just like in the NDA, you cannot say whether it is the BJP which won or the JDU. It is the alliance which has won. Look at the strike rate of each of the parties. All of them have done well.
Okay, Smita, wait a minute. There are a couple of things which I want to bring it on board. All my guests are there. Two things, you know, I want to put this on record. Did the alcohol ban work for NDA 1? I want to discuss that. And second thing, which a lot of people should understand, a lot of people say that Mukhyamantri Mahila Yojana that promised 10,000 for eligible voters was one of the schemes. Now, if you look at the data, I think it was a very important scheme, because 2022 caste survey shows that the 34% of the Bihar households survive on 6,000 rupees a month or less. So in poorer communities, especially scheduled caste and EBC, one-time amount of 10,000 is more than a month's income. You know, I'm just putting it on board for my panelists and for my viewers to understand how these schemes work. The second important issue is 1.8 lakh Jivika Didis. Did they end up mobilizing other voters? More than 14 lakh younger voters aged 18 to 19 were added to the rolls. Many of them had no earlier political baggage and were voting for the first time. The Election Commission also deployed Jivika Didis. So second issue is that Jivika Didi as an infrastructure help Bharatiya Janata Party or NDA. And the fourth and the most important aspect is that highest women voter turnout, which he said Mahila Bhagya Vidhata. So these are the 4 points I am putting on table. Let me straight away go to Mr. Mauly. Mr. Mauly, do you think that these couple of schemes which I have put on record, for example, alcohol ban, Jivika Didis, and Chief Minister's, direct transfer for women, 10,000, it really helped NDA? So,
see, when we are talking about Nitish Kumar and NDA-led governments, like women-centered schemes, we have to go like beyond 10 to 15 years back when it has started. मुख्यमंत्री जी ने आज से नहीं साल जब ये जीविका दीदी का कॉन्सेप्ट आया, लाइक 1.5 CR आई थिंक देयर वाज जीविका दीदीज जिनको कि इसमें डिप्लॉय किया गया, जिनके थ्रू हमने ये सीडिंग करी है 10K जो 10,000 योजना जिसको आप बोल रहे हैं, जिसे हम महिला सम्मान योजना कहते हैं. और ये नहीं, ये जो आपने जो लिकर बैन बोला, तो इन 2020 देयर वर 125 सीट्स व्हिच वर widely populated by women centric voters and they have voted against in favor of that liquor ban. तो वो 125 ऐसी सीटें थी, जबकि 2020 का हमारा प्रदर्शन आज अगर 2025 से देखें तो उतना अच्छा नहीं रहा था, लेकिन फिर भी उन 125 सीटों को सिर्फ और सिर्फ महिला वोटर्स ने प्रभावित किया था. और जैसा अभी स्मिता मैम कह रही थी कि अगर जो सो कॉल्ड जो इनका MY समीकरण है, अगर MY समीकरण ने भी अगर इनको वोट किया होता तो इनकी ये हालत पतली नहीं हुई होती. तो सीन ये रहा सर कि चाहे SIR का मुद्दा लेके राहुल गांधी आए, जिन्होंने लिटरली मुझे लगता है कि तेजस्वी यादव जी की राजनीतिक सुपारी ले रखी थी एक तरीके से, वो उनको डुबा के गए, और आज भी shamelessly they are defending that SIR.
I think made a very good point. You have made a very good point. You know, in 2017 when Yogi Adityanath swept to power, BJP swept to power, lot of people said कि केवल इसलिए नहीं हुआ कि बाकी सब BJP के वोटर्स थे. Sumit, lot of people said even Yadavs voted for BJP and non-Dalit, non-Jata Dalits voted for Yogi Adityanath. So do you think that कुछ breakdown हुआ है MY में?
See, my experience has been that the biggest mobilizer, caste mobilizer in the Indian political history in India has been Bahujan Samaj Party at its peak.
Yeah.
Even at its peak, when they would mobilize Jatavs, one subcaste, the maximum optimum mobilization is 75%, Karthik, it's not more than that. If you're getting 60-65% of a community vote, so it appears that a large section of the OBs, Yadavs, Muslims may have voted on the other side. But if there is 60-65% of the EBCs voting for the NDA, that tilts the scale. There's nothing got to do chemistry or anything. It's simple mathematics. There are so many people.
Is playing the exact strategy that the Mahagathbandhan or now the India Alliance has played all these years, right? They've held the vote bank very tight and very dear. The NDA, the BJP particularly, has managed to consolidate the rest. So now the rest has become a little more than...
No, but I think here the important point is presence of Nitish Kumar, wherever he is. See, when he goes with the RJD, the Lathi factor doesn't matter. Why? Because he's at the helm. So he's the buffer. That law and order is still with Nitish Kumar.
That's why even Muslims feel safe voting for NDA.
So he's the buffer. When he shifts this side, he's the face of the OBCs.
Okay.
Correct. That brings in, that dovetails the OBCs with the BJP's upper caste vote.
Correct.
And that you create a social coalition.
Absolutely.
Because there is a sense of
sorry, I'm stopping you. It's just time for a small commercial break, then we'll be back. Sorry.
भारत सरकार ने सभी देशवासियों के हित में टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस से GST पूरी तरह से हटाकर जीरो कर दिया है। इससे टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस काफी सस्ता हो गया है। पॉलिसी बाजार पर अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
क्वालिटी पे इतना कॉन्फिडेंस, इसीलिए बिरला ऑफिस एश्योरेंस। 1 साल में पेंट को कुछ भी हुआ तो पेंटिंग वापस करके देंगे। रजिस्टर करो birlaoffice.com पर।
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
जनाब, आपने भारत कनेक्ट का नाम सुना है?
नहीं, बस सर्विस है क्या?
बस सर्विस नहीं, वो 700 से ज्यादा एप्स पे बिल पेमेंट्स पॉसिबल बनाते हैं, जैसे अभी किया।
भाई वाह!
आप हमें जानते नहीं पर मानते जरूर हैं, हम हैं भारत कनेक्ट।
यही मौका है बिजनेस को बढ़ाने का, पर पैसा।
अपनी सुपर पावर यूज करने का टाइम आ गया है।
आप टेंशन मत लीजिए, IIFL फाइनेंस से झटपट गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और बिजनेस आगे बढ़ाइए।
आपके जैसे सुपर हीरोज ऐसी छोटी मोटी प्रॉब्लम से थोड़ी ना रुकते हैं, इसीलिए लाइफ जब भी आगे बढ़ने का मौका दे तो अपनी सुपर पावर, अपना गोल्ड यूज करिए और IIFL फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए।
IIFL फाइनेंस करता है सीधी बात।
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
welcome back. Well, during the break as well, we were having a chat as to how unbelievable it is that RJD could not pick its numbers. It's settling closer to 40-50. That's just the most awful number that they can imagine. Tejashwi Yadav himself is trailing by nearly 3,000 odd votes. What does this speak of? Yet again, KV Prasad, you want to come in on this? It's such a bad debacle. Last 2020 elections, they had such a chance of winning. In 5 years, they've gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, this has become worse than a T20 match because it's become one-sided. So one-sided that there's no contest left as of now. But it looks like RJD is competing with its own partner, that is the Congress, in terms of who will get.
I mean, Congress is settled at 7, at least so far.
Yeah.
Yes. So, all right. So there you have it. The Election Commission has called the election.
Election Commission might call it or not. We are calling it because we know that the NDA has swept Bihar.
The NDA has swept Bihar, and what a thumping victory for the NDA. And it seems like a concise mandate where all allies have done very well. Every ally, including the LJP, which has done far better than the Congress.
It's a Nemo wave. You know, it's not that Nemo. You know, I really want to clarify it for my viewers. It's not the Nemo film because that was NEMO and it was about a fish who would forget everything within 15 seconds. It's NIMO, so it's a Nemo wave. So we have given it's a Nemo wave that sweeps Bihar. It's not a Nemo thing.
Nitish
so I'm just putting it on record.
Modi.
So I'm putting it on record.
Say that clearly. Say Nitish and Modi.
Yes,
that's Nemo.
It's not Nemo.
Yes.
You know, if I.
So Bihar has found its Nemo.
Which is Nana Lokesh has said, and people have started tweeting about it. It's also Nani vote.
Nani vote. Nani vote. So it's Nani vote.
Narendra and Nitish. So you take NA from Narendra and NI
as
from
Deng
Nitish.
Xiaoping said, the color of the cat doesn't matter till it catches the rat. So it doesn't make a difference. What you call it, Nemo or Nani? The fact is Nemo and Nani is getting votes.
Or rather, Nina was
Both are fun catchphrases, fun words, buzzwords now, Nemo and Nani. So, Bihar it is. Nitish Kumar will be the CM. That's, I think, for certain. We have reactions coming in. Let's hear.
बता दिया कि बिहार को अब विकास चाहिए, अपने बच्चों को और अपना भविष्य चाहिए. बिहार को अब जंगल राज नहीं चाहिए. बिहार को तुष्टीकरण करने वाला, परिवारवादी, घोटाला, भ्रष्टाचार करने वाला, जाति उन्माद करने वाला और अपने लठैतों से बिहार के लोगों को पिटवाने वाला, 59 नरसंहार कराने वाला, हत्या बलात्कार के आलम को लाने वाला आरजेडी और महागठबंधन के लोगों ने बिहार की जनता ने नकार दी है. भरोसा बिहार की जनता ने किया है तो दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता, भारत के कर्मयोगी प्रधानमंत्री, गरीबों के मसीहा और विकास के भगीरथ आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर और बिहारियों के मन में जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी बसते हैं और मोदी जी के मन में बिहारी बसते हैं, आज यह साबित हो गया है.
क्या आप उम्मीद किए थे कि जिस तरीके से अभी रुझान और परिणाम आ रहे हैं, एक तरफा दिख रहे हैं, आपके साथ जितने भी अलायंस है सब अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, यह पांडव दल निश्चित रूप से एकजुट होकर चुनाव लड़ा और जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व, मार्गदर्शन और सहयोग बिहार को मिला, 14 लाख करोड़ की अतिरिक्त राशि देकर बिहार के विकास को जो गति दी, रफ्तार दी और बिहार के लोगों में जो खुशियां लाई गई, उनकी समृद्धि और उन्नति हुई, गरीब कल्याण का काम हुआ और बिहार से 3 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा गरीबी रेखा से बिहार के लोग बाहर आए. लोगों ने अच्छी जिंदगी देखा, विकास देखा, जंगल राज को नकारा.
महिलाओं का बहुत प्यार भी
बहुत ही. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो विकसित भारत के 4 स्तंभ है, किसान, महिला, युवा और गरीब, वही 4 स्तंभ बिहार के भी हैं जो 2047 के प्रधानमंत्री जी के विकसित भारत के संकल्प को पूरा करने में बिहार भी बड़ा सहयोगी बनेगा.
Okay, so I think BJP is in a very happy mode. I am joined by Sujata Paul, spokesperson Congress Party, Dr. Rajesh Ranjan, spokesperson RJD, GM Shaheen continues to be with us, leader JDU, Vijesh continues to be with me, Smita is with me, KV Prasad in studio, Nabila. So, bigger issue here. do you think that this poll will have the capacity to impact adjoining states? I'm asking specifically in context of one state where BJP has been trying very hard since 2014, West Bengal.
100%. I think this is Mamata Banerjee, if anything, will be sitting glued to the television.
Yes, I don't think so. The reason I don't think so is that, the buffer of Nitish Kumar, which works wonderfully for NDA in Bihar, works completely opposite in West Bengal. West Bengal, I don't think there's going to be a division of any Muslim vote, because they know that if Mamata goes, who will come and who will rule the party. Here, the Muslims vote for AIMIM, Muslims vote for NDA, Muslims vote for JDUs, because they know that if NDA comes to power, Nitish is going to be the chief minister, and that is why, Kartikeya, if you look at the entire narration,